Welcome, everybody, to the GeoGuessr World League. We're here with the Americas Division today. It's finally time for the Americas region to start their World League journey for this year. Guys, I'm your host, Project Bloom, and I'm joined by two amazing special guests today and a face maybe some of you guys might not know yet. Diono, please introduce yourself to the people for those who may not know you.
Yeah, I'm Diono. I've been in the GeoGuessr scene since 2021, I'd say, streaming, creating content. And I'm very excited to be here with the Americas team, the usuals, Bloom and Jake Lyons. It's a privilege, absolute privilege, guys. So excited to get it going.
Yeah, it's going to be such a pleasure having Dai on. Dai is an insane player at GeoGuessr. Like, I would argue pro level for sure. So it's going to be great to have his insight on. And of course, we're joined by Jake. Jake, say hello to the people. How you feeling?
Hello, it's good to be back. I mean, it's been a while. It's been a few months since the World Championship. It's already February, but I am so happy to be here as well. So glad to have Dai along with us and to be back casting with you all.
Yeah, guys, it's going to be great. Americas is going to be super exciting. Insane players. You know, of course, the former reigning world champion, I should say, is with us here in the Americas. So going to be fun to see how he does. But before we can get into all of that and all the games to come and what's happening, let's, of course, first just talk about GeoGuessr. What is it? How it works? Jake, we talked about this a bunch last year, but tell anyone new, how does GeoGuessr work?
Sure. So if you are unfamiliar with the game of GeoGuessr, the idea is that you are given a random image from somewhere in the world on Google Street View. What you have to do is look around at the clues that you can see, whether that's signs or road lines or landscape or anything that you can use in order to narrow it down. And then the idea is you open the map in the bottom right of the screen, you put a pin down as close to the location as you can, and you get a certain number of points depending on how close you are, with 5,000 or 5K being the maximum.
That's it. That's GeoGuessr. Thank you, Jake. And then let's look at how we play it competitively. Dai, talk to me about our 3 game modes.
So we have 3 game modes here today. Each match that you see is going to be a best of 3, starting off with moving. So players can move freely with no restrictions in this mode, with a 1-minute maximum round timer. And try to get as close to that 5K, as Jake mentioned, as you can. In our next mode, in no move, players can only pan and zoom on their surroundings, so they're set with 360 pano to look at, and they're going to have to make their guess based off of that. And then finally, if it does go to a third game, then we get no move, pan, or zoom, which is just going to be one still image to stare at, and you have to make your guess simply based off of that one still image, so definitely potential for some absolute bangers.
Couldn't have put it better myself. NMPZ always delivers the excitement and the hype. But that's what we've known from previous seasons. This time around, we've changed a couple things up. Round limit used to be 10 rounds only. We've upped that all the way to 20. We're barely hitting it now. It's super exciting to see, but that's not the most exciting aspect of what's been updated this season. Health has been decreased to 5K. You might ask, well, why does that work? It's because the multiplier system has changed up. Multipliers are now individual, meaning if I win a round, my personal multiplier will raise by 0.5x, while my opponent's will stay the same. Super exciting, leads to slightly longer games, more fair games, as each round matters so much more. So it makes health going down a little bit make the most sense. And of course, game mode's still the same, that best of 3, that move, that no move, then NMPZ. And this time around, instead of a round-robin World League, we're doing a Swiss system. Winners play winners, losers play losers. This is how it works. Jake, talk to me a little bit about this Swiss system.
Sure. So for Americas, we've got 12 players in total, as you can see there on the left. If you win your first match, you will go into that top section where it says 6 players, where you're 1-0 in round 2, and you will play against another player who is also 1-0. Similarly, for the losers, 0-1 will play 0-1. Then, this second chance round that you see in the middle here, these are the 1-1 players, once again playing against each other. So you play against players who are performing similarly to you on the match day. And then finally, in the last round, you have the winners in the second chance, plus the players who were 2-0 after round 2. And then same deal for the losers at the bottom there. But again, the idea is you're playing against players who are performing similarly to yourself. And This is vital. Also, every match day is so important because there are only 5 match days in total, and the points that you get and the prize money they're very, very, very important in order to qualify for the World Championship, which not a lot of the players will be able to do in the end.
Yeah, it's going to be so exciting. The World League has such higher stakes this year than last year. Dai, how do you feel looking at this new format?
Yeah, I'm excited to see it, and I think the changes with the game modes, definitely I've heard some positive feedback from our pros as well in terms of the 0.5 multiplier increase for whoever's closer. I think that's going to throw a nice spanner into the works compared to the just slowly increasing multis from last year.
Yeah, totally agreed. And guys, format talk all done. Let's talk about the Americas region. Who's playing? And who are we going to get to see in our time slot whenever we get that Americas region? Some new faces that we're getting to see, which is always super exciting, as well as I mentioned, the reigning world champ. We got Radu C in here, of course, very familiar faces. We got Fao, we've got MK, we've got Moo, but Gingi, even Orlando, but we've got some really new, exciting faces to see. I mean, Jake, talk to me about some of these new players you're looking at.
Yeah, so as you mentioned, I think there are 6 players that we've seen in the World League / competitive scene before, but 6 players that we have not yet seen. Players who are looking to make their mark. And I'm very excited to see a lot of these players play. I mean, we've seen a little bit of some of them. For example, the Gymtimidator was in the play-in tournament for the World Championship last season, but he was not in the World League. But then you've got other players who, I mean, a lot of us don't know much about. I don't know much about, for example, like Lo-Fi and Matias. These are players who I've never seen play before. And I'm so excited to see how they stack up against the names that we all have grown to know and love.
Yeah, I love that. It's always so exciting to get some new faces in. And we're going to see one of those new faces in the first match of the day. So in our round 1 of the Swiss system, we're going to start off with Ecal versus Moo. Ecal, brand new to the professional space. So it's going to be super exciting to watch them play. And then those other green highlighted games are going to be the other ones we get to see from round 1. Shad versus Radu C. And we're going to see Matias versus MK. These are going to be exciting. Dai, thoughts on any of these first round matchups we're going to get to watch?
Yeah, I think really exciting. We're getting to see the 3 World Championship participants from last year, Moo, Radu C, and MK on there. But I'm excited to see the new faces, as Jake mentioned. I think Ecal quite well balanced across all 3 modes. Best move, probably no move, but definitely quite well balanced. So could give Moo a good run for his money in this first game that we're broadcasting here.
Yeah, definitely think so. It's going to be exciting. I know. I can't wait. I'm sure all of you at home can't wait as well. So without further ado, let's finally get into the first game, Ecal versus Moo. I am so ready to start off the Americas region with this one. I know Moo has been putting in a lot of work recently, though he did take quite a bit of a break with some MCSR, but he has definitely come back and has been grinding the Geo again to get ready for the World League. So I'm super excited for this one.
I am so glad to have this back. I missed this. I really did.
Oh,
So
yeah.
Starting off in Canada, Moo's home country here. I'm sure he'll be glad to see that. We've got some polls here that we see that are unique to the province of Ontario, and Moo has found a name of a town here. I can't quite read the whole thing, but he appears to be scanning for it.
Yeah, Arnstein right there. I think it's going to be pretty small, I would have to guess, but I'm not sure.
It looks like he already has a region guess. He's fairly confident that it's far western Ontario, which is why he's scanning there. But now that he hasn't found the town, he's maybe considering some other options here.
Yeah, timer running out. Both players looking pretty confused, not totally sure what to do with themselves. Let's see who has it in the end. Western Ontario for Moo, but it's actually gonna be Ecal, much closer to start off, and that's a really big hit to start the game.
Well, that
is significant damage from Ecal there. Just picking up a big amount, especially in Moo's home country as well. Good stuff.
Certainly does explain why Moo wasn't able to find the town initially. I think he just saw something that made him think that we were in the west, but we were not. Now, back here in Hungary, we've got, again, another town name here on the sign, but I imagine it's going to be similarly tiny. I would be shocked if he's able to find that without any extra information.
Yeah, this one looks tough. I mean, Moo is pretty much opting to just make a guess without moving around too much, finally deciding to get some more movement there. But Ecal's just been moving this entire time and still nothing of importance. Finally on a main road, it looks like, and a sign there. Can Ecal get to it?
Dumblebar? I'm not sure what that is either, but might be findable. He may run out of time here.
Let's see.
Wow.
Moo! That's a way to make a little bit of a comeback. Small country, so not a ton of points, but that's great for the mental. Really nice way to bounce back. Both players on 1.5x multiplier now.
I think what may have happened there is that Moo saw a green sign. I wasn't quite able to read it. It might have said Kaposvad on it as one of the nearby cities. That's what I'm guessing he used. But maybe it was just a good region guess. I'm not so sure.
Di, talk to me about this round.
Yeah, so we have some what look like Bali shrines here, especially with this crossbar, the diagonal crossbar that's going to the outer insulator here is going to be found mostly on the Nusa Islands, which is east of Java in Indonesia. And looks like both players looking for a bit more info, potentially a kabupaten here, which would help them narrow down the region a bit more.
Yeah, but still nothing for either of them. I mean, yeah, as you said, there's great clues here that'll help them make a good region guess. You see Moo finally zooming in on Bali, Ecal also on Bali. They're basically on top of each other, so it makes sense here. But yeah, it really shouldn't be too many points. Nothing much to write home about. It is on one of the Nusas, as you mentioned. Can be possible over there as well. But that's Ecal just slightly closer.
For the reason both players going Bali there, we had some decorative roofs at the start of the round there, and those are very common in Bali because it's the only Indonesian province where Hinduism is the majority religion. So that's what they saw. They saw nothing else, so they both went Bali.
Both players going to know Kyrgyzstan on this right away. We got the Kyrgyzstan car, classic winter coverage that you would see as well. And Ecal already going to line up a road. You'd think that's something you'd see a player like Moo doing as well, but now he does. So let's see if anyone can find it here in the next 30 seconds.
Yeah, I'm wondering if that sort of arch there has any town name or anything on it, but the players do look a little unsure. They're more just trying to line up the road angle. Coverage is so limited in Kyrgyzstan that you can check the road angle and there's not going to be that many options in total.
Let's see. Timer running out. Neither player looking too confident on anything so far. 5 seconds to go. Moo and Bishkek. Ecal farther south. Let's see who has it. Oh, wow. It's just much farther west in the end. And Moo, slightly closer. We're now both at 2x multiplier. Also notice Moo got a haircut. W haircut? Yes or no?
See if it brings him good luck.
Let's see. All right, round 5.
I believe we did have a sign at spawn there. Oh, but Ecal has a taxi that does say Entre Rios on it. Insta-sending here, hoping Moo doesn't find the same police car here.
Which he has not yet. And it may come down to a region guess for Moo. He's got 3 seconds to get a pin down. It's not bad, but he's going to be in the wrong province.
Yeah, it's not too far away, but yeah, Ecal definitely closer. Moo after that unfortunate round 1 is going to lose quite a bit more damage, putting him in the yellow here on the health, and Ecal looking really good in their first ever World League game.
Looks like we may be back in Indonesia here. A little bit more urban. There might be more potential for the players to find some information here. Ecal's already found a main road. Moo has gotten there now.
Oh,
Kota Baru. Yep. And he knows.
wow.
So
Great
this
find.
is Kabupaten Kota Baru. That tells you what regency you're in. Moo may have the same information on that sign. It's very small, hard for us to read, but it looks like they are both in the exact same area, and they know what they're doing.
Yeah, really good guesses from both of them. Moo's going to be very happy he's just slightly closer on that because of that individual multiplier. It's not too much points, but yeah, it brings Moo up to 2.5 times multi to match Ecal here, keeping the game pretty even as we go into round number 7 on what looks like the US.
It does look like the US Bloom, and I think it's interesting the way that Ecal is playing this game, kind of similar to how most pros would play the World League last year, kind of just looking for info and just trying to get as close as they can rather than trying to pinpoint the 5K, which I do feel is somewhat valuable, at least in this format. And it looks like Ecal has a sign for Columbus here. And Moo has Columbus actually on his screen, so...
Wait.
Yeah, Moo had the town name fairly early, and he found a sign towards Bozeman and Boise, I think. So he already knows where he is, and looks like he is trying to 5K. He knows that under 15 seconds, there's no point guessing quickly, so you may as well try and narrow down the location. So I'm guessing that Moo's going to be getting maximum points here.
And he's locked. He sits back with the arms crossed. He's feeling good about that one. Even if he won't show it on his face, you can tell he is. Very nice 5K and our first of the Americas region.
So interesting thinking about the multipliers. I mean, we've never seen them like this before, but it really does change the way the game plays out. It's so important in any individual round to be closer than your opponent, even if it's just a tiny bit closer.
Yeah. Australia here on the round 8. Dai, talk to me about what you're thinking on this one.
Yeah, so we did have a Stovey poll in view, I believe, on Ecal's screen briefly, and we do have this pipeline, which is typically running along the A1, but there can be other pipelines, of course, especially on the Air Peninsula here, which I believe Ecal is on right now. Moo looks like he's on the other peninsula, so we could see a very difference in guesses here. Looks like Ecal has something to scan for here. Yanini?
Yeah, Yanni, it's on his screen. It was just a second ago. He missed it, but I think Ecal is quite close to it. I think it's just northwest of him, if I'm not mistaken. I think I spotted it very briefly.
So they will be quite close
there it is.
here.
Yeah. See it. Look at, yeah. That's gonna do it.
And Ecal, that should close out the game. Moo did have a good performance, but really Ecal with that consistency takes game 1 over Moo on the moving. That's really impressive.
Especially for Moo, who is such a phenomenal moving player. I mean, we've seen it all throughout the World League and the World Championship and everything last year, but it's a mode that he plays a ton of. The amount of geographical information that he knows is staggering. So, I mean, Ecal in his debut, winning a moving game against Moo is no joke.
Yeah, crazy impressive. I mean, Moo's probably not going to feel very good about that. Hopefully he can lock back in and make this a close game still, but we'll see. Ecal putting up a real fight. Let's go to no moving. Looks like, what is this, Argentina?
Yeah, it's looking like Argentina here, and Moo with the immediate zoom into Entre Rios here, which I do like with the coverage that we have. Ecal in a specific town. Do they have something to look at? I assume this is going to be a lot of grid lineups here because we don't have too much info on our street signs or anything like that.
Yeah, makes sense. Ecal is locked in. Moo, yeah, just trying to line up a town. You can look at the direction of the grid by looking straight down and lining up that compass. That's what you see Moo doing, just looking around at different towns, trying to find any of these town grids that line up. Maybe Moo has something that works, but let's see. Moo not in the correct town exactly, but is a bit closer there. 383 damage to start us off. A much better start for Moo this round than the previous game.
Round 2 looking a little bit trickier here.
Oh, yeah. I like the NA shout. I like US, maybe Canada. But yeah, this is a difficult one for sure.
He locks
Oh,
it
New
in,
York.
putting the pressure on in New York.
Dad,
does look
Dad, do you like US here? I think it would be US.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure. I could definitely see both, but I think with this hedge by Ecal, Moo's going for the same
Wow.
hedge here.
Wow.
Wow. Whew, really good guesses from both of them. But yeah, Ecal just a little bit closer there on round 2. And it's evened out just a little bit.
So impressive. I wasn't even sure what continent that was, and they're within 100 kilometers of it. That shows just the quality of these players. And very different round here. We appear to be in Ukraine, which the players will know from the long antenna and red car, which you see very commonly in Ukraine. Moo is in a town. Does he know something?
Ecal locked also. Now, Moo, looking at these towns very specifically, I mean, we saw both of them looking very closely at the antenna. I actually don't know, but there is probably some regional clues you can gather from antenna in Ukraine. I know, obviously, there is in Russia as well, but wow, Ecal has it. That is insane from Ecal.
Wow. I mean, Ukraine is
mentioned-
learnable.
Yes,
Yeah.
as mentioned, Bloom, there are regional clues in Ukraine now. I
Okay.
think Sword Slicer, one of the many people who have talked about A and B type variations in the Ukraine antenna. But we move into an Australia here. It looks like an Ecal has their marker down immediately in Tasmania.
Yeah, I like that shout, honestly. Feels very much like Taz, to be honest.
Yeah, I do like that. Very, very green. Almost reminiscent of New Zealand is often a decent way to tell you're in Tasmania. Of course, we've got typical Australian vegetation, so we will be in Australia. But I do like the idea, but the other option when it's green like this is Victoria, and Moo is maybe even thinking about New South Wales.
Well, let's see who has it. It is Victoria. Wow, south on the coast. That's really nice for Moo. Deals a decent bit of damage, and Moo's first lead so far in this match.
Very even right now. Even multipliers, basically even health. Again, Moo needs to win this if he wants to extend it to a third game.
All right, Sri Lanka on the round 5. Moo already trying to line something up. I mean, we're on a bridge, but how many bridges can there be in Sri Lanka? It's gotta be, what, thousands? So we'll see if anyone happens to line this up. But Ecal looking like just sending a hedge here.
Yeah, Sri Lanka, very mountainous in the center of the country, so that's kind of just where you click when it's mountainous like this, and it being a pretty small country. You won't see too much damage, but it does still matter for the multiplier.
Wow. Hedge pays off really nicely for Ecal. Deals some damage back, and just like that, the game is practically even. Let's go round 6.
Looking like Italy here. We've got these crossing signs with the 5 stripes. These are found in a lot of European countries, but this looks very Mediterranean. You've also got typical street signs, architecture, all pretty clearly Italy, I think. But again, the interesting thing is, where is the round going to be? How are the players going to narrow it down within the country?
Yeah, so it does look like Ecal had scanned Po Valley first with the mountains south, and now moving on to Sardinia or just southern Italy in general. I think Moo has something here that looks quite flat with mountain south, near Pisa it looks like.
That does look
And
pretty
Ecal
good.
not too far away.
I like the sort of central to northern Italy on this, just based off of how it looks. But let's see which one is going to be closer. It is going to be Moo there. Wow, that's going to be a nice little hit. 828, but Ecal still just above 3k health. It's still a close game. The multipliers are both at 2.5 times damage for the both of them. And we go on to round 7.
Yeah, this will be southern Russia, probably Kabardino-Balkaria or one of the subdivisions around there. You get a lot of this generation for winter coverage with these tall mountains down there near Mount Elbrus sort of area. Again, I imagine both players will be very, very close here. but the multiplier is a consideration. Even if you're a little bit closer, you up your multiplier by 0.5, which is definitely significant.
Yeah, both players just trying to line something up if they can. Ecal on a much smaller road than Moo is on, and has it locked in. Now, Moo, the pressure's on for you. Both players are going to be pretty close by here, so shouldn't be too many points. Again, we're having a very close no-move game. This is super exciting to watch. Moo now also on a smaller road, so let's see. It's going to be Ecal, just slightly closer.
Yep. And again, unfortunate for Moo there, really just because they were basically equidistant, but the multiplier advantage goes to Ecal. But the health's still very, very even. We're back in Indonesia, and we've got the same polls that Dai mentioned earlier.
Yes, once again, we do have those crossbars going to the outer insulator. Looks like Moo has a very specific, looking at Rote Island here. Not quite sure where Ecal's locked in, didn't actually see it on their screen, but both should be quite close in that Noose's region. But it's a matter of who is closer because they get that 0.5 multis increase as well.
He thought about the Sumba switch, but he didn't go for it, and it was glorious in the end. They actually went for the C hedge.
Wow. Okay, C hedge, it keeps Moo from taking too much damage, but I think even if he was on Timor, it would have been a similar amount there. But wow, game is so even once again. This health is crazy, but Ecal with a serious advantage with 3.5 times multi right now. Round number 9.
All right, we're looking at a somewhat difficult European round here. Looks like Moo is looking into Romania. I think that could make sense with our architecture here, and he has locked it in. So Ecal's still looking around. They're not quite sure what to think on this round. Looks like they're actually going for Czechia, Slovakia, maybe on the border here as a hedge. So very different guesses.
Oh my. This could be some big points. It is Slovakia, so Ecal's going to be closer. 3.5 times multi, that's 1,500 points of damage. And now Ecal with a big lead with 4 times personal multi and almost a 1,500 point differential between their health bars. This is crazy. Round 10, a quick Kenya. Ecal zooming in super fast. Moo's gonna, of course, know it's Kenya as well. But let's see who can be closer. Can Moo make a bit of a comeback, or will Ecal close it out?
You do wonder if it could be enough for Ecal to win the match here with 4x damage. Probably not in Kenya, but you never know. It can be tricky when the rounds are green like this. There is a good amount of coverage in the west that looks like this, but you also get some stuff north of Nairobi that can look deceptively similar. And Moo is going north of Nairobi, and Ecal is in the west, so this could decide the game.
Let's see. Timer up. Who has it? It is Western Kenya. Is that enough?
Yeah.
It is. Ecal starts their World League career 2-0ing Moo.
Wow. What a result for Ecal. Making a name for themselves in the first match. Like you said, against Moo, an established player, a previous World Championship participant, and absolutely one of the best players of the world when he's on his game. So what a huge, huge start for the newcomer.
Yeah, so fun to watch that happen. You know, it's sad to see Moo lose there as someone who's watched for a long time, but at the same time, how exciting is it to have a new player come out and 2-0? I mean, that is just so incredible to see. And that's not all for today. We have so many more games to come. Let's see what happened during that first game as well. In the other game, it looks like Gingi got a 2-0 over Lubeck. Is that an expected result to you, Dai?
I honestly think that Gingi being in the World League for so long, and with this being Lubeck's first match, he should ramp up as the season progresses. But I think Gingi was a little bit more favored in this matchup. But a 2-0 is surprising in that sense.
Yeah, definitely a good point there. I agree with everything said. Gingi has, I know, stopped playing as much, but he still got in there. Of course, he's been around for a long time. Really good player. But coming up, we're going to have Shad versus Radu C on the main broadcast. Jake, what are you thinking about that one?
I love this matchup so much. I mean, of the 6 newcomers, Shad is probably the one I know the best, the one I've played around the most. I mean, he's been in a bunch of competitions that I've been in. He played in one of the tournaments that I hosted, and he is such an underrated player. Probably his best mode is moving and specifically pinpointing, and of course we don't see pinpointing tested at the same level in these tournaments here, but he is also a really, really well-rounded player. Of course, playing against the world champion, is about the toughest test you can imagine. But Shad is a player who is absolutely capable. He can definitely make noise in this World League and perhaps even in this match.
Yeah, really great point. I have as well seen him play in a couple of competitions previously. Very strong player, and especially at pinpointing. So I think he's going to put up a real fight for Radu in the moving. I could even see him taking it against Radu, to be completely honest, especially right now. Now, of course, Radu is the GOAT. One of the GOATs of all time for GeoGuessr. You cannot deny that. But it must be said, he's in his master's program right now. He hasn't been playing nearly as much. He's been quite busy with school. So let's see how he can do now that he's back in the competitive scene after, spending a lot of time focused on the schoolwork and stuff. It's going to be fun to watch. I cannot wait to get it off on moving. Shad versus Radu C. What a second game. Any predictions here from the both of you?
I'll say Radu 2-1. I still have to say Radu because he's Radu, but I can definitely see Shad taking a game here.
Yeah, I like it. We're off on moving. No fast move should be mentioned as well. Of course, in our tournaments where the players play from home, we do turn off the fast move function, as everybody has different ping to the Google API servers. So gotta keep it fair, gotta keep it even. Nigeria to start us off. Radu in first, Shad to follow suit. Pretty close guesses though, but Shad just slightly closer.
Radu effectively opting to play that round no moving. Again, he knows how strong Shad is overall, but especially in moving. So if you get a round that's a little bit more rural and Radu thinks he has a good region guess, we might see him make some quick guesses in this match.
All right, round number 2. Oh, some signs there right off the bat. Should be in Argentina. Dai, I always think of you as a bit of a Latin America expert. Are you liking these guesses?
Yeah, I think it does say Tucumán on the sign there, maybe Santa Maria before that. So both of them looking in that area. Looks like Shad has the town here.
Wow.
RC still scanning for it, and he has found
10K.
it as well. So we might see our first double of the day.
That is exciting. On only round 2, the double 5K comes through. This is exactly what we were saying. This moving game is going to be top level. Best of the best moving players in the world. What a way to start us off. We go to round 3.
Yeah, so fun to watch these guys do their thing. Now, this is interesting. Could this possibly be a Costa Rica, a country that's new to GeoGuessr, although it could be Panama. I'm not actually sure yet.
Yeah, I can't totally tell. I mean, one of the big distinguishing factors players will use is they'll look at the Google copyright. As Costa Rica is all 2025, that can help narrow things down. Panama will have 23, so can't get that in Costa Rica. Neither player has looked yet. We do have a sign here for Radu. Anything there, Jake?
Oh, it's Ecuador. Oh my goodness. Wow. I did not see that coming at all. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I saw a big car in Latin America and I'm like, okay, I guess it's Panama or Costa Rica. But yeah, Pastaza is a province in eastern Ecuador. And here you go. We have Chardonnay going for Costa Rica, Panama, because I can't blame him at all. But Radu has the province and he could win the game. I think he will right here.
Oh my god. Jake, I trusted you. But yeah, Shad thinks the
so
same.
Did Shad.
Oh my. Oh, it's not game. It's not game. It's not game. It's not game. Shad stays alive. Wow. Okay. What a round.
You see the importance of the multipliers. Had that been 2x instead of 1.5, it would be over.
Yeah. True. Well, Shad, hopefully you can lock back in and keep a level head. We go to Australia on the round 4. What? Radu? Radu's in a city? Radu? Excuse me?
I didn't even see what he saw. Maybe he saw a sign for Coolguardy, but we've got some signs here on Shad's screen as well. And,
Okay, now, yeah. Wow. I don't think Radu saw a sign. I think he just knew the town.
Yeah,
Radu.
there's the 5K.
Radu. I mean, yeah, I was worried a little bit. Oh, Radu is in literally a master's program where he's in classes all day, every day, doing homework all day, every day. I was wondering, oh, maybe that'll be a little bit of a nerf to him. No, doesn't look like it. Does not look like it. This is an insane performance, and we go on to round 5.
Something that is sort of fun about that is that Radu got the 5K and Chardonnay got 4997, but that actually matters now. Like, you could get a little bit of extra multiplier from that, so there is a bit of an incentive to 5K, which I think is pretty fun.
Definitely fun. Makes every single round matter so much. Some signs there. Jake, you are just the fountain of place name knowledge. Anything recognizable?
Yeah, sure. Nakhon Sawan and Kampang Pets, those are both provinces of Thailand. The players will certainly know those. They're labeled pretty large on the map as well. I don't know why why is one of the neighborhoods in Spanish? What in the world? But they're narrowing it down here. Again, Radu can win. He's very, very close to knocking Shad out. Shad doesn't look quite as sure about where he is.
Let's see. Wow. Radu. I mean, again, they are so close, but with the individual multiplier format, that is so rewarding for Radu. He goes up to 3 times multiplier on the individual multi there, and just keeps that insane lead going. Shadu on his last breath. Let's see what happens here on the round 6.
I will say, guys, it's also very important that Radu C is 5K'ing these locations, especially with such a big lead, because that means Shadu is going to have a bit harder time knocking him out in one round. So Radu C is still keeping up with the pinpointing, even though he's at a very big lead in this situation.
Yeah, couldn't be done on this round. Not enough info there. And Shad deals a little bit of damage. Ups that personal multiplier just a tiny bit.
Shad is French. I believe he lives in Quebec, but I think he knows France very, very, very well. So he saw a town name there, a small town, and he knew it immediately. So that was definitely an advantage for him. But Radu had the area code, I think, got the right department, so he was just fine there.
Impressive stuff all around. Round 7 now, and we had a bunch of Polish bollards right off the bat, which of course are going to be super helpful. But besides that, very hard to guess otherwise.
Yeah, Żegna, I don't know what that is. The name's some kind of region or park or something, but I doubt it'll be of that much use. And it may just come down to a vibe guess here for both players. Again, Shad is on his last legs. He needs to be closer here to stay alive. I don't think there's info on that either.
Okay, region guess coming in from Radu. Shad, they're a little farther apart from each other, and it's really far east, so that's going to be good for Shad. It's going to deal a little bit of damage, 1,200 actually with the multiplier. Not bad, of course, Radu still with a very nice lead here, but that does actually even out the individual multiplier and keeps Shad at least slightly in this game. Round number 8.
I mean,
Looks like we're in
Go ahead.
Colombia here, and we have yellow plates all around us. Doesn't look like we're within that high altitude range of the Andes. Maybe in a bit smaller foothills here. Looks a bit more tropical as well. Jake, did you see anything that they might have? Looks like Shad might have something on that police
There
barrier.
was some kind of thing, but I don't think it was helpful. But Radu may have something. Actually, that might be a province board. Is that Kakita? That looks like a province a department outline to me, but I might be going crazy. But there might be just stuff written there, so we'll see. But
Yeah, it's really hard to read
it
that
up.
sign,
I
not
can't
gonna lie.
read it, but
Okay, wow, but Radu.
wow.
I mean, Radu just, he does it. He closes it out. I mean, Shad was looking down further south at first, switched the guess much farther north there in the end. And Radu closes out the game finally. 1-0.
I think that actually may have been the outline of Kakita. I'm somewhat happy with myself for identifying that. But Radu, I think he had the town names rather than the department outline. But either way, he gets it done. And well, I mean, he always does. He always seems to. He's the best for a reason.
He is the best for a reason. You gotta feel a little bad for Shad, right? Like, this is your first ever pro game, and you're facing the reigning world champion. I mean, props has to be given for him not giving up, going down to 200 health and sticking with it, keeping it semi-close there for a while. Major props. Let's see what happens here on the no move now. Shad, Radu C, let's do it.
All right, looks like we're hopping in immediately into a Columbia here. We do have that cross on the side, and yeah, it's a very wet road here, so Radu C is straying a bit further west. I think the 13 is a lot of rainy coverage on this pavement. So it looks like he's trying to look for a lineup on this road. Shad's getting a bit further north towards Sincelejo.
Yeah, finding this would be crazy impressive. Definitely doable for players of this caliber, but we'll see what they can do. Radu is... Why does he look a bit confident here? Like, okay, he's not locking that in, but it looked like he was about to. Just about 10 seconds left to go. Both players have maybe something that they like. It seems like Shad was a little farther north than Radu, if I saw that correctly. But let's see. Timer up.
Oh.
Radu?
Oh my goodness.
Radu? What? I mean, what? Like, that is just insane. What a way to start the no move game. Even Shad had to give his own little props to that. You saw he had a little eyebrow raise on that one in reaction. Unreal from Radu. Not a 5K, but what a great guess to start that off. We go to round 2 in Bhutan.
Yeah, Radu in Latin America is certainly a force to be reckoned with. Bhutan will be easy to identify for both players, no question. But again, multipliers matter, and it's a small country, but not a tiny one, so there's still some points on offer here.
Looks like Shad is scanning more on a yellow main road here. Oh, Radu C has switched to scanning that same yellow road, it looks like. But he was originally scanning that white road west. And he's locked something in here. Looks like Shad is on something that looks not terrible.
It's a breach, though, according to the POI, so
right.
Not sure, but maybe.
Let's see, timer finally up. Oh, I mean, very similar guesses here. And Radu is just going to be slightly closer. It's not much damage, but that individual multiplier is going to go up. We're going to go to round 3. Shadu needs to make a bit of a comeback. Let's see if he can do it.
Shadu? Is that a portmanteau of the two players?
Yeah, I'm liking
Radu C.
Radu C.
Yeah. Although, yeah, Shad, it should be mentioned, is known as Shadune in a lot of the in the community. So they do have pretty similar names, to be fair.
That's why I included that there, the Shadu, and then I almost said the whole thing, and then I stopped myself. All right, Argentina, and Shad locks in. Shad locks in first.
Both players are opting towards a La Pampa here with the east-west grid line. So it's just going to be a matter of who's closer here. Who could maybe line it up with that town that we had? Wow. Shad.
Yeah, Shad does it. A little closer. It's not much points, But again, finally, he's got a multiplier on the board. He's at 1.5x damage now.
Here we go. Are we back in North America here? Is this like a Canada, perhaps? I'm not so sure myself, but...
Would probably have to agree with you there, Jake. It's probably Canada here. It's just a matter of whether you go a bit further east here or you stray more towards the plain states like Manitoba, something like that. I think both players considering that option. We do have what looks like a late autumn coverage. And Radu C going for a very specific guess near Val d'Or.
Wow. Chardonnay looking at Ontario. Very,
Okay.
very difficult. I might have been in the prairie provinces if it was me. Like you said, Manitoba kind of area could also make sense here. It's a very, very tricky round. I'm thinking about a switch maybe, but he leaves it.
Wow, it's New Brunswick, actually. Okay. And Shad actually just slightly closer there, technically. So that's going to get him a 2x multiplier now. But he's still down in points. Let's see if he can make more of a comeback in terms of damage dealt. We go into round 5.
Okay, round 5 here, looking like Turkey, extremely flat, and we kind of have this autumn-colored grass. Thinking Konya or Ankara here, I think, makes the most sense with this type of landscape. Very open, very flat. You see some slight mountains. Looks like Shad's looking towards Konya, where Radu C is scanning in Ankara. And it is Kırşehir there, and Radu C is going to be a bit closer.
Yeah, good from Radu there. Just chips away some more damage. Keeps that lead on his side.
Rural Europe here, not necessarily obvious. Is that a sign over there? Maybe a yellow... It's like a town entry sign, perhaps. So Serbia would work with a yellow sign, and I guess we maybe don't have the antenna on the Google car either, which would be a great clue for Serbia.
Yeah, no antenna here, Jake, I think. So I think we are looking at that northern Serbia region. Especially with this corn, very flat farm fields here. Both looking in that northern area.
Yeah, totally lines up. Now, of course, the question is, you do have two pinpointing legends here. Can they find something that works? Gonna be unlikely, but you can see that they're both still at least trying to do so. 10 seconds to go. Make that 5. Wait, they just zoomed in on the same road at the same exact time. I don't know if you guys saw that, but they were perfectly in sync for a second there. But let's see who's actually close.
Oh, he got it!
Radu?
Oh my goodness.
Radu? Hello? Radu?
I mean, even if you're confident that it's Vojvodina, which both players were, there are so many roads there. Like, it is very difficult to line it up regardless. That is still such an impressive thing that he can do that in a minute.
Wow. I mean, that is the road that they both zoomed in on at the exact same time, though, and then Shad opted to just kind of hedge, I think, a little bit more. It looked like. I don't even think he was actually on a road there, but it was the one they both looked at. Radu committed to it. Crazy impressive. That was awesome to watch. Round 7, though, here on Namibia, and Radu already zooming in. Thinks he's going to make a guess pretty soon here. We're halfway through the round.
I do like a bit more of the southern half of the country here. We do have a railroad running alongside the road, and Radu C does have a road with a railroad there. Looks pretty good on the lineup, I think.
Yeah.
Oh,
Shad is in
good.
South Africa,
Ooh.
actually.
Wait,
there
but
is-
we have the antenna.
It
so
should
that-
be Namibia here,
Yeah.
with the
Yeah.
antenna in the front.
Oh boy. Yep.
Wow. That's a bit of a blunder there, I would say, from Shad. Maybe just didn't notice that antenna. You can, of course, get small cam now in South Africa, which can look quite similar. But we had that antenna, which should limit you to Namibia there with that coverage. So great from Radu there to not only get Namibia, but he was also on the road. What an impressive start for Radu C. Coming back as, of course, the reigning world champion. Still proving himself. regardless of how much time he's spending on his master's program right now. You love to see that. But of course, seeing Shad as well, a pleasure. Such a bummer to have to go up against the reigning world champ first game. We're sorry, Shad. Hopefully, it won't be this case next week, but we'll see. Not out of it, of course. We still got the Swiss system. Shad is going to go down to the losers section of the Swiss format, so he's still in this. He's still got more matches to come. Let's see what happens. Looks like Gym Intimidator and Orlando is still going on, actually, as we speak. It's 1-1. Who do you think takes NMPZ there, Dai?
I think Gym Intimidator is a bit more favored in NMPZ. I think he's a bit more practiced in that mode. I think Orlando mainly a no-move player, but that's not to say Orlando can't pull off, I wouldn't say a big upset, but I think it would be an upset in NMPZ to beat Gym Timmy.
Yeah, I agree. Gym Timmy is a force to be reckoned with. I mean, we saw it in the Open Major last season. He definitely put up a very good fight. And now he's back here in the World League. I am so happy to see him. I know for a long time he would make his name, it was the Gym Intimidator for World Championship, and then like whatever year it was, right? Am I remembering that correctly?
Yes, that sounds right to me.
Yeah, that was exactly classic.
Either, but yeah, he's had his sights set on this for a while, I think.
Yes, he sure has, and I'm very happy to see him here. MK's neighbor, if you think about it. So we've got two Pennsylvanians. Is that how you would say that? I guess that's how you would say that. Who knows? Anyways, excited to see who ends up taking that match there in the NMPZ, Orlando or the newcomer Gym Timmy. But there's still another set of matches to happen in our round one of the Swiss. And I am very excited for this one. We're going to be getting to see Matias for the first time. We have not been able to see him, a new Brazilian on the scene. We have 3 Brazilians this year in Americas, which is so awesome to see. Big shout out to the Brazilian community. The GeoGuessr community in Brazil has been growing so much in the last year or two. So really awesome to see Lo-Fi and Matias, 2 Brazilians, making it here to the World League. It's super exciting. I know Matias is like a crazy twos grinder. He grinds twos all the time. So fun to see him finally here. And he's going to be up against MK. Haven't seen MK yet today, so I'm crazy excited. Dai, I want you to talk to me a little bit about this match. What are you thinking about it?
Yeah, I actually think it should be a pretty balanced matchup in terms of Matias and MK both not really being known for their moving particularly. So I'm curious to see as to what strategy both players implement in terms of, I know MK was doing a lot of insta-sending last year in the World League, so we'll see if that continues or if he alters his play style a bit playing against Matias here and if he favors himself in moving in that way. I think no move, both of them are quite good. I think it's both of their main modes, I'd say. So that should be an absolutely banger match when we do get there. And then NMPZ, I don't know. We'll see how that goes. I think MK a bit more favored, perhaps, but it should be a banger set throughout.
Yeah, I am excited. I mean, it's just been so exciting to see new players on the scene with this new World League. I mean, we got to see it, of course, last year. It was super exciting. We had a ton of new faces, and we're doing it once again. So excited to see Matias versus MK. Whenever it's ready, I'm not sure if we're ready. I'll find out soon. But yeah, that'll be a good one. And then what was the other match that's happening at the same time? It's going to be Lo-Fi Fao, I believe, is the other leftover one that'll be happening as well. So yeah, we can take a look at that, actually. Yeah, Lo-Fi Fao. I mean, what, Jake, talk to me about that one. What can be said there?
I mean, to be completely honest with you, I know very little about Lo-Fi as a player. I think this is a bit of a wild card for me. Fao, of course, one of the players that I know best, not only in Americas, but in the whole World League. But he's a very well-established player, of course, semi-finalist in the World Championship in 2023 and 24. But he missed out on the Grand Finals in 2025, so he's going to hope to bring it back this season and finish top 4 in the region and secure his spot at the World Championship. But I mean, Fao is a great moving player. I know that for sure. So perhaps I would favor him in moving. But again, maybe Lo-Fi is a moving player. I don't even know that. Perhaps you or Dai have more insights on that. But a player I'm very excited to see play, but definitely a wild card in my eyes.
Yeah, and I like what you're talking about Fao. Fao is one of those, honestly, household names in the GeoGuessr Pro scene. He's just been around for so long. One of those players who really shocked us in the very first World Championship with an insane performance, getting all the way to the semifinals and giving Constance a serious run for his money there, and then doing semifinals again at the 24 World Championship. Not the performance he exactly wanted in the 2025 season, but he's making a comeback, so we'll see what happens there. Obviously, that's going to be the one off screen. As we were mentioning first, it's going to be Matias versus MK, and it seems like we're finally ready for that match to take place. I am very excited to see how Matias plays, because as I mentioned, I really only see Matias play in 2v2. Now he's solo, and he's in the Pro League. And he's guessing first.
Very, very quick guess. I wasn't quite sure what he saw. I wasn't quite able to read it, but MK is in the same area of Mexico.
Yeah, but I like what we were talking about earlier about how these players are not necessarily the moving guys, you know? And you see it right there. Matias didn't move at all, and MK, I think, clicked once down the road. So that is probably going to be pretty indicative of what we're going to see here in this matchup, but maybe they prove us wrong. Let's find out. Round number 2.
Yeah, and likely a sharp contrast to what we saw with Shad and Radu, such experienced moving players, the both of them, but... We've got, Moray Firth. I mean, there's all sorts of good information here. We're going to be in Scotland. But the question is, how well will the players be able to use the info? Again, Matias is just deciding, what the heck? I'm going to send it. I know I'm in this rough area. And he's just not going to bother. So, yeah, we might see a lot of that, like you said, in this game.
Okay. Timer running out. MK using the timer to his fullest extent. Still moving around to the last second and is just slightly closer. That's going to raise that personal multi. But Matias really has not taken too much damage here. We're going to go on to the round number 3. MK, you'd love to see that room again. Like, I feel like we're so back. The World League is so back now that I just see MK in his room. I don't know if that makes any sense, but it's just like classic.
It just feels right.
Exactly.
We've seen MK in many forms there as well. I mean, Shiesty MK, Hoodie MK, and now he doesn't have the hood up today, but he is just a constant in that room, and looks like both players going Northern Oman here.
Yeah, this round shouldn't be too much to write home about. We see some mountains. We know it's Oman. Mountains are going to tend to keep you closer to that northern part of Oman there. Both players going there, and MK, once again, these players are making such similar guesses, but MK just that tiny bit closer. Again, it's not dealing too much damage, but it's great for that individual multiplier. He's already on 2.5 times multi.
And you see maybe a little bit of inexperience from Matias. I don't know if he looked both directions there, but like there was a green sign in view at the start, and MK went straight to it. And Matias didn't really turn around, and he just went into the town. So MK has Cardona. He's already narrowing this down based off of the road numbers and town names that he sees. And Matias is going the other way, and he has nothing so far. Except a town name now, but good luck finding that.
Yeah, that looked pretty small. I mean, gonna know it's Uruguay. But again, on our previous multiplier system, Uruguay would not have meant too much on a round 4. But right now, with MK finding that sign, he should be closer.
He actually found it.
Wait.
Wow.
He found it.
I did not give him enough credit. He didn't need the extra info. He just needed the small town. And MK had the info, and he hasn't found it.
Wow. So actually, this is going to go to Matias. That is so beautiful to see. Again, not too much damage, but finally, Matias gets a multiplier on the board.
Yeah, and I think that sign was a bit to MK's detriment there, because he did think Cardona was a little bit closer than he was to that location. So he was scanning a bit closer to Cardona, but it did end up being a bit further away on the 12, but it is the biggest city on the 12 to the east of the town that Matias had.
Are we in France here, perhaps? Or Belgium, even, with that sign? Yeah, Jamagne. So we're going to be in the French-speaking part of Belgium, Wallonia, so the southern half. Both players will know that from the signage that they see. A couple of other small towns there. MK might just go ahead and look for those.
Matias had some signage, but it looked more like an advertisement, if anything, so did not look too helpful. MK is just, Sticking with that one sign, trying to find this one town that's probably so small. Matias finds a sign right there at the end. Couldn't even use it, but is closer. So Matias is totally staying in this game. Points are pretty much even now. Matias on a 2x multi. Multis are pretty close now as well. We're going to move on to round 6. Ooh, a sign right off the bat, but I couldn't really read it.
Yeah, it didn't say much. Posto Corralillo, I don't know what that is. Some small farm or something, but... or maybe it's like a industrial plant of some kind. Anyway, don't think it helps, so the players will move down the road and see if they can find a little bit more. Tihuateco, that's probably a town, but again, very, very difficult to find, I imagine. There's a taxi, and it's gone.
Oh. Yeah, Matias doesn't look too happy about that.
Yeah.
Coverage switched there, and the taxi disappears. MK did zoom in here a bit. He's on East Coast. I think what is he in, like Veracruz, I think? I didn't get a good look, but...
Looks to be.
Yeah, I think
Matias
he's
in
seeing
Oaxaca.
fruit trees potentially on the hill there, and that's why he's around that Poza Rica area, if I'm not mistaken.
Wow. Wow. That's really impressive. Talk to me about those fruit trees, Dai.
Yeah, so those are typically found in that northern Veracruz area as to where MK has clicked there. I mean, a great guess from him because you normally don't think of that area with Black Car in Mexico. But just an overall good snipe from MK there, noticing those fruit trees and getting a good guess down. And we have an insta-lock-in in Austria here, Bloom.
Oh, yeah. Time's already not on MK's side. 5 seconds to go. He's gonna know it's Austria, but where is he gonna go? It's actually pretty similar guesses, so this could really be anyone's game. It is MK's, though. Shouldn't close out the game, but wow, MK is going to go up to 3.5 times multiplier after Matias managed to make a little bit of a comeback there. MK has really taken the reins back, and we go to round 8, Matias on 1600 health.
Again, zooming in very quickly, and he may just go for it again. He really has not been taking a lot of time. Again, I think he doesn't feel super comfortable in the moving mode, and maybe just wants to put a little bit of pressure on, see if he can make a good guess and catch MK off guard here.
Yeah, seems like it. They're both more southern Sri Lanka right now. MK is farther south, it looks like, than Matias, and it's just slightly closer. That one is a bummer for Matias because it's really not much. A 16-kilometer difference. And MK just raises that multiplier once again. 4x damage for MK right now. Round number 9, we're in India here. We do have Boxcar. That limits you to a couple states in India. It looks pretty dry as well. Obviously, poll clues can happen and be very helpful, but not noticing any right now. I mean, I don't know. I might be sending like a Maharashtra here, but Dai, I want you to take it from here. What do you think?
Yeah, as mentioned with the Boxcar here, I think there's a couple of places that you can consider. It doesn't look like we have... Was that Hindi, Jake?
I thought it was
that...
I thought it was Kannada. I thought it was Karnataka language, maybe.
Yeah.
But,
okay.
I didn't get a great look.
I think this card does exist around bigger towns in Karnataka, if I'm not mistaken.
I may have seen it wrong, though, to be fair. I'm not so sure about the car
It didn't look
meta.
like Hindi.
No,
to
it
be
didn't
honest.
look like Hindi. He is going to go... It looks like maybe Maharashtra, but Matias is in Rajasthan here. This is a big difference.
Oh, wait, kind of moves last second? No, and keeps it there. Yeah, so it is Maharashtra. I think it's right on the southern border, and that wins MK the moving game. Really nice start there from MK. Matias, you didn't play too bad, though. You should still feel good about how you played, and maybe Matias can lock back in a little bit and get ready for this no move. I think we saw quite a few rounds there where they made pretty similar guesses, and MK just happened to be that slight bit closer, and that really helped him out. Of course, MK had a couple rounds where he really outguessed Matias, and that's what won him the game. But overall, relatively close. I'm very curious to see how this no move is going to go.
I mean, that game was almost a no-move game. It felt like there were a couple rounds where the players found info and were actually able to use it, for example, the Uruguay. But a lot of those rounds, they were kind of just either guessing very quickly or finding stuff that didn't really help them in the end. And the guesses that won MK the game were the Mexico and the India, which were rounds where he didn't have any written information at all.
Yeah, great points. No, what a round. What a round. I like Peru here. I don't know, Dai, what are you thinking?
Yeah, I think it makes sense with these very dry hills, not as much vegetation on them as well. MK seems to have an idea of Peru. Both players going Peru as well. I think I would stray towards that northern half of the country with these dry hills. Kind of slight vegetation here.
Yeah, MK locks in first.
He has moved up, but MK.
Wow. MK, that is an amazing guess to start us off. MK had a little bit of I don't know exactly how I would describe it, but not necessarily the performance I know he hoped for at the World Championship in 2025. And comes into question, has MK, I would never say fallen off, but, has he lost a bit of his reign that he has held as one of those top players in the world? Doesn't seem like it here, now that we're finally seeing him in the pro scene once again after a break. I'm loving this. Go to round 2.
Yeah, like you say, MK's guesses so far have been just amazing. So precise. And this is what we're used to seeing from him. I mean, that's how he made it to Game 5 at the Grand Final of the World Championship in 2024, but he wants to prove to us he is not done yet.
Oh yeah. Locking in first once again, so keeping pressure up, but they're both gonna know the country here. It's just gonna be coming down to who's closer. And let's see, it's gonna be MK there just slightly again. That's a little over 500 points of damage. A really nice start here from MK. Can Matias make a bit of a comeback? Let's see what happens here on round number 3.
Oh.
Is this... Ooh, this is the car that you get... I forget what the name of the highway is, but this is the US, right? This is the Ford car?
I think it's quite commonly found in a lot of states now.
Yeah, okay.
MK has a very specific guess here. We have no front plate on that truck, which is quite interesting, but I don't think we're paying too much mind into that one. Looks like Matias is looking towards that eastern Colorado area, while MK is looking more towards the south here on the New Mexico border. So both in the same state, but somewhat different guesses here.
Okay, MK locks in first. Yeah, I believe I'm not mistaken. This is like the Trans-American Road or something that Ford covered with Google that goes across the entire country of the US. Very cool coverage.
Perhaps a little confidence boost for Matias there, just getting a little bit of damage and getting that multiplier above 1.
We go to round 4.
Is this India again? Yeah, it looks to be.
Seems like it. I considered Nepal, but it should just be India.
I think it should be India. Both players zooming quite confidently.
Yeah, wow. And a good guess from MK. I like that sort of central vibe based off of that, and that deals a significant portion of damage. Matias on 1400 health. Ooh,
like
round 5.
Europe
what do you
here,
think,
but
Jake? Yeah.
very, very difficult. Bosnia is, I mean, that would make sense with the small cam coverage that we have here. A lot of new coverage in Bosnia and Herzegovina, but far from the only option on a round like this.
Yeah, Matias is in Italy while MK is locking in Bosnia. So let's see if he is correct or if Matias is going to have this in Italy. It looks like he's considering somewhere else, and it's actually France in the end. So Matias is going to be much closer there. Deals 1,100 points of damage. MK still with the lead, but that's great for the mental for Matias. You're still in this. Let's see what you can do. We go to round 6.
All right, looks like we are in Argentina here. Both players with an immediate zoom in. We do have a mountain, it looks like, to our northeast here, so I think they're going to be using that to line up a little bit more. Both players in that Mendoza, Neuquén region. It looks like maybe Matias a bit further down in Argentina, latitude-wise.
Both just looking to see if they can find a road that lines up with the angle they have. Neither has found anything that they quite like yet.
Okay, timer running out. Really using that full minute there, and just, yeah, as you were saying, nobody finding what they like, but it is actually Matias closer. Neuquén province, 3,500. MK's on 100 health. What is that?
Wow. And again, it's like had the multiplier just been 0.5 higher, that would have been game right there. But MK, just a little bit of life left. But at this stage of the duel, I mean, 1,400 versus 100 isn't even that much of a difference. Wow.
MK lining up something super specific here in Japan, far north.
Yeah, I do love Hokkaido here, Bloom. I do think we could be looking at that island that MK is looking at. Kind of an atypical Japan in general, I think, with the sandiness. Oh, and we have a big spread.
That's a big
I think
spread,
we have
all right.
low cam, but Matias might think it's small cam?
Yeah, I think that's what's happening here, Bloom.
I think Japan is good here with this vegetation. The switch!
Oh, the switch!
He does, but he's still not in Hokkaido.
Wow, and I think it should go to MK here. It does. Really nice guess from MK with 2.5 times multi. He takes it back. What an exciting no move. And MK closes it out there on Hokkaido.
That is so brutal for Matias, especially after that great guess in Argentina, getting MK down to 100 health, but he couldn't quite close it out. MK finds a way in the end. Again, if you're Matias, you're a newcomer. Like, this is your first match of the World League. There's no shame in losing to a player of this quality, but he knows how close he was to taking that to NMPZ and possibly getting a match win in his first ever match in the World League.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely showed why he qualified for the World League. You know what I mean? Like, great performances all around. Would have been a little scary if he went Greece there, so it's good he caught himself on that one and switched over to Japan in the end. But yes, of course, overall, very nice performance and a great way to close out the first round of the Swiss system. That was a really fun one, a 2-0 there from MK. And I think if we're ready, we can take a look at how everything went. A little recap over the entire round one. It seems like what's still going on is FAO versus Lo-Fi. Looks like FAO is up 1-0. And that other game from earlier did finish out as we predicted, with a Timmy winning the NMPZ in a 2-1 fashion. And of course, we just watched that 2-0 from MK over Matias, and here's everything else that happened in the round one. Dai, when you look at exactly how round one has played out so far, of course, we're still waiting for that Lo-Fi FAO game to finish up. Would this be expected? Any surprises you want to cover for anyone who's just hopped in?
Yeah, I think for many onlookers here, many people might see the Ecal Moo game 2-0 as an upset, but I honestly think that Ecal, they've been working on all three of their modes pretty consistently, and I think they are quite balanced. Out of all of our new players, I think them and Timmy are probably the most balanced, so not really too surprising there that both of those players did pick up wins in their first match.
Yeah, that's a great point. I really like that. Ecal is definitely going to be a force to be reckoned with, and we definitely saw it up against Moo. And now that things have shaped up a little bit, at least, we have almost all of, our next round of Swiss. We're going to get Ecal versus Gingi, 2 winners, and Jim Timidator versus Radu C, our other 2 winners. And then in the losers brackets of the Swiss, it's going to be Moo versus Lubeck up first. And then it's going to be Orlando versus Shad. Jake, talk to me about what you're thinking about these.
Wow, I mean, I guess now that we see it all in one place, the Americans did pretty well for themselves in round one so far here. But yeah, I mean, for Americans, this is going to be fun to see the 2 derby matches. But again, it's like the old players versus the new players, the unknowns versus the known quantities. Ecal
Yeah.
and Gym Timidator are new to the scene, and we haven't seen them so much. Gingi and Radu, we've seen a lot. So I think those are going to be really, really fun matches, because it's just like kind of like the first round of matches that we saw. It was like, we know one player, we don't know the other. Let's see how they stack up against each other. So there's going to be a lot more of that for us.
Yeah, the new guard versus the old guard seems to be a theme developing in the Americas region so far right now. And as you saw there, those green highlighted matches are the ones that we're going to get to watch, which means we're getting just the winner's bracket of this section of the Swiss. And of course, it's only round 2 of the Swiss. We have many to go, but this should be exciting. It seems like our first one will be that Ecal match versus Gingi. I honestly have no idea how this is going to go, but I am super excited for it nonetheless. An amazing performance that Ecal started off the day with. Let's see what Ecal can do up against Gingi. We have some stats here based off of, this is only off of the first round so far, but we have some stats now finally. 100% win right there for Ecal, 44% precision, and 38.9 average guess time. Definitely takes their time.
Yeah.
Jake, talk to me about Gingi.
Gingi with an even longer average guess time in his first match. Again, very limited sample size, as you said, but same number for precision and same win rate, of course. Both players getting 2-0 victories in their first matches. So we'll see who comes out on top here. Will it be Gingi, who was the America's regional champion in 2024? Or will it be Ecal, who has burst onto the scene with a very impressive 2-0 win against Moo in the first round?
Yeah, I can't wait for those stats pages to really progress and update as we head further into the World League. Those are going to be super exciting to see. Always nice to see some stats, but we have some to start us off. And we go on to the first round of the moving Ecal versus Gingi.
I mean, Lithuania, Gingi must have found some info, because he guessed very far east there. I didn't quite see what he saw, however. Ecal does have a couple of town names, but I don't know if they know where they are. I'll leave it in the middle.
Let's see. Leave it in the middle. Does Gingi have it? No, Gingi does not. So the hedge actually pays off very nicely there for Ecal. Deals a little bit of damage, and the multiplier goes up for Ecal. Go to round 2.
I'm now curious what made Gingi go that far east. But perhaps we'll never know.
Round 2 die. What are you thinking?
Looks like we're into Bulgaria here, I think. Pretty decent signage in Bulgaria, especially as you're leaving the town. Looking for that town name as well. Both players not finding anything yet. Jake, what should we specifically be looking for in Bulgaria here?
I like what you say about leaving a town. You'll get signs when you enter an exit. Also, blue signs if you're anywhere near a highway. You'll get road numbers, signs to larger towns, things like that. So a lot of it in Bulgaria is knowing town names, but neither player finding anything there, and they happen to be quite far west.
How did they end up in the exact same spot? That's the question. Like, that is just crazy. But Ecal just very slightly closer and gets that 2 times multiplier. Now we go to round 3.
Again, Ecal opting to move immediately. Gingi taking a little more time to take in his surroundings. CHIS, that's Chiapas. And I don't know. I mean, Ecal's in Chiapas as well. I don't know if it says Chiapas on that sign that they have, but I don't know if... Yeah, well, okay, now we can see Chiapas written out in full, so they will definitely both know where they are. And is Haltenango, was that written as well? I'm not sure.
I think Ecal also had Haltenango written on a sign, so I think they're both scanning for it at this point.
Well, that was there in the mountains, or Haltenango de la Paz, assuming it's the same thing, I'm not sure, but that was definitely on the map for Gingi a little bit earlier. There it is, just south of Ecal.
Ooh, yes.
But who knows, it could be another Haltenango.
We're gonna find out, Jake. I'll tell you that much. Timer running out. Let's see.
There it was,
okay.
I think, yeah.
Yeah. But Ecal is closer again, so this is a really great start here for Ecal. Gonna have 2.5 times multiplier now. Gingi hasn't taken too much damage. It has still been close for sure, but that multi racking up for Ecal is amazing. Go to round 4. Looks like, what is this, Greece?
Yeah, or could it ever be Cyprus?
Maybe. Let's see if we can end up finding some signs. Looks like they're the Greek there, yeah.
Takis? No, probably not. I couldn't quite read it. It's very small. But yeah, I mean, in Greece, you'll be looking at crash bins to tell you the name of the municipality that you're in, which is quite often named after a town. Gingi has a sign. Couldn't see that either. It's probably quite small. Maybe just that.
Looks like he's trying to. Very beautiful bay here that could be something line-upable. But, oh, ferry boat with some...
Gingi and Asta close. Although they don't either. It doesn't look like Gingi does.
Yeah, Gingi's gonna hedge in the water, actually. Wow, and it's actually Western Greece. And Ecal closer just a bit once again.
It was not Thrakis, it was Ithakis. Ithaca, which is the island of Odysseus' home island from the Odyssey. But yeah, it's one of those Ionian islands in Western Greece. So I think there actually was good info on the bin, but neither of them was able to quite pick up on it.
I think we're back in Ukraine, which we talked about earlier. Did you see that antenna there?
Yeah, we are back into Ukraine. I think we did see Ecal get a nice guess down in Ukraine against Moo in the first match. They got the town, I believe, so we'll see if they can continue that hot streak.
And it's actually way farther east, but Ecal's still closer, just chipping away damage. Gingi at exactly half health.
Wow, but yeah, the thing that really stands out is that multiplier. 3.5 to 1.
Oh, yeah.
And Jaén, okay, so Jaén is a province in southern Spain, as well as a city, of course. And then Sierras de Cazorla is probably a mountain range. But Gingi's got a road number that he's looking for here. Ecal just scanning.
I believe
Jaén.
Ecal did have that mountain range a bit east of Jaén. But Gingi with the road number bit closer here. I think he's on the road, right?
I think he probably is. If he sent, I imagine he found it. And yes, he did.
Yeah, he is. And there it is for Gingi. Finally, some damage on the board. And finally getting some form of multiplier. It's not much, but at least it's something. 1.5x multi for Gingi now. But it's still really looking like Ecal's game here on the moving. Let's see what happens here on the round 7. Have the tides turned, or is that a one-off for Gingi?
Both players opting to move west here, so if either finds information, they probably both will. Although Gingi actually seems to have turned around, so perhaps not. So, a sign for Ecal. I don't think it had much on it, though. And now he's just going to make a no-move guess, because he's not going to get to any info, so just tries to take in the landscape and get what he can get out of it.
Timer running out. 10 seconds. Ecal still hasn't even opened the map. Finally does. Hedging in the water here, kind of above Palermo, closer to Naples now, but still in the water, hedging the Italian islands. Wow, okay, it's actually down in the, what do you call that? The foot. I almost said the boot, but it's not the boot. It's the heel.
Yeah, it's the other part of the boot, the toe.
It's the toe.
I would just call it Calabria, but yeah.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
So South Korea with a 032 area code. I believe 032 is Incheon. So the players will be lining up. Oh wait, Gingi's southwest. Hold on.
Oh.
So 032, I'm quite sure is a northwestern area code. So this is probably game. If Gingi leaves it here, it's going to be game to Ecal.
Yeah, it is looking like that Incheon airport, which Ecal might be on, that island that's connected.
Yep.
Yeah,
and
there
5K.
It is. 5K. That is awesome. What a beautiful performance for Ecal. It seemed like, as I said, it was just the one-off there for Gingi. It was really Ecal's moving game. Can Gingi make a bit of a comeback here on the no move, lock back in, or is this Ecal's game? I mean, it seems like a really dominant performance on the entire day here so far for Ecal. Can they keep it up?
Yeah, what a stylish way to end it too, with a 5K showing Ecal showing their ability not only to keep pace and moving, but also to pinpoint. I mean, that's a skill that's not a lot of players are great at, but that was a perfect way to end the match for Ecal.
Yeah, really nice stuff. Yeah, curious to see how Gingi's gonna do. I have had some discussions with him before at during the 2025 season, and it definitely seemed like he was taking the game a little less seriously after the 24 season. So what he's decided to do in terms of this 26 season, up in the air. We're seeing it right now that newcomers are putting in the work against him, really having a great showing. So let's see what Gingi does on the no move. Already starting off, only 45 seconds to go here on round 1 in Mexico.
Yeah, it looks like both players considering Mexico here. Gingi a bit further north. I think Ecal with this dry coverage and the black car is considering that Puebla, Oaxaca area. But Gingi up towards Zacatecas here. Jake, do you see anything that could influence Gingi to go a bit more north on this?
Oh boy. I'm not super sure, to be quite honest myself. I find Mexico very, very difficult to region guess. I can't say I would probably be more north just because of how dry it is, but yeah. I mean, hard to say for sure.
It's what I would have said there too. I mean, it was super dry, so I really like a farther north guess. There are, of course, very dry pockets in Oaxaca, but generally that sort of vibe and vegetation felt a little more north to me at least, and it turned out to be that way. Great start here from Gingi after a not very good moving performance from him. Let's see what Gingi can do here. Round 2, already zoomed in on Bulgaria or Romania, while Ecal has guessed Romania quick. Yeah, in Romania as well for Gingi.
Yeah, I like that a lot. These areas around the Danube Delta can be very sort of flat, devoid of any sort of settlement, and dry as well. I mean, it works perfectly, really, for this area.
Further west, but all kind of makes sense there. Just that southern part of Romania. And it looks like Gingi is just slightly closer there. Once again, has the 2x multi. You'll love to see it. Is this now Gingi's game? Let's see. Oh, wow. This is high up.
Looks like we're into Argentina here, high up in the Andes, as you mentioned, Bloom. And this is really going to be about road knowing, I think. Ecal and Gingi both scanning for it, it looks like.
Yeah, let's see if this is findable. You do have that little sign, but you're looking at the back of it, so it's really not doing anything for you there. And nothing else to go off of. You just know you're high up in the Andes, and that is really it. Can they line anything up? Both taking the entire time here to do so. 15 seconds left to go on the clock. Pressure's now on. Can anyone find this, or are we both gonna just make our best bet?
I mean, you can see sort of a ridge looking formation to the northwest, which might be possible to line up, but again, the Andes, there's so many of those, it's a little bit hard to narrow down.
Yeah, definitely tough, and Gingi once again closer, already has Ecal on less than half health. This is a pretty stark contrast to what we saw in that moving game.
It really is the total opposite so far. Exactly what Gingi needs to get back into the match. See if India throws a wrench in things here.
Looked like some Hindi off the bat, if I saw that correctly, which narrows things down somewhat. But this is tough, especially being in a city like this. A lot of what can be quite helpful in India is landscape and things like that. Architecture is super helpful as well, where we have a big lack of brick buildings here, which would probably take you farther west with Hindi, so I like where they're going, but let's see. Wow, okay. Ecal closer there by a fair bit, but no multiplier for Ecal yet, so it's not too much damage. But finally, Ecal's going to have 1.5x multi there.
Oh boy. Possibly Japan here was my first thought. The vegetation and the low camera, but we really are just in the middle of a forest, and Japan can be notoriously difficult to a guess just based off of vegetation like this.
Yeah, and it seems like both of them are actually in that Tohoku region, though. Both picking up a Tohoku vibe, it seems. But as mentioned, these forests can be deceptive as to how far north or south it can be.
Yeah, this is crazy. I am as well surprised they're both up north here in Tohoku. Seems like Ecal's committed to it. Gingi seems like he will as well. 5 seconds to go.
More committed, if anything, is, I think, a good deal. See if it pays off for him. Right in the middle.
Wow. A central hedge would have been perfect there. But yeah, Ecal slightly closer, deals some damage, but Gingi still with a nice lead. Multis are getting close to evening out here. We're just going into round 6. This is the most NA thing I've ever seen.
Oh, he knows the town! Oh,
Insta-guessing?
What?
What?
That's insane. He knows the town southwest of Sudbury in Ontario. Incredible knowledge. I don't know why he knows this.
Yeah, that is crazy. I mean, it says it right there in that big water tank. Gingi clearly does not know. Ecal clearly does. And what an insane guess. That's the 4988 Insta. The 2 times multi makes that 2,000 points of damage, and Ecal takes the lead. Unreal.
That was incredible. He knew that off the top of his head immediately. As soon as he saw that water tower, he was on it. Okay. This time we may actually be in Costa Rica, not Ecuador.
Okay.
Never be too sure.
Yeah, locked in for Ecal. Gingi following suit. Dad, do you have any good region guessing metas here in Costa Rica, or?
A lot of this is based off of the truck here, I would assume. So I assume they have something with the truck.
It makes sense because they're both quite close to each other, but Ecal is closer. The tides are shifting. Gingi really took the reins, and now Ecal's taking it back. Gingi on 1,000 health, but the game is not over.
Yeah, it's interesting how we saw Gingi win the first few rounds of this game, and then Ecal has won the last few, but in the old format, it's like Ecal would just be winning, or maybe would even have won already, because all of the ones he won would just have been on high multipliers, but now it evens out a little bit more. And I think that works out a lot better.
Yeah, it definitely does. Keeps things much more even. But here we have a Sweden for Ecal and a Finland for Gingi. I honestly am not even sure. Dide, where would you go?
Yeah, it's a bit of a tough one here. I think I would probably lean Finland here, but it's really hard to say. It looks like both players are in Finland.
Yeah, Ecal moved over to Finland now, finally. Let's see, they are both pretty much hedging, but Gingi's a little further east, but not by much. And who's even closer on that? It's going to be Gingi, just 42 points of damage. And now they're both at 3x multi off of that.
Wow. Another very tricky round here. It does look like North America, Ecal opting for Western Ontario here. And Gingi does the same.
Yeah, as soon as we spawned into the round there, Jake, both players checking the car blur. Usually 2 bumps on that front mirror is going to be Canada in Generation 3 camera, and then 1 bump's going to be the US, so both players pretty confident in Canada here.
Let's see, Ecal just closer, just slightly, but yeah, very good guesses from the both of them. That's 846 points of damage with 3x multi. That's insane. Gingi on 216 health.
And down 1-0 in the match. He has to win this game if he wants to take it to NMPZ on his very last legs in Newfoundland ever? I'm not sure, actually. But that was my first thought with this gravel road and these trees here. And Gingi likes it too.
I think that makes a lot of sense, Jake. Definitely seems a bit colder here in terms of climate.
Ecal thinking about New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, though. These
Wow.
guesses are different enough that this probably ends the game either way.
I mean, to be honest, I feel like I don't see a ton of dirt roads like this in Newfie. I feel like most of the covered roads are paved in Newfie, but honestly, I'm really not sure here.
It's true, but I think there is some inland stuff that definitely can work, and with the trees that we see, the amount of balsam firs I think it works very well for Newfoundland, but we will see. We will see. I could definitely see a New Brunswick as well, but this could be game.
Okay, let's see. Timer's up, and it's Gingi on it. What is that guess?
Wow. He knew it, and he was locked in on it from the start. That was immediately where he zoomed in, specifically not just Newfoundland, but that part of the island. And, I mean, Gingi knew exactly what he was doing. We know, I mean, he's always been known for being very, very good at guessing based off of vegetation, and that round was all about looking at the trees and the vegetation, and he did it to perfection there.
That was incredible. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's the area of Newfie with unpaved roads. Yeah, he knows. And I really love your point about like vegetation. Gingi's one of the very few players who consistently, since his rookie season in GeoGuessr, has been known as that player who doesn't care at all about the car meta. He doesn't even look at it. He's always just focused on vegetation first. That's always his first thing. If he has it available to him, he's going to be looking at it. But now we're down to NMPZ. You're just going to be getting that one still singular image. Things have definitely narrowed down here. But it looks like we're on Senegal here on the round one, and they're both going to know this.
Yeah, both players will take their time here, I think, trying to line up a road. Not sure exactly where Ecal is. I think they're scanning the N2, which is the north and eastern road in Senegal. And Gingi hedging more towards Tuba, Dakar area. So there is a pretty big difference in guesses right now.
Could be some points for round one. But Senegal isn't that big of a country, so we'll see here. Gingi's still just looking around. Taking that full timer. When it runs out, who has it? Well, Gingi.
My goodness.
Even Ecal looked shocked at that. Gingi has locked in. We are seeing a bit of the Gingi we saw in his first ever rookie season, which was definitely his most dominant to date. So I love to see some confidence here from Gingi coming back and some great guesses back to back.
Ecal thinking Netherlands, both thinking Netherlands. Makes a lot of sense with the sort of pavement that we see here, the little sort of tiled looking pavement, very common there. And probably we have some yellow plates in view, I can't quite tell, but both players seem quite confident. But it looks like Gingi's going quite far north within the country, so we'll see if that pays off for him.
It does. It does, just slightly. 59 kilometers away, deals 168 points of damage, and raises that multiplier to 2x. Oh, Colombia and Mexico. Insta zooms from both of them. Ecal in Colombia, Gingi in Mexico. What is this? Wait, now in Brazil for Ecal? Oh my god, I mean, where do you even go on this die? What are you thinking?
Bloom, I think we have fruit trees here once again, as mentioned. I think I could see Brazil a bit more than Colombia, where Ecal originally was, but unsure here. So which player has this right?
He's in that northern Veracruz area that you mentioned. This is probably game, unless it's Colombia.
Let's see. It's Mexico. And Gingi with 2 times multi. Such a dominant NMPZ. He takes it.
Wow. What a turnaround. For
Yeah.
Gingi. Losing game 1 and Ecal looking dominant in that first moving game. We were thinking maybe they were just going to run away with that match. But Gingi locked in on the no move, and NMPZ showed what he's still capable of. And he gets his second match win on the board.
Wow. Really impressive from Gingi there to be able to make a comeback. And on the camera, in Gingi classic fashion, it does not look like he even cares. He'll win a game, and he'll just be like, Like, I know there are other players who do that, but I feel like that's a Gingi classic to do that. I mean, unbelievable. But wow, it is fun to see Ecal in that as well. Ecal is going to be a serious force to be reckoned with, even though they lost that game there against Gingi. Was still such an impressive start. I mean, what a way for that to go. Ecal is a force to be reckoned with, as I just said. Super exciting stuff. And we can take a look at what else we're seeing round 1. So it looks like Fao did end up 2-0ing Lo-Fi there. So we finally get to see how round 1 ended. And we can go look back over at round 2. It looks like in the losers bracket, Moo got a 2-0 over Lubeck. So that's what happened during that first game. And then up next is going to be Gymtimidator versus Radu C. And then off cam at the same time will be Orlando versus Shad. Timmy versus Radu C. Die. What you thinking there?
I mean, exciting matchup. I think, honestly, Radu C, even though he's been busy with university, as you mentioned, still obviously a force to be reckoned with. I mean, he's the world champ, so can't really put anything past him at this point. And Timmy, up-and-comer, as I mentioned, one of the stronger players that we have here in Americas, just overall, not just in the World League itself. Jake, any thoughts on who you think is going to win that match?
Oh man, it's hard to say. I mean, it's hard not to favor Radu, I feel like, in pretty much any match. But Gymtimidator, not a player I've seen play all that much, but again, very experienced, like we said, has been waiting for his moment for a very long time, and I think can definitely make some noise here. So again, just like the last match, I think I will predict that Radu will win, but I'll say 2-1. Again, I'll give Gymtimidator a little bit of credit. I think he could definitely take a game off the world champ, if not win the match outright.
I think so too. I think it's definitely very possible. Timmy, again, we've mentioned it before today, but he's been in the game for a long time and has really been waiting for that shot at the pro scene. He's finally made it here. Now, winning his first match of the day, but he's up against Radu C. So I have to go Radu. I mean, it's not the interesting prediction, but I think it makes the most sense here. Let's see how it goes, though. Let's see how it goes. Moving here for Timmy. We're finally getting Timmy cam. I love that. Bro's always so zoomed in IRL to the monitor.
Yeah, we have that patented Timmy camera. Even when he used to stream on Twitch back in the day, he used to just get super close to his camera. We're pretty much just getting a forehead cam of Timmy at this point.
Yeah. Yup. So it looked like they had a county sign there, Jake. Was that readable? I couldn't really tell.
I don't know, but we have an Adopt a Highway sign, and those Adopt a Highway signs with that specific design, that blue and white design with the road, are unique to Minnesota, I believe, which is exactly where Radu is. So, yeah, I mean, I trust him with anything related to the United States. He's so strong, especially in the U.S., but I'm not sure if he knows the counties or not. Maybe, oh my gosh, he appears to have found something he likes. Maybe he's scanning for the exact road numbers, but he might even be 5King here.
Oh, let's see. Timer up. Radu doesn't look to be 5King, but he is very, very close. Oh my, that is a way to start it off. 1,200 points. And Radu laughing at himself there. Knowing Radu very well, I know what he just said to himself was, oh, that's where it was. Of course. How did I not get that? But come on, man. You were still around the corner. Give yourself some props. Round 2. And what are we looking at? I think we're looking at...
we're looking at Eswatini.
Yeah, Eswa.
And Eswatini, it doesn't look like they have much info here. It looks like Timmy has made it to a main road, though.
Yeah, I would guess with this sort of almost suburban feel to it, would probably be somewhere around Babane or Manzini here, sort of in the center or northwest of the country, but see if anyone's able to find anything in these last 20 seconds. Not too much to go off of so far.
Okay, Mbabane for Radu.
Yeah,
makes sense.
Doesn't look like Timmy has much either, so he may just go in the same place here. Looks like he will.
Yup. Locking it in. Okay, it's going to be more central. Jim Timmy slightly closer, but not much damage at all, but finally evened out the multipliers. Round number 3. Is this Argentina?
Appears to be, yep. Got some mountains to the west, which can definitely help. We might be sort of close to the Andes. Landscape-wise, I would think maybe around Mendoza would be my first thought. Mendoza, San Juan kind of area. But I'm not too sure. But we are in a town, so I imagine there will be some written info somewhere.
Ooh, town name.
Like Ainogasta or something. I couldn't quite read it. I feel like I've heard of that, though. Tinogasta, maybe? Is that what it is? Or Imogasta. There it is. He's got it.
Imogasta, yeah, northern La Rioja here, and Jim Timmy is in there. I don't think RC has too much, so he's going to have to use his intuition for a vibe region guess.
Looks like it's a pretty good one at the moment. I think he's a little bit too far north, but still not a bad guess from Radu here.
Should definitely save him some points, but it will allow Jim Timmy to go up on the multiplier. He's at 2x now off of that guess, but Radu has the lead health-wise.
Looks like we're hopping over to neighboring Chile here. Although one player going north, one player going south, this can always cause some interesting asymmetry of information when this happens.
Sign there for Jim Timmy, but doesn't look too helpful. And Radu's still looking for anything at all. It is quite green, so I'd say we're a decent bit south of Santiago. Finally a sign here for Jim Timmy.
Yep, Yanquihue, that's that big lake north of Puerto Montt. That is written on his sign. Puerto Octay, he says as well. About, I don't see the kilometer number, but Jim Timmy definitely in the right area here. Radu is definitely going to want to get to some info, but I don't know if he's going to have time to do it.
Doesn't seem like it. Radu looking at copyright, I think, and just going to have to make his best guess.
Oh, he's a bit too far north right now.
Wow. Very good for Jim Timmy. Gonna take the lead there, actually, and by a decent margin at that. He's gonna go up to 2.5 times multi and up almost 1,000 health.
Quite a showing thus far. I mean, moving is probably the mode you expect to be the most lopsided in favor of Radu here, so very impressive start for Jim Timmy.
Is he reading that Hindi right now, Jake?
Might be.
He might be.
I mean, he was looking at it for a while, so it looked like that was exactly what he was doing. I can't read it, but MP tourism, though. It does say MP, which means Madhya Pradesh. That is definitely the state we'll be in.
Yeah, it seems like it. Oh, big sign. Yeah, MP tourism as well. The heart of incredible India. You love it. Radu has been incredibly focused on that one sign. Wait, Radu?
He may have
Radu
found
has it.
something. Yeah. He's very zoomed in here. He looks confident. Maybe he's got the district and is looking for the small town in the area, but I think it's going to be quite close here.
Let's see. Wow, very close. That's incredible from Radu. And takes back the lead pretty commandingly. 800 points now in Radu's favor, but Jim Timmy still up on the multiplier. We go on to round 6.
Could be very consequential indeed. I think we're in Russia here.
It looked like a short antenna. I couldn't see which type it was. Here's a sign here for Jim Timmy, but doesn't look crazy helpful. A taxi maybe has something. Oh, Radu looks like he might have something.
496 area code. That's helpful if you learn those. I think that's around Moscow. Moscow is 495, 499. I think 496 is maybe Moscow Oblast, if I'm not mistaken. But Radu is in Moscow Oblast right now. Jim Timmy doesn't have the same info as of yet. Looks like he may run out of time.
Okay.
See where he goes. This could be game if he's not in the right area.
Oh, he's going Moscow.
Let's go Moscow.
I mean, lines up with the type of short antenna we had, so it works out. But it is actually Jim Timmy closer.
Always a decent place to go if you're not sure where you are in Russia, but very, very strong performance again. Even if he's down on health, he's up in multipliers, and just generally I've been very, very impressed with his gameplay so far.
6-7 area code.
Of course.
6-7.
Yeah, Di, what was that area code?
Looks like 6-7 to me, Bloom. Am
Okay.
I wrong on that?
No, I think that was correct. And where would you find the 6-7 area code?
Well, exactly where Jim Timmy is looking right now. Looks like he has a town name of Coxims, maybe, on there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Koshim, yeah. There it is. It's right north of him. Straight north of Kapukuranji. It is on his map. I'm terrible at scanning when it's my own map, but when somebody else's, I see everything. There it is.
There it is.
He's got it.
Jim Timmy
Could
has
this be
it.
big? I mean, he might be in the wrong part of the state. Radu could lose. Oh, he finds it.
Radu finds
Clutch.
it last second. Now
Wow.
who's closer? It's Radu. That's crazy. So Radu's gonna go up on the multi there, but really good finds from both of them. Jim Timmy plonked from a little farther away, so his guess didn't land exactly in the town. And Radu, with that last second close zoom in, gets closer. And we move on to round 8. What appears to be Switzerland. No.
Yep.
Sure. Yeah, Switzerland.
Yeah, Switzerland. There was the name of a municipality, but I didn't quite see what it was. It might be quite small anyway. But it actually demonstrates the importance of actually zooming into the town and clicking the town now, because again, the multiplier actually matters. So if you click a little bit outside the town, like, you're going to lose the round if your opponent just clicks within it. So maybe a little bit of an error there from Jim Timmy, and I think as the league goes on, we'll probably see fewer players doing that.
Yeah, I think meta is gonna shift with how players have to play. Just
I
based
think
off
I
the
do
multi,
see
yeah.
the intent behind his guess, though. He is just trying to fast send, just in case
Yeah.
RC doesn't have the same town info there.
Absolutely.
And it almost worked. It really did. RC finding it with like 2 seconds left on that one.
No, that's a good point. Yeah, there's definitely a balance to it, of course. A balance between being precise and being quick. It's hard to know quite how to strike that balance, but Jim Timmy upping the multiplier once again. This is a very intense game.
Players are gonna have to adapt, and I'm sure we're gonna see as the World League goes on the way these players end up thinking about these multipliers, as we were talking about. You know, it's gonna really change things up. Round 9 looking like Nepal, and we have, I think that might be a town name right there, Jake.
KTM, I imagine, just means Kathmandu. I don't know what Gokarna is, whether it's a neighborhood or perhaps a town in the vicinity. It's also a bus, though, so you never really know. It could have driven pretty far. But that is why Radu is currently looking in Kathmandu.
Ooh, some signs. I mean, we clearly know Radu can read at least some Hindi, so we saw him trying to read some stuff. Now he's already trying to line up a road, and Jim Timmy still just looking around for any information that might help him.
Doesn't have much right now. Is he going to go Nepal? He will. He might be a little more west. Does he have it down? Oof. Get it down.
Okay, there it is. It is Kathmandu, and for Radu, that's going to be some serious points of 2.5 times, considering how close they still are to each other. Putting Jim Timmy on 1,500 health. Radu with about 1,000-point lead here. We're going into round 10. Jim Timmy still has the multiplier advantage, but only by 0.5, and it looks like we're in Norway. Signs here right off the bat, in the 565 road and 2 town names.
Yep. 565 definitely scannable. In Norway, the roads are numbered and they are well ordered. Radu's looking at the 4s, but if he goes a little more north, he will find the 5s. So he's just scanning, looking for that 565, or perhaps looking for the town names that they see on those signs. Radu has found the road, and as has Jim Timmy.
There it is. Radu gonna take the full 15 seconds, it seems. Gonna try and line up a 5K if he can. Doesn't seem like he will be able to exactly. Who has it closer? It's Jim Timmy. Jim Timmy's gonna raise that multiplier. Even though it's only 60 points of damage, he's up to 4x multiplier now, which is a pretty nice multiplier lead over Radu. But yeah, of course, Radu's still up on the health. Let's see what happens here on the round 11.
Immediate sign. But those two towns are not very close to each other, so... Actually, that's not very true. They are pretty close to each other, actually. But again, the precision actually matters. Radu probably looks like he has the 5K already. Immediately knows what road he was on. They were about to hit the 23. But if Jim Timmy doesn't want the multis to rack up for Radu, he wants to find the 5K here too, and it looks like he will.
Yeah, they both have it. Oh, that's awesome to see. Both players getting the 5K on round 11. That is awesome.
What a great game so far. This is probably the highest quality moving gameplay we've seen so far today. Both players really, really impressive.
Yeah, and just a reminder, guys, that double 5K does increase multis for both players, actually. If there's any tie in scoring, you do get a 0.5 increase to both.
Which is crazy, because now Jim Timmy's on 4.5x, which is insane. If Radu's really any amount further away, any decent amount further away, it's game. But he still has that lead. And we're in South Australia here. Lots of signs and some water that looks like it could even be lined up. Radu trying to do that right now. Jim Timmy as well, but he has the town. He has not only the town, I think that was the 5K.
It might have been. Radu was looking for Franklin Harbor because that was written on a van. He's probably looking for a town called Franklin Harbor, but Cowell is what was written at the start. And Jim Timmy, I believe, has the location, and he may have the game.
He's gonna have it on that. He didn't find Cowell on a sign. That's a 5K for Jim Timmy. And he takes the moving against the reigning world champ.
What a statement win for the Jim Timidator. Again, very cool way to end it with a 5K. But, I mean, beating Radu in a moving game, it's not something a lot of people can do. And, I mean, again, I think, if anything, he's a very balanced player. But if anything, moving might be his weakest mode. So being able to do that against the world champion, that bodes well.
Yeah, what a way for that game to go. And what a way for Jim Timmy to be making, I mean, I would say his pro debut, but he was in the Open Major. But this is really his real pro debut, being in the actual league itself. And it's going really well for him, and it even looks like you can see he feels quite good about it there on the screen. Can he lock it in and take down Radu C, or can Radu pull it back? That's the question. University of Idaho here on the round 1 of the no move. And Radu already going in to look at this other sign and even some of these street signs.
You would imagine the Coeur d'Alene tribe exists near the city of Coeur d'Alene, although that's not necessarily... Oh, there's the reservation. That's a better place to go for sure. So Radu, I think, is going to be very, very close, and he's maybe going to look for these road names and see if he can find them. And he
has it.
He already does, yep.
He has it. He has it.
Given that much information, he's going to find where he is.
Wow. But can Jim Timmy do it as well? It doesn't seem like it. Seems like Jim Timmy's going to just have to hedge here on the Idaho round 1. Let's see how devastating it really is. Radu C, 5 meters away. The 5K to start us off. Jim Timmy on 3,700 points of health.
Yeah, fortunate for him that there were no multipliers there. Radu in the U.S. is very much a force to be reckoned with. Speaking of Radu in the U.S., is that what we've got once again?
Yeah, looks like we're back here, Jake, and Jim Timmy going for a very specific guess down here in Texas. I didn't actually see the bollards here.
They look like they might be circular, which I think wouldn't tell you Texas, the little circular white dot, but I honestly, I don't know. I couldn't really see.
I was thinking more Wyoming here, but both players...
it seems like Radu thinking Wyoming, and not only thinking Wyoming, I mean, he might even be on the road a decent bit far down it, but what an insane way for the no move to go. I mean, I have to wonder what was going through Jim Timmy's mind there. Based off those bollards with the white circle, you're usually restricted to, I believe it's only 3 states, Wyoming, South Dakota. You're probably going to correct me there, but regardless, insane from Radu.
Yeah,
I think that
great stuff from Radu there, taking it home. I think really got that momentum back with a nice 2-rounder. But we do get a lovely little NMPZ game. Jake, who would you favor in this matchup?
Oh my gosh. It really is a bit of a toss-up. You mentioned earlier how strong Jim Timmy is in NMPZ. I feel like this really could go either way. I'm still if I have to pick one, I'm still gonna pick Radu. But this is really, it's so even. It could go either way.
Both players have zoomed in same spot here in northern Peru. Pretty much the same. Jim Timmy up even farther north, actually, looking at Tumbes, but it's going to go down. They're both going to be in Pura.
You click down a little further south near
Chiclayo.
Yeah.
Okay. Wow,
Yeah,
and it actually is. Okay, Jim Timmy. I mean, that's a good way to start after getting 2-0'd on the no move. Definitely making a little bit of a comeback for the mental. Locking back in. Let's see what happens here on the round 2. This is our image.
Okay, looking like we're in Panama here, I believe. And we do have a divided highway. Which does make sense for the 1, which is what Radu C is on. To my knowledge, one of the only big 2-lane divided roads in the country, besides that road that goes from Panama City to Colón.
Tough, though, with the 1, because it spans the entire country, if I'm remembering correctly, but
it does.
He's doing his best to line something up.
Yeah, you can definitely narrow it down a little bit using the angle of the road, looking roughly southwest, maybe slightly west-southwest, but again, lots of parts of the road that would fit for that. Just trying to line up a curve as best they can.
Jim Timmy has locked in first. They're both very close to each other, though. Radu just slightly closer. We'll deal some damage back. We'll deal 67 damage, and he'll go up 1.5x multi.
Are we back again? Again, especially based off the result of the no-move game. The U.S. is not what Jim Timmy wants to see playing against Radu. Radu just extraordinary in the U.S. But we'll see what happens here. Again, pretty different guesses.
Yeah, we do have wider lines here, I think, Jake. And it's immediately pushing RC towards Arkansas and that Ozarks area.
Wow! I mean, that's Radu when you put him on the US. Almost 3,000 points of damage, and Jim Timmy on 1,900 health. What a guess there from Radu.
Jim Timmy just hoping for any country that is not the US right now.
Yeah.
All right, we appear to be in Mexico here. Does look like that Tamaulipas, Nuevo Leon area, just kind of flat. Kind of looks like Texas vegetation in a way, just across the border here. That looks like what Jim Timmy is zooming on as well. RC's still looking for some hints, has yet to open his map.
Yeah, very tricky round here. Very flat. I mean, like you say, I do like the Tamaulipas area here. We'll see if Radu goes for that. He's thinking of water hedging. Wow.
Whoa.
He's wondering if it could be the Yucatan, and it is!
Oh my, that works! Oh! And it's not enough to take Jim Timmy out. Jim Timmy on 23 health. If Radu's water hedge was just slightly east, that would have been the game, but it's not over yet. Round number 5.
You can see Radu chuckling to himself there, knowing how close he was. We saw MK go down to with 100 health and win a game earlier. Can Jim Timmy pull it off here?
Let's see.
Okay.
Oh,
Very
France
different
and,
guesses.
France and UK. Let's see. Who has it? I don't even know.
Oh my gosh.
It is the UK. Jim Timmy, 1.5 times. It's not game, but wow, that's a back and forth. Radu still with the lead, but this is crazy.
Cinema and NMPZ. Oh my goodness. And what in the world? Sun in the north. Are we in Chile here? Argentina? Something like that?
Yeah, I mean, I'd be going Atacama Desert,
Yeah.
Chile, but whew, what in the world?
Guys, I will say, for those of you that don't know, Jim Timmy back in the day knew every road in the Atacama Desert, back before it got all this new Gen 4 and stuff. I'm not sure if he's continued that studying today, but he had a very specific road zoom looking near San Pedro de Atacama.
Could this be exactly what he needs? A Chile road in NMPZ.
Oh, we're about to find out. The players are taking their full advantage of the time. We're getting close to the end, though. Just about 10 seconds left to go, and Jim Timmy locks it in. Radu C needs to follow, and he's pretty close by, just slightly west, and it is going to be farther south of them. Is that going to be the 23 points he needs? It is, and Radu just barely closes it out after a very scary guess the round before. He does it.
The world champion stays on top, but I mean, what a performance from the Gym Intimidator. Even if he lost that match, he took the world champion to the very end there. If he's able to contend like that with the best player in the world, he's going to do okay in this World League.
Yeah, couldn't have put it better myself. What a showing from Jim Timmy. You absolutely love to see it. I know he has a lot of support amongst some of the more longer time community members in GeoGuessr, as he used to stream quite a bit, and I know Dai knows him very well, and I was just super excited to see. But Radu, I mean, that's game of the day. That's game of the day so far, bare minimum. Unbelievable. With that said, though, we can take a look at what else has been going on. It looks like in the losers bracket, Orlando got a 2-1 versus Shad, so 2 NMPZ games. That's super exciting. I'm sure that one was super fun to... would have been super fun to watch as well, I guess I should say. And we have one more round of the winners bracket here of the Swiss. It's going to be FAO versus MK. That's going to be exciting. Lo-Fi Matias, the battle of the Brazilians, will be happening off screen. The FAO MK. Dai, what are you thinking about that?
Yeah, it should be exciting. Honestly, both of these players have faced off a lot of times in the past, so they probably have quite a bit of familiarity with each other, unlike the first 2 winners matches that we saw. So we'll see what kind of strategy both players decide to adopt against each other having that experience.
Yeah, definitely. We've seen so far only games that were new guard versus old guard, and now we have 2 old guard, 2 household names in GeoGuessr, FAO and MK. I mean, this is a match we've seen them play against each other before, and we're about to see it again in round 2 of the winners bracket in this Swiss format here for the World League. Again, anybody hopping in recently, we're doing Swiss this year in the World League. It's super exciting, super fun. As you just saw, we're on round 2, and we're about to see the last game of the winners bracket here. FAO versus MK. I am so excited. I'm also very, very curious to see what happens with the Brazil matchup happening in the losers bracket, but we'll of course see that afterwards. But for now, it's going to be FAO MK. Jake, I want you to give me a prediction. What do you think? What's the score?
Here's the thing. It feels like whenever I cast a FAO match and I predict against him, he always proves me wrong. He's good at that. He always seems to win when the time comes and when he most needs to. So yeah, I'm gonna back him. I'm gonna say, perhaps controversially, that FAO will take this match 2-1.
Okay, we'll see whether or not you're giving him a caster curse or not. We're gonna find out right now. So again, we have some stats here, but that's only based off of the first round so far, and as that World League progresses, these are going to get more and more accurate for the World League as a whole. But So far, it seems that, to no one's surprise, Fao takes more time on that average guess than MK, but MK used to have about like a 20-second average guess time, and he has seriously slowed down. Maybe it's the aging. He's finally slowing down in his old age of, what is he, like 19 or 20 at this point, MK? I don't even know. But anyways, jokes aside, we're getting into the game finally here, and it looks like we're starting off on South Africa.
You mentioned the whole... Oh, actually, we've got some info here. N2 is a road that's well marked. It goes all along the coast in sort of southern and eastern South Africa. They've got some town names that they can use to narrow this down. It looks like, Pongola is right there south of Eswatini. I think Fao already very close, and MK getting there too. Could even see a double 5K. We'll see. Fao likes what he's got.
Yeah, Fao locked it in. Nice hat there from Fao. Got the maple leaf on there.
Gotta represent. And he got it indeed.
Hey, there's Fao. We mentioned earlier on the day, Fao is such a strong moving player, and a great way for him to start off his moving game, his first game of the day on broadcast. Let's see what he can do here. Let's see if he can keep it up. Round number 2.
Yeah, showing his exceptional pinpointing ability. He is one of the best in the world that has been for a long time. MK opting for the quick guess here instead in Hungary, but Fao's got some road numbers. He might be able to narrow this down. Don't know if he's found much.
Okay, Fao is closer. 444. Love that. I always love when the damage is just like a nice number like that. A pretty number, let's call it. All right, round number 3, looking like New Zealand here. We have some New Zealand polls. I'm thinking South Island here on this one. What are you thinking, Jake?
Yeah, I could definitely see South Island. We've got a lot of wine here, vineyards, and vineyards are found very commonly in the Marlborough region, which is the region around Blenheim, which is where both of the players are zoomed in. What do you think, Dai? Is that the right idea?
Yeah, we also have those long possum guards on the poles, which is, to my knowledge, pretty exclusive to that Marlborough region. So we should be somewhere around there. MK has something with the railroad.
Fao. I mean, Fao is just crazy. This is the moving performance you want to see from Fao. You love it. 2.5 times multi now for Fao. And we move on to our 4th round.
Again, showing that exceptional pinpointing ability. And even though the damage is pretty insignificant, the multiplier is significant. He's already at 2.5 and MK still at 1. And that absolutely can make a difference as the game goes on. So we're seeing that precision from Fao, and it really is paying off for him so far. But I thought it was Norway. Why is he in Sweden?
I think it is Norway, Jake.
Yeah.
We have a white speed sign, which should not be Sweden here.
I like the guess around Oslo here. A little more south. MK almost closer. But maybe a little bit rattled. Not the best start for him, but again, moving is probably his least favorite of the 3 modes. So even if MK doesn't look quite in his element right now, he is far from out of it. As we move into Indonesia, a lot of tiled roofs likely puts us on the island of Java. Players will be looking for written information, trying to find a regency in order to narrow this down further. Could also be Sumatra. Hard to save, but with how flat it is, I do think maybe East Java is the best option here. Maybe info there. Is he going to go back? He will. We'll see if he gets a Kabupaten. I don't see one. Oh, maybe there. Madiun, I think it says. Madiun is a city in East Java. Sort of western East Java, if I remember correctly.
Fouls going in.
There. He doesn't have it's there. He clicked it last second. He got there.
Ooh, just
That gets him the
barely.
points.
Really nice flawless here from Fao. I mean, MK's been making good guesses, but it's just, again, Fao that tiny bit closer, really paying off.
Wow. Possibly Brazil here. Pretty remote looking.
Yeah, you want to talk about red dirt. I mean, come on, this is as red as it gets. Now, do we have a phone number there? But there's no phone code, which is, of course, what you would be looking for in Brazil on moving.
You have some of that tall grass. You got a lot of that around Tocantins, but not the most reliable of clues. Players definitely be looking for an area code, like you said, in an urban environment like this. But they may run out of time. Yeah, they're just going to have to region guess this. I don't think this is what Fao wants to see. He's been playing so well, but...
Oh, MK does have an area code here.
Okay, MK is closer, finally deals a little bit of damage. But Fao still has the lead, and a crazy lead with the multiplier. 3.5 times damage here. We go to round 7.
This may be the first Bangladesh we've seen today. Don't know how well both of our players can read the Bengali language, but you get a lot of addresses written in Bangladesh. You just have to know how to read them.
Fao.
He maybe sees something he likes.
I believe it
Yeah,
does
they
say
both-
Kushtia there.
both
on
have
Fao's address. Oh, and MK has it as well, yeah.
Now what Fao's looking for is the second town written there, and it may be Daldatpur. It looks like it is. Perhaps. And again, it's like with the multipliers, it does matter to be closer, even if they're both close. So Fao trying to narrow this down as precisely as he can.
Yeah, great guess there in the end for Fao. Not right on it, but once again, just another example of being that little bit closer. Chipping away damage, raising that multi until we finally get the kill shot. Let's see if he can do it. Round number 8.
I think urban rounds are good for Fao. If MK gets a rural round that's far enough away from information, I would not be surprised at all if we saw him just guess quickly and try and throw Fao off. Because that is kind of his bread and butter. It's what he's always been known for doing. But urban rounds like this, you kind of have to go look for info. Because if you don't, your opponent's going to find it and you're going to be done for. El Tambo. That's going to be a town, but might not be a very big one. He's got a license plate, Mosquera. Okay. I'm not actually sure where that is off the top of my head. Looks like the players aren't either.
I think Mosquera is a suburb of Bogota.
Ah.
But not necessarily saying that we're here. It's probably just a moving truck, and it's all the way down in Pasto.
Certainly.
Yeah, trucks do move, never forget. But that's our first really big hit of the game so far. Obviously, nobody's dead, but MK now on 2,000 health. This is really looking like Fao's game.
Yeah, he's in control right now, and under this new format, it's like before, it's like at this point in the game, we'd be at 4x multi for both players, and one good round for MK would just win him the game. But at 1.5, it takes a while for MK to get that health back, and he's probably not going to take Fao out in one go.
Nigeria here with a couple signs, but one sign here
Abuja.
for Fao. Oh, does it say Abuja there?
Yeah, FCT Abuja, so Federal Capital Territory. So we'll be in or around the city of Abuja. looks like both players have figured that out.
Timer's gonna run out. FAO, southwest of Abuja proper. Still taking all the time they can, getting whatever information they can, but it's not gonna be helpful. Once again, FAO just slightly closer. That's gonna be 5x multi for FAO. That is insane considering MK is only on 1.5x. He has only won one round, and we are on round number 10.
And we are back in Bangladesh here.
Might just be Dhaka with how built up it is, but yeah, Chattogram could work too. Ooh, is it written there? It may be on FAO's sign there. Could this be what he needs? Could this make the difference in the match?
I mean, if he's right, it does not look like MK is in Chattogram right now at all. I don't see exactly where his pin is. He's in Dhaka. It is Chattogram, and finally, FAO closes it out.
MK holding on for quite a while there, but in the end, FAO just outlasts him. Such a strong moving player. We've seen it time and time again for years from FAO. So consistent, so strong. Gets it done in the first game. But again, MK so confident in NM and NMPZ. This is the question. Can FAO take one of those games off of him and win the match?
Yeah, we're definitely looking at the expected results right there. Maybe you wouldn't expect it to be that dominant for FAO, but definitely expected for FAO to be winning on the moving. Now things are definitely evening out and maybe even favoring MK. Dai, what do you think's about to happen?
I would say MK is probably a bit more favored in no move, but like Jake said at the opening of the match, never count FAO out of anything.
Yeah. That is true. That is most definitely true. And now we're seeing a little bit of that MK we've come to know and love, where he guesses so quickly. And it doesn't seem like FAO's gonna just hedge central.
I like Kyushu here, personally. Yep.
Wow, it is Kyushu, and that's a great start there for MK after losing pretty badly there on the move. FAO not looking happy with that start to the no move. Let's see if FAO can take it back. We go on to round 2. MK now sitting on 1.5x multi, FAO on nothing. And it looks like we're checking the car blur here to distinguish US or Canada, but it seems like we're in the US with these trees.
Yeah, we do have a lot of Spanish moss here, which is found very close to like Florida, Georgia, kind of that swampy area. Both players going Florida here, which does make sense.
Yeah, those trees are super helpful to learn for this sort of area of the US. MK opting to go farther north in Florida. It is Georgia in the end, but he's much closer there. And wow, he has such a nice lead. Such a contrast to that first game. Let's get on to round number 3.
Looks like we're into Kenya here with a couple of blurs. Maybe knowable. FAO clicking a bit further west towards Lake Victoria. Oh, and a quick send from both.
Wow, very quick send, but MK closer once again. I mean, this is the showing we expect from MK.
That's the thing. Even if he's beatable in moving, he is so hard to beat in the other two modes. And, I mean, even FAO, who looked so dominant in the first match, in the first game rather, so far this game has been the complete opposite. MK looks in control right now.
Most definitely. Norway now on the round 4. Both kind of southwest coast, but FAO farther south than MK is, near Bergen. Debating going farther north. Yeah, he's thinking about it. He's not going to switch, though, in the end. And it is going to be FAO finally getting some points on the board, getting a multi on the board, and staying in it.
here with some info, but it's not all that helpful. This brown sign just pointing to some local attractions. I mean, there is a town entry sign down the road, but it's not close enough for the players to see.
Yeah, I think the architecture is looking quite southern here. Maybe Bavaria, where MK has locked in.
A pretty similar area looks like for FAO as well, maybe slightly more west, but both thinking southern Germany.
Wow, an MK. I mean, what a guess. Both very good guesses, must be said, but wow, MK 17 kilometers away puts FAO on 1500.
Okay, it looks like we're kind of off the road here. MK going in immediately. I was thinking about that Genoa area here with the late autumn coverage, plus the Gen 3 here. And looks like he's in that region, north of Florence.
But FAO farther south. Yeah, it is the Genoa region. And MK should take it there. He does. We get NMPZ.
Wow. I mean, completely flipping the script from the first game. And again, I think it's probably what you would expect to happen in those two games. FAO taking the first, MK taking the second. Not too much of a surprise, but both players were quite dominant in those respective games. And we'll see if, given NMPZ is maybe a little bit more similar in playstyle to No Moving, we'll see if MK can carry that momentum forward. But of course, it's also maybe the most random of the three game modes, so who really knows what could happen here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we've definitely seen FAO perform very well under the pressure of NMPZ in GeoGuessr history. Will he be able to do it right now in this game? We'll find out. Obviously, as you said, so much in the air. But you always love to see NMPZ. I mean, it's just peak cinema. You get one still singular image. That's all you got to make your guess. And you pretty much hope for the best past that. You get what you get, and you go for it. Now, number one, this is what we're looking at. Dai, where would you go? What do you think?
Okay, well, we're looking at Russia here, and Russia notoriously very hard NMPZ. Looks like MK is looking more towards that Urals region, which makes sense. It is a little bit hilly, this town. So maybe that's why he's straying a bit further. FAO looking north of Moscow here.
This could definitely be some points already, even if for that round one. Decent difference here amongst the guesses. Only 15 seconds left to go.
Yeah, Russia, as you say, so difficult in an NMPZ. Game won't end here since it's just round one, but we could see some very serious damage dealt. I'm thinking about switching more east. He doesn't do it.
Wow, it's Kazan. And MK just slightly closer, deals a decent bit of damage. Could have been quite devastating if MK happened to have gotten that more accurately, but in the end, a decent bit away. Some points to start us off, and we go to round two. Oh my. Kaliningrad.
Interesting. Oh. Wow. I mean, I could see it, but I guess it wasn't my immediate thought here, but I don't mind a Kaliningrad guess. It's tricky though.
Usually known for more autumn coverage here, but I guess it's hard to tell. Not as many trees around. And he gets it.
It's huge.
That is unbelievable there from MK. I mean, what a dominant performance so far. The first round, slightly closer, but still a decent bit of health. And that is an insane pull to get Kaliningrad there so fast. And now he's super quickly into Thailand. Is he going to guess? Looks like he will. Just about now. There it is. FAO looking like he's going to follow suit. Oh, I was going to say in a similar area. Now he's in a similar area, a little farther north.
Yeah, I do think if you're MK, you're quite happy with this round. Just kind of being a random Thailand, hard to region guess.
Yep. But who's closer is the question. FAO, that helps him. That helps him.
Okay.
Even if it's just 10 points, he gets on the board with his multiplier.
Yeah, pretty much equidistant there. but the multi is obviously going to help. Fao needs something big here. He pretty much needs a blunder from MK to bring this back. Round 4 looks tough. I mean, we are just in a forest. It feels like an NA forest. Fao thinks so. He thinks Tennessee, while MK is in New Hampshire, Massachusetts maybe. So this might be it.
Oh, he's going West Coast.
He's in Oregon now. He's in Portland.
I was more so on the Pennsylvania side of things, and it is.
Wow, and it is Pennsylvania. Great call there from Dai, and MK closes it out in New England on the NMPZ, going 2-1 against Fao. That was a great game. Really a showcase of these two players' strong suits. Fao so dominant moving, as he's known for, but MK just so hard to beat when it comes to no mover NMPZ.
So strong. I mean, we've seen it time and time again from him, but he's just almost impossible to beat, it feels like, when he's locked in on no move and NMPZ. So yeah, MK continues rolling. He starts 2-0, and the Americans still going strong. The strongest possible start for them. All 5 won in round 1, and then 3 American victories in the winners part of round 2 as well. So definitely a strong showing.
Oh, for sure. Oh, for sure. America seems to be on top right now in the region, but we'll see how it plays out, of course. Many more games to come, many more weeks of games to come as well. But if we could take a look at the schedule, we can see what has happened so far and what is yet to come. Let's take a look at how this round 2 ended up closing out overall. Anybody tuning in right now, we are around round 2 of the Swiss, and we have just completed it. As we can see, the winners bracket, Ecal Gingi, Jim Timmy Radu, and Fao MK all went 2-1, and it seems like if you were on the right side, you were just bound to win. It seems like that was clearly the buff on the winner side of the bracket, and over in the loser side of the bracket, these were the matches we saw as well, and it looks like that Lo-Fi Matias game just ended. We watched that update in real time with Matias taking the win on NMPZ. Once again, to close out this section, this time I'll ask Dai, you look at this, what are you thinking about how this went?
Yeah, I think somewhat expected results in that RC, and MK has moved on to the winners bracket, as many people might have predicted with them being World Championship participants last year. Moo does have a chance to get there as well, as he gets into the 1-1 game, beating Lubeck 2-0. So still good opportunities for our former World Championship players, and some of our new blood has a chance to make a splash in both the winners and losers brackets respectively.
Oh yeah. How was an exciting way for that to go? And we can take a look at what's going to be coming up next now that this has gone down in round 2. We have much more to come. It's going to be exciting stuff. I think those matchups are getting created right now. There they are. They're getting locked in, and the first one will be Ecal versus Orlando in this second chance. This is going to be an interesting one. I mean, Ecal has been so dominant today. They have just been unbelievable. I am very curious to see how this will go up against Orlando. This will be the first time we're seeing Orlando on the main broadcast today, so excited to watch him play. And anytime I talk about Orlando, man, Orlando just makes me happy. What a good guy. He's always got a smile on his face no matter what. So always a pleasure to be watching his games and seeing what he's up to. I'm excited for this one. I mean, any thoughts here, Jake?
Yeah, I like this match a lot. I mean, we've seen how strong Ecal has been, winning the first match 2-0 and then winning the moving game in the second one as well. And I was waiting for this to update. I was wondering if we were going to get a Fao Moo match, and we do. And I'm very excited to cast that one too. These two great friends have been for a very, very long time. And, well, we saw them face off against each other in Dallas last year for a spot at the World Championship. We're going to get to see a rematch between them here. So can't wait for that one.
Whew, that third, fourth place matchup from the Americas Major is happening again. Yeah, I can't wait. That's going to be so exciting. And yeah, guys, as you saw, that's going to be round 3. And then, of course, we're still going to have round 4. So the people who win this round are going to go up against, in round 4, the people who won last round. It's a little complicated, but it'll make sense, I promise. We'll get there in the end. We're all going to see it happen. But of course, first we're going to start with Ecal versus Orlando. I think that's going to be an exciting one. I think Ecal so far is my player that has surprised me the most. And I'm super excited to see them hopefully continue that and see how it goes up against Orlando. So stats have updated a little bit more now, and we're seeing a little bit more accurate for how these players are going. Orlando with that 50% win rate, about 50%. He's looking about average, middle of the road there in terms of those statistics, 50% across the board. But let's see how this goes. I can't wait. It's Ecal versus Orlando, round 3 of the Swiss.
Very interested to see how this goes. I've been very impressed by Ecal in moving so far. I believe they won both of their moving games so far. Orlando definitely considers moving to be his weakest mode, so maybe Ecal has a little bit of an advantage in this first game. Orlando, I mean, we saw Orlando's average guess time was the lowest we've seen of anybody, and, well, I think that's exactly why. I think a lot of rounds, he probably can't read Thai very well, and he's thinking, what the heck, I'm not going to get much out of this round. I think I'm in Eastern Thailand, and I'm just going to be done with it.
Well, yeah, we'll see if Orlando opts to keep that strategy up. Works out for him on the round 1. Ecal farther south. Now, let's see. And, you know, interesting fun fact about Ecal, they, to my understanding, are actually fluent in Portuguese and do spend a lot of time with the Brazilian community hanging out online. So I'm sure these two are friends, which is fun.
Very fun indeed. We've got a Romania round here. There's a little sign at the start, but didn't appear to have anything useful on it. But definitely possible to narrow down where you are in Romania based off of things like architecture. What have we got here? Județul Prahova. Okay, so that's around Bucharest, a little bit north of it is where you'll find Prahova. I don't know if he knows that off the top of his head, but I don't think Ecal has found the same information just yet. But I think he's not sure where Prahova is. It's just a little bit northwest of Bucharest is where we should be here. See what kind of region guess Ecal's able to come up with.
Okay, central Romania. Orlando also pretty central as well, and Ecal will be closer. They're gonna deal some damage back. And the game's very even to start us out.
Kind of interesting there how Orlando was the one who had more information, but Ecal was the one who was able to get closer. That sign just disappeared into nowhere. But, okay. They're just like, it's Poland, forget it. I'm just gonna click middle and not worry about it. See if Orlando does the same. Oh, he may have found an area code on that sign at the last second. He did.
Ooh, Orlando did! That is an awesome guess. Really love to see that because Poland is notorious for being one of the hardest countries to region guess. It's one of those countries that still hasn't fully been cracked in terms of region guessing. There are obviously some clues, for sure, but generally speaking, it's one of the hardest amongst the countries to learn in GeoGuessr for region guessing.
Look to be in Oman here. We've got Arabic language, yellow license plates on the cars, which you won't see in countries like Qatar and the UAE. And I think there are some regional metas based off of the trash cans and things, although I don't know them myself, but Ecal might, because that was a pretty confident guess. Never mind, Orlando is on it again.
This is a really impressive showing here from Orlando. I'm loving this. Orlando is one of those players who, honestly, there's been some inconsistency in terms of how dominant he can be. It seems like sometimes he is just popping off, and sometimes he's, you know, really not keeping up to par with some of the other pros. But right now, Orlando absolutely popping off.
Yeah, we're in Malaysia here. Not much to be seen so far. Players will be looking for a sign that maybe has a state on it. Maybe a postcode there. Oh, there's a sign. Ecal's, yeah, Quanton is right there, east of their pin. 11, 13, 9, lots of road numbers and everything here. Meanwhile, Orlando looks like he's maybe trying to guess based off of the black sticker on the pole.
Ecal has found the 11 road here, but they have not found any of the... Oh, they have the 9 as well, so they should be somewhat close. They are closer.
Just
Yeah,
by
that's
a
nice.
bit.
That's nice. Gets the multi up a bit. Still down in health, but Ecal's definitely still in it. Let's go on to round number 6.
Looks like a South Africa here. Both looking at the same signs at the construction site, but nothing useful there for them. Sort of a suburban kind of looking ground. We've got some mountains. I mean, I would guess we're somewhere north within the country, northeast roughly, but a little tough to tell beyond that without further info.
Yeah.
5 seconds to try and find it.
We do have polls that would suggest the northern part of the country, most commonly found in Limpopo with those alternating insulators. But no phone code for either player, so it is just gonna... Yeah, mobile code there for Ecal. Looks like...
R80. Not a lot of time to find that.
Yeah, couldn't do too much pinpointing there in the end. Orlando slightly closer once again, dealing a little bit of damage. Still looking like Orlando's game, but Ecal's performance earlier today was crazy. I'm sure they can make a comeback here. If anyone could do it in a match like this, it would be Ecal, so let's see. Round number 7 looks like the Pacific Northwest to me, or maybe...
Quebec.
Oh, Quebec. Whoa. Okay, yeah, no. Looks... Now that I know it's Quebec, hindsight bias, but looks much more like Quebec. For a second, it looked very PNW for some reason.
It's the Atlantic Northeast.
Yep.
So he's got the Road 315. There's an area code there and some French for Ecal. Definitely could help as well. I don't know if they have the same road number that Orlando has. Oh,
Orlando
the switch
has the
far
road.
northwest. And that was not the way to go.
That was not Orlando. Finally closes it out on the moving. Pretty dominant performance. Really fun to see there from Orlando. But we're taking it to no move. And we're resetting the health. We're resetting the multipliers. Let's see what happens.
Ecal has shown their prowess not only in moving, but in no move and NMPZ as well. So I expect this to still be very, very even until the end here. But I have to say, very impressed by how Orlando played in that game.
Yeah, really nice showing there from Orlando. Seems he's put in some decent work here in the offseason. Coming back very strong. No move time. And an insta-zoom here for Orlando and Ecal in Sri Lanka.
Yeah, much more red soil here, so you're automatically thinking more towards the north, very flat. Ecal and Orlando both put it up there.
Are we back in the US here, perhaps?
Is
Players
looking
seem
like
to think
it.
So.
I do like the area that they're both kind of zoomed on here, this Montana, Dakotas area. It's kind of flat, somewhat hilly grasslands.
What a guess from Orlando. Only 73 kilometers away on a very, very tricky round. He is as locked in as we've maybe ever seen him right now.
I honestly really like that call there. I mean, this really is a dominant Orlando. I feel like we didn't get to see him off broadcast in his previous 2 games, but what we're seeing right now is some of Orlando's best play I've seen in a while here. This is really impressive stuff, and I'm loving it. Round number 3 now. This feels very Balkan-esque. What are we looking at?
Yeah, we might be looking at Croatia, Greece, Montenegro, somewhere on that Adriatic Sea area. Looks like Orlando is zooming in specifically onto Greece.
Yeah, fairly large mountain range to the south could help you line it up, but yeah, even getting the country here, as you say, is not obvious at all.
Ecal was in Italy.
Yeah,
Still
didn't
is.
particularly think Italy here.
Going for the Tyrrhenian Sea hedge. Once again, Orlando thinking Greece, thinking about Albania, and it's Croatia.
Bro.
Wow.
That definitely lines up. Looked like that older Gen 3 Croatia. Couple points there. But really not much. Both players missing country. We're just going around 4. And it looks like we have a Mexico. Ecal and Orlando now both zooming in. I would say relatively, central-ish. But I'm not exactly sure. I like maybe more in the western area. Ecal thinking Nayarit.
Yeah, it's that age-old 50-50. Do you just click the Durango Mountains, or do you just click near Mexico City somewhere?
Yeah.
I think
Yep.
that's what both players are kind of deciding between on this.
Interesting road lines. It's like reverse California. We got black, yellow, black. Wow.
Yeah, they're right there. They're both right there. Orlando just slightly closer. Gets that multi increase, but really nice guesses from both of them.
First Iceland of the day. Could be possible to line this up with the fjords that we see, water to the west, and maybe to the east as well. Oh, he's thinking.
Whoa.
Oh my goodness. Wait, is he cooking here?
Wait.
I mean, I think we see water in both directions, which is why Ecal is down here.
Wait, they might have this.
Sorry. My gosh.
No worries.
Uh,
This might be it.
Yeah, we can't see the lighthouse, but the lineup does look pretty decent here.
Okay.
bold guess.
Hopefully it pays off. Let's see. The confidence seemed to be there.
Wow.
And it is. That is insane. Well, definitely one of the best guesses of the day so far. Unbelievable there from Ecal. Wow.
That is awesome. What an impressive solve from Ecal there. Lining that up, noticing the water on both sides. That is beautifully done and gets them right back into this game.
Now round 6, looking like Australia. We have both players thinking in a similar area, kind of southern New South Wales. But it's northern New South Wales. Orlando just slightly closer. Takes the lead back for Orlando. But wow, this game is close. We're back.
We are back, Bloom. And this is a bit of a more difficult round, I think. Hard to see really what kind of landscape we're looking at here. My first thought would be somewhere maybe up in Queensland or northern South Australia, maybe, potentially. But Australia is not really my strong suit, as many know.
Fair enough, no worries. I mean, this is a hard one. I mean, I'd be going South Australia probably, maybe Wa. 20 seconds to go. Ecal is currently in South Australia. Orlando opening the map finally and is zoomed in on New South Wales. Now, will Orlando keep it there? That's the question. 10 seconds now on the clock. Timer running out. Ecal lining up a road. And Orlando's up in Queensland now, which can look a bit red in the soil as well in that sort of area. But let's see who actually has it. It is South Australia in the end. And Ecal, 2 times multiplier, will take it. We get NMPZ.
Wow. Ecal keeping their cool there, starting it off with that Iceland guess, and then an excellent guess in Australia to finish Orlando off. But we get to see NMPZ, as you said, always fun when we get down to this tiebreaker. And this is a big one. There's a lot riding on this match in terms of World Championship qualification, prize money, all of that.
Yeah.
This is big.
It is big. And we're going into NMPZ, and when I think about NMPZ and I think about Orlando, I will just never forget Orlando versus Zigzag, the 2-rounder NMPZ. What was that, 24 World Championship in groups?
Yep.
Let's see if something that crazy happens to happen again. I don't think it will, but that is one of the craziest NMPZ games ever. Here, though, we're just looking at a pretty chill Thailand to start us off. It's going to be just the simple round 1, 2 similar guesses, and Ecal's going to be just slightly closer. But nothing too much to write home about, and we're just going to go to the next round.
Even in a round that matters very little, so impressive getting that close.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay, we're looking at Turkey here. One of my stronger countries, I say, does look a lot like Şanlıurfa here. We do have the rock walls, very red soil. And both players looking at Şanlıurfa, it looks like. Orlando has locked in.
Yeah, Ecal close by, just a little further west, and is closer in the end as well. So again, 2 very similar guesses. This time, this one deals a couple 100 points, but still a close game. Ecal now on 2x multiplier. Oh my.
Back in India, but pretty different zooms from the 2 players there. Orlando more central, and Ecal more south right now, all the way down in Tamil Nadu.
Yeah, this is a very difficult round here, Jake.
Woo! It is Telangana and Orlando closer. I think he's on the Karnataka-Telangana border there, but he's much closer. Deals 1,000 points of damage to Ecal. Okay. I mean, again, we're still at a pretty close game. It's nothing crazy, but that's our first decent hit. We go into round 4. It looks like Botswana. Ecal thinking in sort of this eastern pocket. Orlando kind of there as well, yeah.
Yeah, Botswana, a country with very, very limited coverage. Helps to learn specific roads. Looks like both players have, but might not have been the road that they thought it was. A little bit more to the northwest.
Okay, we go on to the next round. We go to round 5. Is this Pause? Is this Queensland?
Australia again, yeah. I thought maybe more of a Victoria or a Tasmania here, but not so sure. Okay. Maybe I shouldn't speak on things that I don't know a lot about. Di, where do you think we are?
I was in more so New South Wales here, so I guess we'll see. We're all in different states.
It's going to be Western Australia. Oh, gosh.
We've covered it all. Let's see in the end who has it. Orlando guesses first, and Ecal's now following, letting that 15-second timer run out. Yep. It is New South Wales. Di takes home the W on that one. 1,600 points of damage for Orlando, and it seems Orlando will also be taking the W on that one. Wow. Okay, round 6. South Korea.
Is that snow by the side of the road there? Might be.
Oh.
I don't. Is it? Or I can't tell if my eyes are deceiving me.
It's either that or
on the right side.
Tarps being put down, maybe of some kind.
Yeah, I don't know. Ecal is closer on that one. That's a difficult one. So little to go off of. Couple 100 points there keeps Ecal in it and ties them in multis. They both have 2.5x multi now. We're gonna move on to round 7.
Back to Nigeria we go. You can identify it using that police follow car that we see there. Very quick guess. Down south of Lagos from Orlando. Ecal thinking about the same thing.
Yeah, very interesting. It could be regional follow car. I used to know some of them, but I can't remember if that one is specific to the Lagos area. Oh, wow. Much farther west, basically on the border there. That deals a clean 600 points of damage. Orlando's still with a nice lead, but now Ecal is up on multiplier. We're gonna go on now to round 8, but this has been a really close NMPZ game, it must be said.
And not an easy round here at all, Bloom, I think.
No, it's not.
I do like the Serbia guess a bit more here from Ecal, I think, but really hard to make a determination.
Yeah, I like the Balkan idea in general. Southern Serbia would make sense, because Southern Serbia, of course, is where you're going to get the mountains, while Northern Serbia is going to be much more flat. Orlando's in Croatia, in a pretty mountainous area as well. I don't hate it. Feels very Balkan nonetheless, so let's say even if it's somewhere else in the Balkans, Ecal does have a good hedge here in Serbia, just kind of for all of the Balkans. But we're going to see right now, timer's finally up. And who has it? It's actually going to be Croatia in the end. And Orlando is closer. Not enough to take the game, but it puts Ecal in the red, under 500 health.
I might have been hedging Bosnia if I was playing that round, to be honest.
Fair.
Would have been
Fair.
sure Croatia versus Serbia there. But here we are in what appears to be Southern Russia.
And this is very hard to region guess.
Or
I would
is it Ukraine?
probably lean more Russia here, Jake.
I would agree, but Ecal is currently zoomed in on eastern Ukraine.
Yeah, I was thinking more Krasnodar, so they might actually be closer. Okay, they are in Krasnodar now.
Oh, wow. Let's see who ends up having it in the end. Where is it?
Oh.
It's Orlando. That will win Orlando the game on NMPZ. But wow, what a matchup overall this was. Every single game brought such excitement. An amazing guess is back in fourth, a very close one, but Orlando with a very nice performance and one of his best that I have seen in a decent while. That was really fun to watch.
That was excellent, and a roller coaster of a match with Orlando taking the moving game pretty dominantly. Ecal fighting back in no move, and then a very, very close NMPZ game to finish it off. Great stuff.
Yeah, very nice stuff there. And with that, Orlando should move on to that last round of the Swiss for this week, at least, which secures him a little more prize money for the week. And, of course, points going toward his qualification for the World Championship. Very exciting stuff. I'm so hyped. I mean, we're really getting down to it. I think we're over halfway through at this point, so this is super exciting. I'm excited to see what's going to come up next. My schedule should be ready to take a look at. You can see what's going on. Let's see. Okay, so it looks like Jim Timinator versus Matias did happen off cam there. And it looks like Jim Timmy took a pretty dominant 2-0. Maybe it wasn't actually that dominant. We didn't see exactly how it went down, but a 2-0 on paper looks very dominant for sure. But we're going to get Fao versus Moo up next, which I know a lot of you are excited for. I know we're excited for. I mean, as we said earlier, this is a rematch. This is a rematch of the fourth place match from the Americas Major that we had at DreamHack Dallas just in 2025. And these two are great friends. Part of the reason they're both in this position is kind of because they know each other and play a lot of GeoGuessr and have together for a long time. They met at university together and were both just cracked at Geo. So this is an exciting match to see. You always love to see it. I'm sure they hate to play it, but we love to see it. Ty, what are you thinking here?
Yeah, I mean, this is El Clasico, I think, in my opinion. And really excited to just see two IRL friends as well just match up. Excited to see because they both are pretty equal, I think, in terms of their mode distribution. I would say Moo is probably a better moving player overall, but Fao can definitely hold his own, and we just can't count Fao out ever.
No, you cannot. Yeah, guys, it's going to be an insane match, but before then, we're going to go to a quick, short break. But as we just said, this match is going to be insane, so don't go anywhere. Maybe just grab a snack, and we'll see you soon. Welcome back, everybody, to the GeoGuessr World League. We're doing the Americas region for you today. And if anybody happens to just be tuning in, welcome back. I'm your host, Project Bloom, joined by Jake and Diono. We've been having a great time today. We just took only our first break of the day, so we've been kind of cooking today. It's been pretty fun, I won't lie. But we still have 4 more games to go. We have one more match still coming from round 3 of the Swiss, and then finally, the final winners bracket of the Swiss will be 3 final matches. But before then, of course, it's going to be Battle of the Canadians. It's going to be Moo versus Fao. We've talked about this one a lot. This one's going to be super exciting. Very good friends, incredible players, incredible moving players. Been in the game for a long time, many performances across the board. Very household names in the GeoGuessr scene. I cannot wait for this one. It's going to be super exciting. I've already thrown to both of you to talk about this game, so there's not even too much more to say, but maybe let's do predictions. I want a prediction from each of you. Let's get a score. Jake first, then Di.
Man, it's so tough. I mean, they're so evenly matched, as Di mentioned earlier, in all 3 modes, and I really could see any of the 3 games going either way. Man, I mean, I know what I said about predicting against Fao. I think I am going to do it this time. I didn't do it last time, and then he lost, so I'm going to do it this time, and now he's going to win. But I'm going to say Moo takes this one, and I'll say it'll be 2-1.
Okay, Di, what are you thinking?
Okay. I think we all want to see that NMPZ game as well, so I'll take Fao 2-1 then.
Oh my. Chad, which caster do you agree with? Put it in the chat right now. What's going to happen? Or will we see a 2-0 from one of them? That's also another question. Guys, let's see it. It's finally time. It's going to be Fao versus Moo. Let's get into this. I think we might see our best moving game of the day. I don't think it's a hot take to say that. I'm really excited to see this. I hope we get some double 5Ks. I think we'll see some 10Ks personally, but we'll see. We'll see.
Yep, and the winner of this will be the only Canadian representative in the winners finals today. We've got 4 Americans, 1 Brazilian, and we will have 1 Canadian. Will it be Fao or will it be Moo?
We're off to the races. Let's go.
That's a large city. Moo will presumably know where that is. He does. And Fao's got the same sign, and he's also got Middleburg. So again, they're going to narrow this down. And it looks like they're going to take their time, so we definitely could see some very close guesses here.
Can I just say that Middleburg is a phenomenal name for a town? Like, is that just me? I kind of love that.
There was a city in one of the Mexico rounds, in like the Durango Mountain Round or whatever, that was just called The City. Which is like, what on earth? Like,
that's even better.
Oh, gosh. So Moo trying to narrow this down. Looks like he's on a different road from the one Fao is on. See if either is correct. And it is Moo.
Not on the 5K, the 4999. What a great way to start. Moo looks disappointed. He looks disappointed in himself that he didn't 5K that. Moo, you got a 4999. Please be proud of yourself. Okay, round number 2. What are we looking at, Oman here?
I thought could have been Namibia. Was my thought here.
Oh yeah, no, it is. Wow.
Yeah. Those two can be deceptively hard to tell apart, honestly.
I just saw a desert in the car. No, but this is definitely Namibia.
Yeah, so we are looking maybe somewhere coastal, potentially very sandy looking hills. We have a Rondis on there, which is a town that I know.
Okay. Fao knows it too.
There's that roundabout in the middle of town. Fao goes ahead and sends it, going for the quick guess. And it looks like he will get it. Moo does not appear to have the town here.
Oh, he does not. Good guess. Good region guess. Close by, but Fao with the 4999 himself. 4999 back to back is fun.
1 for each player there. Very even so far, as I think many of us expected. But out of Southern Africa and into Germany, signed for Berlin and Nuremberg on the 9.
Wait, Berlin mentioned. GeoGuessr World Championship mentioned?
True. Although I'm not sure we're going to be anywhere near it here.
No, probably not.
I think you get signs for the capital just about everywhere.
Yup.
Yeah, probably in Bavaria, closer to Nuremberg here. I don't think Fao has found the same sign that Moo did, though.
Yeah, I don't think he's found anything, Jake. He has Weichenfeld on there, but I don't know if he's found the directional signs yet. He gets to some now.
There it is.
Gonna have to hurry, though, because you never know if he'll get baited by Berlin. He is going between Berlin and Nuremberg, which makes sense, and now he's adjusting slowly towards the south.
Okay, Moo. Really great guess there from Moo. Deals 320 points of damage. Ups his multiplier a bit. You'll love to see it.
Yeah, looks like we're back in India. We've had a good amount of India today.
Yeah.
Bit
Now,
of signage there. I don't know if he's able to get anything out of that. He's trying to read it, and a quick guess from Fao here.
yeah, very quick. I don't hate it. Like a Western Madhya Pradesh, I think, is where he's at right now. Now we have a bit of mixed architecture. Makes sense for Madhya Pradesh. It's not too flat, so it all kind of lines up nicely. But Moo is going to be closer there. And now by a decent bit, a very big hit, the first of the game, puts Fao on less than half health.
I think Fao knows how well Moo can read Indian languages, and he just decided it's probably best not to give him that opportunity.
Yeah, yep.
And here we are in the U.S.
Some signs there, a phone number without a phone code, which is a bummer.
Moo definitely knows the phone codes. I'm not sure about Fao, but an area code could definitely be big for Moo in this situation.
Okay, Moo zooming in, Alabama, near Auburn, Alabama. He's looking for a specific city. He must have had it on a sign there that we missed.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think he had East Alabama Health Clinic or something on a sign, and that's why he's looking in that area, but maybe he also has the town name somewhere.
I'm not sure Fao has much of anything. He finds an area code at the end, but I don't know if he knows it anyway. He's going to go Arkansas, and that's probably going to do it.
Wow. That's gonna be Moo. With 2.5 times multi for him, he takes it there on the moving game. A pretty dominant performance, especially considering how good both of them are at moving.
Yeah, and especially how good Fao played in the moving game that we saw from him. So, yeah, definitely not the start to the match that Fao wanted to see, and Moo so incredibly strong in no move and NMPZ. Just the amount that he knows and the amount that he studies is quite staggering. So Fao definitely up against it here, but certainly not out of it. He never is.
Very, very true. Moo looks pretty good. I think I'm quite good friends with Moo in the last about year, and I think I've gotten better at reading his facial expressions, and I think he feels pretty good about that win. Let's see if here Fao can take it back on the no move. I wonder what Moo's listening to. He looks like he's jamming out.
Yeah. He's vibing, whatever.
Oh, you know what? I can actually probably
check?
find out. Yeah, I can check. He's listening to Fake Crush by Fake Mink and OK? I don't know what the heck that is. I have never heard of that.
Sounds like hyperpop or something, Bloom, maybe? I don't know.
Probably. I don't know. All right. We go on to the no move. I'm very curious to see what's going to happen here on this one.
Okay, we have a very interesting round here. I think we might have a short plate on the trailing car that we're looking at. So both players looking in Italy, but the region guess is quite hard because that middle region of Italy is just kind of indistinguishable sometimes.
thinking about Bosnia? Foul hovering over it. I mean, I like Italy with the short play, but we also don't really see the little blue strips on it necessarily very clearly, so maybe that's why he's having doubts. But it looks like they'll stick with Italy here. Thinking about Calabria.
Both sticking with it. Foul farther south, and Fau's on top of it? Excuse me? Excuse me?
His reaction.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he's as surprised as us. He's just like, I'm clicking middle in the mountains, and sometimes that just works for you. What a start.
That's awesome. I love that. I mean, and it's so much damage, too. Unreal.
Okay, looks like we're in Finland here. We do have that TIE ending on the street name, which is a very common Finnish suffix for streets. And we also have 5 stripes on the crosswalk, which is another good indicator. Looks like Fau's in the Gulf of Bothnia right now. Oh, he's realized.
Yeah, I mean, we do have the Finnish language, certainly, but yeah, like you said, also the stripes on the crossing sign, you would only get 4 if you were in Sweden, but both players are converging here on Finland.
Okay, Fau considering Oulu. Will he move it there?
I do wonder what's making him think it could be up there. Moo gonna stick near Tampere in the middle, and Fau's gonna do exactly the same.
Okay, Moo just slightly closer, so they're both gonna be at 1.5x now. But yeah, Fau with such a lead, wow. We're gonna go to round 3 now, and see what we get. Looks like Mexico, right?
Yeah, I think.
Should be here. Looks like somewhat near Mexico City, I think, with this landscape. Maybe Guanajuato, maybe Michoacan is what Fau is looking at.
Is that possibly a body of water we see there? I don't know. To the southwest, there's some kind of lake. I don't know if that would be large enough to look for, but there aren't a lot of lakes in Mexico compared to some other countries, so possibly could be scannable.
Yeah, you're right, Jake. It does look like a pretty fairly sizable body of water there.
Yeah, it looks like they're both trying to find something that works, but Moo maybe found something nice, but we can't be sure. I don't even think he is. Let's see. Moo slightly close. Looks so unhappy. He looked at that lake. Oh, that's a bummer. Yeah, he looked at that lake, I think, right before the guess he made now, so disappointing when that happens, but, you know, it happens. It is what it is. And we move on to round 4. Oh, Die, take it away.
Yeah, we have that Mongolia here. I mean, this is going to be the around Ulaanbaatar car. Pretty much drives on that yellow road around the mountains south of Ulaanbaatar as well. So both players, this should be a pinpointing kind of challenge here, with both of them knowing that it is around Ulaanbaatar.
We'll see if either is actually able to line this up. Not too many roads. Fau's found one that has a pretty good angle.
That looks a little too steep for Fau on that one, to be honest, but it's close. It's so close. Let's see, only 10 seconds left to go finally on the clock. Moo's road lines up pretty nicely, but he's still scanning around as well. Regardless, we shouldn't see too many points here, as they're both going to be right around that Ulaanbaatar area. Timer finally up, and it is Moo slightly closer, so Moo is going to be a decent bit ahead here on his individual multiplier, but Fau still with a nice point lead.
A little hard to say who has the advantage in a situation like this. Very quick zooms here. We do have a sign. They're not zooming into it, though, so they can read it, but we can't. Looks like maybe
Hey, help us out.
Nürnberg? I mean, they're... Oh, come on. Okay, one of the cities is Nuremberg, and one of the other ones is in Czechia, I believe, which is why they're so close to the border.
I see.
I think we also have Bermuth on a sign, potentially, as well.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, one of them is Prague, one of them is Bayreuth. Nuremberg. Yeah, it's Auerbach as well. Yeah, I'm not sure where that there is. Auerbach, that's where FAO is. And just narrowing it down. A lot of info. It can be overload a little bit sometimes when you have all these road numbers, all these town names. It can be really tough to triangulate. But the players still looking around and not really finding anything they quite like.
Yeah, really struggling to find it, but actually it appears Moo is pretty much right there, down the road, just a kilometer away. A nice little 4996. So besides that one round, Moo has been playing better, but still down in the health. He's at a 3x multiplier now in the round 6. He needs something big to actually make a comeback on the health.
Ooh, got some outer islands of Scotland. We've got one in the Orkneys and one in the Hebrides, so there is a difference here.
Yeah, instant Isle of Harris zoom from FAO here, so might be a lot of damage here either way, depending on who's right.
Ooh! Wow, it's actually a totally different island farther south, and FAO is going to just deal a bunch of damage once again. Finally, FAO ups that multiplier, but FAO still up on health, while Moo has one more overall round. So we go on to round 7, and look at that red road. Someone tag Zigzag.
It's a bit unfortunate for FAO, to be honest. I mean, given the fact he's only lost about 700 health the whole time, he's lost like 4 different rounds, but it means that he was very close. I mean, Moo just happened to be a little bit closer, so
Yeah.
I'd say, if anything, it's a little unfortunate for FAO that his multiplier is lower than Moo's is right now, but it can come into play, certainly, in a round like this in a country as large as Brazil.
Okay, I mean, FAO is right on that Bolivia border there in Corumba, I think, so this is a big commit if he does go there. It does line up pretty decently with the grid lines. I think Moo's a bit more north in Mato Grosso.
Like you said, Corumba is a big commit here. I mean, it lines up, but it's like, if it's not there, he could be in trouble. And is he going to switch? Or is he going to leave it there? He is going to leave it, and it's going to cost him.
Wow, that's going to be Moo's big comeback. Finally taking the point lead and putting FAO on 386 health. This is a scary position for FAO now. FAO lost the moving game. If he loses this, we're ending 2-0 for Moo.
On his last legs here. Only a 2x multiplier, which isn't ideal for him either. Looking around Lima, which makes a lot of sense. You get a lot of this sort of urban sprawl with these mountains around Lima, but of course not the only city where you can see this.
Yeah, and I think both players are getting to scanning. It looks like Moo's pretty committed to scanning that Lima region. FAO looking elsewhere for maybe potential valleys that might work. We do have a somewhat big mountain there, southeast, that maybe FAO is scanning for here. But his marker is still in Lima, I think.
And if they both go Lima, FAO's going to hope to be just a little bit closer so he can get his multiplier up.
Let's see.
Oh my
Wow,
gosh.
are they
identical?
They're identical. They are directly on top of each other. That is insane. Like, I don't even think that was a specific road guess or anything.
So as you say, that is a tie, which means both multipliers go up. So the tension just gets higher here as we are back once again in Australia.
Yeah, a lot of Australia today, Jake, it seems. We do have some spiky boys here, which is normally Western Australia, but landscape with this very whiter sandy soil would probably push you more towards SA, which is where both of our players are looking right now.
FAO on the York Peninsula. Moo was there too, but he moves now east of Adelaide.
FAO's actually considering Kangaroo Island here, which could be a shout. I mean, this is such a sandy road. Could make sense to be on an island, but FAO has kept his pin where it was. and Moo just closer to Adelaide, and now with only 10 seconds left, we're going to see who actually has it. Guesses aren't too far apart, but if Moo is the closer one, it's game.
While thinking about the switch, but he leaves it, and it's going to cost him once again.
Wow, and that does it for Moo. He takes it 2-0.
Excellent performance from Moo in both games there, just outlasting his longtime friend and teammate. So Moo will be the only Canadian in the winners finals today, and I believe he will face Radu. So that'll be a great one as well.
That'll definitely be exciting. Yeah, disappointing way for that to go for Foul. Obviously, you two both predicted that 2-1. We wanted the NMPZ. I'm sure you guys at home also wanted the NMPZ as well. But 2-0 it is. Very dominant there from Moo, and very nice performance. Foul, you did well. Don't feel too bad about yourself. I'm sure we're going to see you up and kicking next week once again. Or, not next week, but next America's week. Y'all know what I meant. Anyways, exciting way to end out the round 3, and now we finally get the winners finals. Let's take a look at where we are in the Swiss to catch everybody up. Round number 3 has now finally completed. Timmy got that 2-0 off broadcast, and Moo just 2-0 Foul. And the Orlando Ecal game was super exciting, with Orlando taking it 2-1. And now it's finally time for the winners finals. We're just going to start off with Gingi versus the Gym Intimidator, then Radu versus now Moo. That will update soon. And then it's going to be MK versus Orlando. And we're watching all 3 people. It's the last 3 of the day. Make sure you're locked in. It's going to be such exciting, fun stuff. These are the people who have made it all the way through the Swiss. It's just these 6. I am crazy excited. From each of you, Jake first, which of these 3 matches are you most excited for?
Wow. I mean, maybe I could just say Radu and Moo, but honestly, I really like the American Derby here between Gingi and Gym Intimidator. I'm excited to see Gym Timmy play again after how well he played against Radu, and I might give him the edge in this match just based off of what we've seen from him so far. But I think that's a really exciting matchup between 2 players that we have not seen against each other yet, so looking forward to that one for sure.
Yeah, agreed. And that is what we're getting next. And then, Dai, I also will give you a chance. Of those 3, did you have one you're looking forward to?
Yeah, I think I'm most looking forward to this next matchup. We kind of got the old guard in Gingi versus the new guard in Gym Timmy. As we mentioned, he's been waiting his time for his time in the spotlight, and honestly think this could be a great matchup, guys, and I'm excited to get into it.
Yeah, agreed. I think this will be a fun one. Gym Timmy has definitely shown he's a serious force to be reckoned with, as we've seen some of the other newcomers today, but Gym Timmy for sure. He's coming off a 2-0 against Matias, so he's got to be feeling good about himself, but he's up against Gingi, the first ever America's regional winner. Not an easy opponent. Let's see how this goes. I really don't know how this is going to play out. I would ask for predictions, I would make a prediction, but I really have no idea.
I'm going to say 2-0 for Gym Timmy.
I am also going to go 2-0. I think I favor Gym Timmy a bit more in moving. I think no move, they're a bit more comparable in skill, but maybe Gym Timmy will ride that moving momentum if he does win the moving game. 2-0. So I'm with Jake there.
Okay. I like it. I can see it happening. Gym Timmy has looked so strong. So let's get straight into it without further ado. It's time for Gingi, Gym Timmy. Round number 1 on the moving.
Getting started in what appears to be France. You can learn a lot of things about France, town names, area codes, all of that, but there is a lot of information that you need to have in your head in order to really feel strong in moving in this country. It's very, very difficult to learn.
And we had a 0561 area code, I believe, and we did have what looked like Toulouse architecture.
Yeah, and we have Auch, AUCH, that is a fairly large city in the southwest. Gym Timmy has plonked near there. I'm not sure Gingi has seen the same info, but he's not too far from where he needs to be. He's a little too far northwest, but Should be a good start for Jim Timmy here.
Talk about a good start. What is that? Very nice guess to start off. 500 points. But Gingi does not look phased.
But like you said, maybe a little bit of an edge in moving for the Gym Intimidator. Ooh, what have we got here? This looks like some Indonesia, but no good info as of yet. Oku, that's Ogan Komering Ulu Selatan, which is southern South Sumatra. In that sort of pocket northwest of where Gingi is, across the border into South Sumatra, is about where we're going to be here. But
okay,
you need to know not only your kabupaten, but their abbreviations, because sometimes people will see OKU and they won't know what that means. But we'll see if either player is able to figure that out.
I mean, it seems like regardless, Gingi should be pretty close, while Jim Timmy not that far away either, but a little farther. Oh, he's moved the guess, though. I didn't see exactly where he moved it to. Gingi's now moved it very close to where you're talking about.
Yep. It should be a little, probably southeast of where Gingi is, but I think he's very close now.
Okay, let's see. Timer up.
Yep.
Yeah, right in that pocket you were talking about. Gingi gonna be much closer on that one. Dealing some damage back, and the game is practically even. Both players have 1.5x multi. Both players on very similar health.
And are we back in Russia once again? Aksarka. I feel like I've heard of Aksarka. Isn't that a town up near far north, maybe near Surgut kind of area? It rings a bell for me, but I can't quite remember where it is off the top of my head.
It honestly could line up. It looks pretty far north. We're not seeing a lot of like tall trees, but I'm not sure what color Gen 4 car we had. Looks very flat there off in the distance.
Yeah. Don't see the town yet, so not super sure. But both players... There it is. Yeah, east of Salikard, Aksarka. So I think we are going to be far, far north. There it is, and Jim Timmy has found it. Good region guess from Gingi, though. He's not too far off.
No, he's not. He's very close by, actually, but he is going to miss the town. Yeah, it doesn't look like he's going to get it in the end, but Jim Timmy should have it dead on. 311 meters away, the 4999, and a huge hit to Gingi's health. That's 1200. And Jim Timmy with a very nice lead.
I continue to be so impressed with how Jim Timmy is playing in all modes, but especially in moving. I mean, he's playing almost flawlessly. He's finding the info, he's narrowing it down, he's getting the spot. I mean, he's doing it all very, very well. And I don't know him that well, and I don't think of him as a great moving player, but he's showing that he really is.
Yep, and he does have assigned to Roxby Downs here, which I believe is where one of our community members, Young Eddie 4, hails from. And we are somewhere in South Australia, in Woomera here. It looks like Jim Timmy has lined it up quite well. Gingi is not getting to that same info.
Yeah, but I think Jim Timmy's just on it again here. Unstoppable.
Wow, 5K. Wow. Wow. I mean, as you were saying, I didn't know Jim Timmy as a moving player, but he's definitely proving himself as a strong moving opponent for anyone to face. See if he keeps it up here against Gingi on round number 5 in South Africa. A sign here coming up for Jim Timmy. Now, Gingi has opted to sort of leave this town, which would usually work out quite nicely as you'll come across a sign. Gingi finally comes across a sign, but it's just a town name. You usually want to get these road numbers that Jim Timmy has, as well as multiple town names. Very nice of Jim Timmy to find that.
I mean, I don't know if Jim Timmy has the name of the town he's actually in, Hofmeyr, but he definitely has Ksuba, which is a nearby town, so he's definitely close. Just needs to try and triangulate this using the R roads and all the other info that he has. Yeah, we'll see. I'm not actually super sure how close they are to each other.
Middleburg mentioned again, right there for Jim Timmy.
Yep, that looks like it may be enough.
Is it? It is! Wow, Jim Timmy finally takes it. A really solid moving performance there for the Gym Intimidator, going up 1-0 in the winners finals here up against Gingi.
That was a heck of a game. I mean, he was basically flawless there. He played so well, found all the pieces of info he needed to find, and I mean, he really just looked like the better player in that game. And I do think that no moving, they are probably more evenly matched, so this could go either way, but he definitely did what he needed to do in that game.
Oh yeah. Let's see what happens here now on the no move. Again, Gingi always looking calm. Surely he can lock in for this no move. I think it'll look a lot more even. But let's find out. Let's find out. All right.
Okay, looks like we're into India here. We do have some Hindi once again. And a lot of like this red mud brick house style, which should push you a bit further north in the country. So it looks like Gingi is looking around UP. Looks like Jim Timmy is going to follow suit.
Yep.
Looks like it.
Gingi
But we have a
Pearl.
pretty big difference in the guesses. Yeah, like Jim Timmy over in Jharkhand. Gingi looks like he's in Uttar Pradesh. So could see some points here for the round one.
Certainly
Yeah.
could, in a country as large as India. Gingi just looking to maybe get a little bit of momentum back. Not going to be too happy with how that moving game ended for him, but again, it is not over until it's over. And it's a good start.
Good start there for Gingi. That's a very good start for Gingi. Almost 1,000 points of damage. And only on round one. Alright. Round number 2. This feels... some rubber trees. Feels like Thailand.
Yeah,
What do you think?
it is Thailand here. We do have some very red soil, it looks like. Jim Timmy just going for the lock-in. Don't know if there's any information to be gleaned from this round. Looks like we're just in some sort of rubber tree plantation, as Bloom mentioned.
Yeah, similar guesses here. Not much to write home about. Looks like Jim Timmy just slightly closer. So both are going to have 1.5x multiplier now. We're going to go to the round number 3. Is that an Indo flag?
Looks like Indonesia or
What?
maybe Philippines. It
What? Yeah, I was.
yeah,
That's,
it
that's
kind
why
of
I
looks
was
like an Indonesian
confused.
flag, but I don't think it is. I think it's just kind of a trick of the eyes.
Okay,
'Cause,
yeah,
yeah,
'cause I was
with
gonna
no
say Cocky
trespassing,
Road
that
looks
is
like Philippines,
in
but then I
English.
was like, that's an Indo flag.
Yeah,
Yeah.
gotta be Philippines here, I think.
Do have what looks like a more northern tuk-tuk here, but we do have a thatched house, which is typically middle to south, generally. Not always the necessary rule, but they are a bit more common in those regions in the Philippines. It's very dry and flat, though, Jake.
Yeah, and both players are actually on the same island in Masbate. Looks like Jim Intimidator are now moving east to Samar, but both pretty similar area of the country, just opting to go relatively central.
Definitely safe bet to go with. And it looks like it's actually, what is that, Cebu?
Yeah, might even be off the coast of it. Could be another small
Yeah.
island.
Looks like it. And we just move on. A very close game so far to start off the no move. Round number 4 here. We have a quick zoom here into East Java for Gingi.
Yeah, we do have that antenna here in Gen 3, which is going to be mostly found in East Java, especially with this Gen 3 dry coverage. Looks like we're growing corn here as well. I think that all lines up for East Java. And Gingi looking more towards the border because I think there is probably a bit more Gen 3 there than in Bojonegoro and Surabaya to the east.
Sumatra is interesting here. That's where Jim Timmy has his pin right now, and that's not where I would have been with this car. He does switch to Java now, which I do like a bit more for the reasons that you said. that this car is very common in Sumatra at all either.
Oh, Timmy just made a really big move last second.
Did.
Wow, and it's Madura Island, actually, and that ends up being a really big hit to Gingi, and it would not have been nearly as bad had Timmy not moved it.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious there if Timmy didn't know the car with the antenna, or if he maybe just didn't see it, potentially. But yeah, that's going to get Gingi a lot of points here, and we're into Oman with the antenna facing us, which is typically more towards the north of the country. You don't really get that south towards Salalah in that area.
Timmy, I think, looking a little more southeast of where Gingi is right now. But both going in the north of the country, as you said.
Wow, this is such a difficult one, though. It really does not seem like either player feels very confident. Both are still scanning around so much to see if they can find anything, but there's nothing there, guys. You are in the desert. Timer finally going to run out, and we're just going to see who has it more accurately, but both pretty close guesses. It's actually super far coastal. That's so interesting. I don't know if we saw any of the actual water there. But Timmy finally deals a little bit of damage back and puts Gingi just under 4k health.
It did look like Timmy was actually looking pretty far east there, and he ended up maybe hedging a bit more towards the west, but he was definitely considering that area.
Okay, looks like we're into Norway here. Gingi going quite far north here. And looks like Timmy's going around Trondheim.
Norway can be very, very difficult to region guess.
And this is a tough one.
Yeah, I mean, the height of the trees and the general vegetation can be helpful, but it is not always super reliable.
Well, we'll see what ends up happening on this one. They both are so close to each other, both just like near Trondheim, Gingi a little farther north of it, and Timmy basically right on it, so we won't see too many points here. We'll have to wait and see who's closer. Who's gonna get their multiplier up higher? Wow, it's way farther north actually in the end. But Gingi, just slightly closer, will now match Timmy with that 2.5x multiplier. And Gingi has the lead on the health. So let's see what happens as we keep it going into round 7. This looks like some tie.
Thailand, yep. Different landscape-wise this time, but still not all that easy to region guess. I'm having a little trouble figuring out what I think here. Also, why is that sign on the right? I don't know what that's about either.
Yeah, this is a very strange round, Jake. I don't know where many players would go here, I think. So Gingi's hedging up towards, like, Loe and Udantani area up there. And it looks like Timmy has not yet put his marker down.
Oh, he's going
south. Peninsula.
Wow.
This is huge.
This will be points for sure. Timer running out, and it doesn't seem like any switches are coming in. Timmy in the peninsula, Gingi very far north, and he is the one who is closer, and with 2.5 times multi, he's gonna take us to NMPZ.
Wow. All right. Gingi proves Die and me wrong on the predictions. We are 1-1, so the 2-0 was not to be. We will head to NMPZ. And yeah, this will determine who ends up at the top at the end of the day and claims that $800 share of the prize pool.
That's right, Jake, and I honestly think this NMPZ matchup can be very balanced overall. Gingi, a very solid NMPZ player in his own right, as we know, watching him for the past 2 years. But Timmy, as we mentioned, very well balanced, and was one of the original. I think he mainly started off playing NMPZ on his streams and such when he first started getting good at the game. So we should see a very good matchup here.
I'm hyped. Everybody at home, lock in. NMPZ in the winter finals. Gingi, Jim, Timmy, and we're starting off in Japan.
Yeah, feels like we haven't seen a ton of Japan thus far today. We've got not too much to go off of. We don't really see any pole tops. I mean, there's a bollard there, a couple of bollards sticking out, but it looks like the players are going relatively central within Japan here.
I think Jim Timmy's more up towards Niigata, or that area up there, so Gingi a bit further south here, it looks like.
Wow, it's basically equidistant between them, but Jim Timmy just slightly closer. 68 points of damage there, and Jim Timmy will get that 1.5x personal multi.
We're back.
Looks like we are back again into another Australia here. Immediate Queensland zoom here from Gingi. I do like it, I think, with the kind of sporadic trees, like not full forest here, and the red soil. And looks like both players are looking in the outback of Queensland.
I like the guess. I think it makes a lot of sense. This sort of area of Queensland Jim Timmy's in is very flat like this, and it does have this sort of redder soil, but it's not the same red that you would see somewhere like Wa. He locks it in, and Gingi's about to follow suit with only 5 seconds to go. Let's see who actually has it in the end. Once again, we're looking at pretty equidistant guesses, but Jim Timmy just slightly closer.
Kind of a little unfortunate for Gingi. He's only lost 250 points of health, but Jim Timmy with the 2x multiplier and Gingi on just 1. Heading into, well, yeah, Namibia. I suppose that would work with how sandy it is and with the car blur that we see.
Yeah, I think it does make sense. The stop sign does appear to be on the left there. It is a very, very tough to tell, but should be looking at the back of the car here.
Are they on the
Are both
exact
players
same?
on the same?
Yes.
That's insane. Are they going to keep it there, though? Jim Timmy kind of opting now to look further south. But will he actually go with that or not? That's the question. Only 20 seconds left on the clock. Gingi has not moved it. Jim Timmy hasn't either, even though he was scanning other things. Let's see if they're right.
Yeah, it looks like Gingi is still staying near Swakopmund. I think Jim Timmy is there too? Yeah, he is.
Wow. Let's see. Timer finally up. Are they going to be right on top of each other? They are.
Oh my goodness.
That is so beautiful to see. And again, we do have a perfect tie there. So both players' multis are going to go up by 0.5. So even though Gingi hasn't won a round yet, he is on 1.5x multiplier now. But Jim Timmy has made it.
Right. Looking like Brazil here. Maybe Maranhão works very well. We see these palms in the distance. It's almost fan-shaped palms, I believe. Babasu palms, you can correct me if I'm wrong on the species of palm, but you get those very commonly in the area around the state of Maranhão, which is exactly where Gingi is. But Jim Timmy thinking maybe a bit more west.
I think a bit more west would be quite atypical here with the red soil and the Maranhão palms, as you mentioned. Maybe even a bit more east in Maranhão here with the red soil, maybe closer to Piauí, Teresina area as well. But I think I like Gingi's guess a little bit more here. We'll see if Jim Timmy does manage to switch. Going for Hedge and Para here right now.
Yeah, sticking with Para for now, but I think I agree with you. I think I like Gingi's guess a little better. And it is Maranhão.
Just that little bit better. Finally deals some nice damage and actually now has over an 1,000-point lead. Goes up to 2x personal multi there for Gingi. And we go to round 5. Wow, this is actually a very cool looking round. I like Brazil.
Okay.
To Brazil, or are we? Did he click Hawaii for a second there, or what was that?
Jim Timmy is zooming into the Pacific Ocean.
W Ocean Hedge?
I mean,
The
I
entire
just thought
ocean?
Brazil here. I suppose it could be something like Colombia, maybe, but
Yeah, I definitely thought Minas Gerais, maybe a Sao Paulo here. Okay, both players are moving back into that. it
Chiapas
looks like.
zoom from Gingi, though. He's considering Mexico.
Looks like he'll keep it there in Brazil, though. Jim Timmy's pin is still in Brazil right now, but you see him IRL zooming so far, we only see his hairline. Let's see who actually has this. Minas Gerais still for Gingi. Jim Timmy, I think, is a little further south. 1 second left to go on the clock. And it's Colombia!
Wow.
I mean, and that is just crazy. It looks like they were basically thinking the exact same thing. Gingi is just slightly closer on that technically. But
Bloom,
yeah,
Gingi gets multis for that.
He does.
0.5 multis for being
yes,
closer.
he does.
So he'll definitely take that.
Oh, he for sure will. They're tied up on the multi now. Both have 2.5x now. And it looked like we have Gingi has a very quick zoom in onto Greece, kind of far north in Greece. Jim Timmy has zoomed into a similar area, but is opting to take a longer look at the location. I like Greece here. It looks like we have some wood poles maybe off in the distance. Oh, but Jim Timmy is actually now in Romania.
I kind of thought Greece too with the wooden looking pole. I mean, it's hard for us to tell from here, but Gingi doesn't look super sure of himself either, but
Yeah, I was thinking maybe northern Greece, maybe northeastern Greece, maybe even in the pocket. Like, it is quite flat, you know?
Yep.
We do have some corn growing as well. Jim Timmy's looking there now.
considering Turkey too.
Jim Timmy's in that pocket you were talking
Goes to
about.
Greece.
Okay, let's see. I think Gingi stayed in Greece. He did, and it's just going to be right on the label of Greece. Gingi will be closer, dealing a really big hit there, putting Jim Timmy just under 2k health because that 2.5x individual multi, and he's now raised that individual multi to 3x. Insta zoom for Gingi.
Straight into Costa Rica.
Yeah,
Our
and I
blur
would
definitely does
imagine-
look non-standard, so that would make sense for sure. I'm sure they're looking at the copyright. They see probably 2025, which puts you toward Costa Rica as well.
I don't know if Jim Timmy's seen it yet. It looks like he's doing a lot of IRL zooming here. We can see the top of his head now.
Yeah, we've progressed even farther than the hairline. We're almost at the back of his head.
Spending the whole round trying to find the copyright. He still doesn't see it.
Oh my, 20 seconds to go. Finally, Jim Timmy's gonna zoom in on the map. Gingi keeping in Costa Rica, looking poised to guess, or maybe move the guess somewhere else. 10 seconds now. Jim Timmy finally opens up the map and is in Costa Rica. Similar area, north, but a little farther east right now. And the timer's finally gonna run out. Yeah.
Where is it? It's Jim Timmy again.
Closer.
Okay, Jim Timmy closer, gonna tie up that multi. He's now on 3x as well. But he's got a serious comeback to make here. Gingi's barely lost any health. He's just a bit under full health. And we're going into round number 8. Quick Taiwan zoom from Gingi. Will he lock that fast or not?
Should be Taiwan here, but depends on the region guess. I think both players will take their time here. Region guessing Taiwan, especially in NMPZ, definitely very hard. Looks like we're somewhere up in some hills, but hard to determine exactly where in the country because most of the central part of Taiwan is extremely mountainous, as we can see.
Yeah, both opting for very central guesses, looks like right now. So again, we won't see much damage done, but it will affect the multipliers.
Yeah, let's just see whose multi is going to get raised. Looks like it's going to be Jim Timmy. He's going to have a 3.5x multi now. Deals a little bit more damage to Gingi, but Gingi's still sitting pretty in a nice spot. Let's take a look at what's next. Round number 9. Ooh, Montevideo maybe from Gingi here instantly. I like that.
Yeah, I think if you're Gingi here, you're quite happy with this round because it should be Uruguay here. Looks like both of them are looking at Montevideo.
I like that a lot. I mean, it looks kind of a little bit urban, but still kind kind of spread out, not a whole lot of houses and things, but you get a lot of that around Montevideo. It's a very sprawling urban area, so I definitely like the thought.
Okay, Gingi has moved to Las Piedras here, slightly north of Montevideo. And looks like Timmy has just locked in downtown.
Gingi gonna keep it there. I think he's moved a little farther north, actually. But just slightly. Let's see who actually has it here. It is Gingi closer. It's not by a ton, but 3x multi, 282 points of damage, even though they're both quite close. Okay, around 10.
Okay, looking like Yucatan Peninsula here. I do like the Insta Cozumel zoom in from Gingi here. Could even potentially consider like a Tulum guess, maybe. Something like that. But looks like they are sticking near that Cancun area.
Gingi has such a specific zoom right now. This is insane.
Doesn't look so bad what he's got. He's just looking for a road angle, but I think really liking the idea of Cozumel Island here.
Okay, Gingi gonna water edge. The classic.
Tulum.
Okay, it's just Tulum. Yeah, good call. 410 points, continuing to chip away that damage from Timmy. Gingi's sitting in a really nice spot to take this NMPZ, but we are going the absolute distance here. This is our longest NMPZ of the day for sure.
And our first Vietnam of the day, right, guys?
I think it is.
Yeah, it is. It's our first of the day.
Quick guess. The pressure on against the same guess that Gingi has right now, just around Hanoi.
Okay.
It looks like he will leave it.
He does, so should be really similar guesses. Who's actually closer? It's Timmy on that one. Barely dealing any damage, but now they're going to be tied on the multi.
Feels like almost every round where Gingi's lost multipliers, he's been like right next to him. I mean, Timmy has 4x damage, but Gingi still has like 4,500 health. That's just very, very unlucky for Gingi. Speaking of Vietnam.
It's so funny that I spoke about not getting Vietnam for the entire day, and now we get back-to-back rounds of Vietnam here. Different guesses, though.
Yeah, they are. Different enough to end the game, especially if it's Gingi closer here.
Yeah, let's see. Timmy further south and Gingi. Gingi pretty far north on this one. And he's really taken all the time to think about it. Finally runs out. Is Gingi going to take this game? He is closer. Now, is that enough for 4x? It's not. So close with Timmy. Just barely alive on 191 health.
Hanging on by a thread, but 4x damage. I mean, we saw both players send Brazil and Colombia. Anything can happen with multipliers this high.
Okay, Insta Bolzano guess here from Gingi. We do have Generation 2 camera, looks very alpine. And yeah, it looks like Timmy's just locking in, trying to put some pressure on it. Looks like down to 191 HP.
Gingi, I think, a little more northeast right now. I do like the guess in this area in the Dolomites, but we'll see. Gingi just needs to be a little closer. And he will be. Will it be enough?
He will. 4.5 times multi. That's it. That's the game. Gingi finally does it on NMPZ, taking his last game of the day in the winners finals. Really impressive stuff there from Gingi, but what a closely fought game from the both of them. Super exciting stuff to start out the winners finals.
Yeah, Gingi will be taking home that $800 prize, and he takes a step towards direct qualification for the World Championship. It'll be the top 4 players out of the 12 players in the Americas who will qualify directly for the World Championship. So, not easy to do, but Gingi's on the right track. And Timmy, has to be said, even though he lost that match, he played incredibly well today. He almost beat the world champion, and he's going to have a lot of exciting games and matches in the weeks to come.
Oh, for sure. I'm so excited to see how the rest of Timmy's World League goes. I think he's going to continue to excite us. Guys, we're going to take a quick look again at the schedule here, what's going on so far and what is still to come. We are currently in the winners final section of the Swiss. We've been going now for about 4 hours, and we've been having a lovely, amazing time. You can take a look at what happened in the second chance section over there on the left. That has already finished up. And now we are in the winners final and the losers final. The losers final is happening off stream, and it looks like off stream, Lubeck got a 2-0 over Matias, and Fau got a 2-0 over Shad, and still to come in the losers is Lo-Fi versus Ecal. And in the winners, we still have 2 more matches that will be on screen for you all. And up next, we have a legitimate battle of titans. It is Radu C versus Moo. This is an insane match to happen here. I mean, you'd expect something like this to happen in the winners finals. And I probably shouldn't leak this, but I may or may not have just gotten a DM from Radu like 5-10 minutes ago that's just said, did I really have to get Moo in the winners finals? So even he's a little unhappy about this. Radu, I'm sorry I leaked your DM, but I had to. It's just too funny. It's going to be so good. These 2 players are absolutely insane. Jake, what do you think's about to happen here?
Oh, man. It's so hard to call. I think these 2 are 2 of the most amazing and knowledgeable players in the world, without a doubt. And I think that, everyone knows Radu. They know how good he is. And I think that Moo maybe is a little bit more streaky in terms of, like, sometimes he gets on win streaks, he gets on losing streaks. But when he's at his best, he is absolutely one of the best in the world and can hang with Radu, no question. So I think this is going to go 2-1, partly just because I want it to. But yeah, and if anything, oh man, I'm going to stick with Radu. I'm going to say he wins it 2-1.
Yeah, Dai, what are you thinking about this?
Yeah, I think it's hard to bet against the world champ, right, guys? I think I'm just going to take Radu C as well. I'll be different from Jake. I'll go 2-0. Why not?
Okay. Let's see it. Let's see it happen. It's finally time. Moo had a bit of a slow start to the day, as we saw and as Jake mentioned. Bit of a streaky player. I think that's a good way to put Moo. His upper potential is one of the highest of any player of all time, but his lows can get pretty low. Now, Radu has more of that consistency overall. So let's see what happens here. It's time for moving, and we're already just about halfway through. Jake, what are you thinking about this one?
Well, we're certainly in Thailand. I think the players are looking around. I think both of them can read Thai pretty well, if I'm not mistaken. So, Radu may actually have the province because he seems to be scanning in Loy, and he might just be looking for a road or an angle, something along those lines. Okay, we're going to try and read this in the 10 seconds that he has, and he might be able to. I think he does see the word Loy as well, perhaps.
Wow.
Or actually he's on the border, but yeah, no, he goes for it as well.
Yeah, both super close. Right there, but Radu just a little bit closer. 1, 2, 3 points of damage. Okay, wait. I just noticed they look really matchy. Maybe Moo's shirt's a little more blue, but they look really similar. Okay,
yeah,
round
true.
2, US, Utah Street. Okay. Really,
Radu
man.
just needs the bottom of the monitor covering his forehead, and then they'd be exactly the same.
True. Why is Radu in a very specific town on a road?
I think he just knows something.
Okay.
I think he's got it.
Okay, Radu. Okay,
you can't bet against this guy in the U.S. I think it said, was it Tonopah was the town he was zoomed into? I think it's an old mining town. I think it's quite a well-known town. And
wait,
Moo finds it last second. He did.
Oh my god, Moo got there in the end, but he couldn't line it up, so Radu's gonna get a higher multiplier, and he's gonna take that 5k home. What an impressive guess. Really nice stuff.
As we head into, I didn't quite see it, Lambayeque. Okay, that's a region in northern Peru. And then Morope, it sounds like that's the town. It looks like Moo is zoomed very confidently in there, and there goes Radu as well. We should see a double 5k here. I don't imagine either of them is going to miss this. They've even got a street sign, which you don't always get in Latin America. But yeah, pretty straightforward, I think, here. Although Moo doesn't look quite sure yet. Is he gonna get there in time?
Let's see. Looks like they're right on top of each other. Yeah, they are. And that's the 10K, Jake. You love to see that. I mean, if anyone's gonna do it, it's gonna be these two. I think that's our second 10K of the day.
Sounds right to me, yeah.
Okay, round number 4 now. Oh, this is a match for the ages.
Yeah,
Let's see
I love
if
this
Moo,
match.
Let's see if Moo can really do it. I mean, as I was saying earlier, it's just like Moo has one of the highest possible skill ceilings of any player in GeoGuessr ever. When he is at his best, he's unstoppable, but the consistency can be lacking sometimes. And he's a little bit down right now against Radu, but he can make a comeback. Let's see. Nothing is decided yet. We're only on round 4.
I think that was a town name. I think it said Mabini. I've heard of Mabini before because I made a joke about, like, Blinky, like, losing his hat and saying, "Where's Mabini?" And I now I remember the town name Mabini ever since I said that. I think it's, I want to say it's in the north, but there could also be, oh wait, wait, that is a province. Oh my god, no, you can't see it. I swear that there was a province name there, but maybe not. So he's going far south, but oh, he's got it.
Wait, Moo has it. There it is from Moo. Incredible, and a massive hit after Radu had such a nice start.
Yeah, the multiplier is still favoring Radu, but Moo in the lead points-wise. Tulcha, both will definitely know where Tulcha is, but it's a question of how quickly can they narrow this down. Radu is Romanian, of course, speaks Romanian, knows the country very, very well, but it looks like Moo may have found the 5K first here.
Looks like it. Looks like Radu's now about to follow suit. Are we going to get another 10K?
Yep, I think we will.
Oh, if anyone can do it, it's going to be them. Yeah, there it is. Once again, another 10K.
Such high-quality gameplay. This is the moving gameplay we love to see. So many 5Ks. Radu had that one in Nevada as well, so he's had 3 of them, I think, so far.
This is just crazy. I mean, and Radu really far down on health at this point, but it's just one round. That's it.
Yep.
Otherwise, they're so even. We have a Piaui sign here, and it looked like a road number that I can't exactly read what that says, but maybe they can.
Yeah, but we had Simplicia do Mendes, or whatever the Simplicio Mendes was. The town name was about 100 kilometers away. Actually, Moo may have found it. I was actually looking at Radu's screen because he has Simplicio Mendes. He knows he's 100 away from that, but he can't see not further yet. Although I think it here.
I think it's just Moo on it. Wow, a 5K from Moo. There has been, what, 2 10Ks and individual 5Ks for both of them on top of that, separately. This is amazing. Round 7 here. It's looking like Moo's game from the health, but this is just unbelievable.
Yeah, and this is my favorite kind of gameplay. It's incredibly high quality. Moving, getting the exact 5Ks that quickly is just, I don't know, it's the most impressive thing that these players can do.
Yeah, it's always such a pleasure to watch. I mean, for us, we just get to sit back and watch an absolute masterclass. You can tell that Moo is on right now. He
found Alfang, too. I don't even know how he found this.
He is just on it right now. Like,
Moo
this
is unstoppable.
Is Moo close to that peak I was talking about. We're actually getting to see it in this game, and I think he's doing it because he knows he's up against Radu. This is incredible. Not a 5K that time around, but both of them so close. 18 points of damage, that's it.
Yeah. I mean, all it takes is one round to reverse the fortunes, but you're right, Moo looks absolutely unstoppable right now. Playing at his very, very best.
Okay, round 8 looks like Mexico. Looked like we had an octagonal pull there. White Gen 4 car can help narrow things down a little bit. But besides that, not too sure. Now Moo is instantly in Oaxaca. And he's maybe scanning for something, it seems.
Yeah. Oh, wait, there's a road number there. Did he see it? There was a road number sign on Radu's screen. There, right there.
Ooh.
Zoom in. Zoom in. Oh, I don't think he saw it.
I don't think he did.
There was a marker. I'm not sure. Yeah, but he's gonna come again. Maybe he did see it and just didn't feel too good. But see what he's able to do.
Already 10 seconds left.
He looks very zoomed in on Campeche, but he doesn't seem to have the town, and Moo is a lot further west.
This is massive
And it
difference in the
is.
guesses, and it's Radu in Campeche on it, and the 3 times multi, he takes it after such a crazy game.
Man, like I just said, the fortune. I mean, it's the caster curse. The fortunes can reverse so quickly, and you see Moo just distraught after that, knowing how well he played and how close he got Radu down. But you can never count Radu out, and it just takes one round.
Oh, that is absolutely devastating. I mean, Moo was just... We were seeing peak Moo, and for that to go down that way in the end is just not indicative of the level of what we were seeing throughout. But it's one of those things, it can just happen. We were lacking any concrete information. It came down to much more of a region guess there. And Radu happened to have that way better guess in Campeche. And we go to no move. Radu, up 1-0.
I do think he might have seen that highway sign that I thought he didn't see. It's possible that that's what he used, because he was scanning along a road there. So I think he probably did have that. But yeah, I mean, to be fair, Campeche definitely would have been my guess based off the landscape there. So I totally understand Moo not being sure, but just that one little thing can make the difference as we head into Mexico. And we'll see if this affects Moo, you know, mentally, because again, we said he tends to be kind of streaky, and you know, we'll see if he's able to just lock in and play like he was in the moving game. Of course, Radu's such a formidable opponent in no move as well, so Moo's definitely got his work cut out for him, but we've seen such good gameplay from him already today, so we definitely cannot count him out.
Definitely
Archie's
not.
locked in here with 7 seconds left on the clock. I'm surprised.
Yeah. And there's Moo. There's the Mexico guess he needed.
Yeah, if only there were multipliers on that one. Good start, though, for him.
All right, we go on to round 2. Hopefully Moo can keep his composure in check. Here we go.
Okay, looks like we're into Vietnam here, probably. It looks like we're driving on the right side of the road, I think. And Moo seems to agree. He's locked in. He's already in. Very red soil, probably thinking Buon Ma Thuat or Pleiku or something in that area. Looks like that's where both players are looking.
Okay,
I guess.
Radu. Actually closer there. Nice little back and forth to start us off. But Moo's still in the lead. Let's go to round 3. Oh, you see Moo talking to himself. Oh, he's not feeling good. He's not feeling good. He's got to lock in, though.
Yeah, he can't let that linger. You gotta just focus on the next round. He knows what he's capable of. He's beaten Radu before. He knows he can do this. We'll see if he can pull it off.
Looking a lot like the new Iquique Arica stuff, I'd say. One of these roads here looks like they're both going to try to line it up with the valley. Looks like we do have a pipe here as well running alongside the road, unless that's a guardrail. But it looks like both players kind of in that same area here.
Maybe it could function as a guardrail, but I don't think that's its intended purpose. It'd be a pretty flimsy guardrail if so.
It would. Might not work too well. They're both trying to line something up. I mean, Moo especially, but he locks it in. It's much farther north, actually. Wow, it's basically there on the border. And Radu just a wee bit closer. But hey, Moo, you're still up on the health, even though it's not by much.
Just gotta take it round by round. Do what you can. Iceland, definitely easy to identify with these bollards, road lines, etc., but not necessarily easy to narrow down, although it is quite a straight stretch of road, which is maybe somewhat unusual.
I do love this valley zoom from Moo. It does look like a pretty tight valley here with the mountains. And it does look like we have a river south. I'm not exactly sure where RC is, maybe a bit further east on a different road here.
Whatever road he's on, it looks pretty good to me.
It is looking quite good.
Okay, let's see. Radu locks it. Moo has 15 seconds now. Can he find anything he likes?
Would not shock me if Radu's on the right road. Oh, I think Moo. Is that where Radu is?
Moo's on the right.
I think it is.
He's on the same road, yeah. Same spot, I think, too.
But could we see like a 1 point difference in a multi increase here?
Ooh.
Yeah, it's exactly what we're gonna see, isn't it? Yep.
4998 versus 4999, and Moo goes up to 2x multi. That's unreal.
Well, Moo will be happy about that particular development. So the multis are back to even, and the health is just about the same.
Okay, we're in South Africa here. I'm not quite sure that these towns are going to be particularly findable here, but it's Gen 3, so maybe a bit closer to Joburg, some random white road near there is where both players look to be scanning.
It was just an Eswatini. Why not just hedge there? But yeah. You also, one thing that's worth noting in general about South Africa, you see these town names like Boschpoort and stuff. Very, very... Oh, he's actually found Hartbeesfontein. So Radu's going to be close. But a lot of city names get renamed in South Africa, and sometimes in older coverage like this, the town names you see on the signs that sound very Afrikaans are not even the town names that are on the map anymore because the town has changed. But we should see a little bit of damage done here because I think Radu is quite close.
He is. He's between the two towns, I believe.
Wow. Yeah, and that's great find from Radu. I will say that Moo was looking at something that was super similar, but it was like BOO something port, but it wasn't the same exact name, and that's where he guessed nearby there. But he knew it wasn't exactly correct, but it's all he could find. But we do move on to round 6 now. Radu with a very nice lead on what I believe to be Colombia here. Moo thinks the same, and he's going pretty far south, kind of like that near Cali.
Should be Bloom. I do think it is Colombia. As for the region guess, it is a bit tougher here, I think. Because the northern mountains are quite hard to distinguish from the southern mountains sometimes.
Yeah.
It looks like he's more towards that Pasto area. Maybe Popayan. RC yet to open his map. He is quite good at Colombia,
Yeah.
I will say.
Interesting. They're in pretty different areas right now. RC much farther
RC
north, yeah.
Bit further north, yeah.
Hard to doubt Radu on a Columbia round. Pretty big spread here. It's right between them.
It's just in between them. Radu is a little bit closer there, so he's going to go up to 3x multiplier and extends that lead just slightly. Radu is sitting in a nice spot here, maybe to take a 2-0, but wow, if this is a 2-0, is it just so... It's just so not an accurate representation of what we are actually witnessing. You know what I mean? On paper, a 2-0 just seems like Radu swept, but this has been so close.
Yeah, it really has.
Okay, looks like we're in India here, crossing some sort of river. Both looking at pole clues.
Yeah, it's nice to see some Gen 4 India. We've seen a lot of the bad camera coverage, but this is a really nice crisp image here. And wow, he's already... The bridge didn't look that bad, but there's probably about 1 million bridges like it.
Yeah. Makes sense. He's going to try and line this up, something that both these players would tend to do. They always want to try lining up if they can. Whether or not they actually found it, that's the question. And it seems they didn't. It seems Moo actually in the correct state. That's 1,700 points of damage, and now Moo with a pretty nice lead here.
Such an even game. So hard to call this one. Does that say Luleo? I think it does. Yep. Double 5k incoming?
Yeah, okay.
Surely.
Seems like it.
A little too easy, if anything.
Yeah, seems that way, guys. And we got the Max Burger there. Everybody loves some Max Burger.
Of course. There it is.
0 meters.
Zero
All right.
0 meters.
I feel like he deserves an extra 0.5 on his multi for that.
That's insane. I'm at no words. There are no words. There are none. There are just none. I would love to find them, but there are none. 0 meters is unbelievable.
What have we got here? Is this Nepal or is it mountainous India?
I think we have Boxcar here, so maybe we are looking at India. Maybe driving up into the Himalayas here in Chandigarh or something north of UP here. Yeah, that's where both players. Well, RC has zoomed in there.
Yeah.
Expecting Moo to follow suit.
Any chance of northeast? Like Arunachal Pradesh kind of area? I'm not super good.
I don't
with
think you
differentiating.
can with the boxcar, right?
Yeah,
Okay,
I don't. The Boxcar doesn't exist there. It shouldn't.
Yep. Seems like the players know that, both looking into Uttarakhand right now. Radu going to Jaipur. Wow, that would be crazy if we were in
That
those mountains
would-
there, but
Yeah. I like Uttarakhand. Seems like they're both going to commit to it as well.
wow.
Whoa.
It's
Wow.
southern
That's
Rajasthan.
crazy. What a round. Mountains like that is insane in that area. Wow.
Wow. I mean, if RC had gone Rajasthan there and pulled that, that would have been very impressive. He was considering it,
Yeah.
as we saw.
Oh yeah, that would have been the pull of the century. Like that's unbelievable. I don't think anybody's going southern Rajasthan on that.
All right, we have the UK here looking very flat, so probably thinking in that Norwich area, maybe just on that east coast in general with the flatness here. And yeah, it looks like RC is looking near Thetford.
Yeah, both in very similar areas around the Radu going for the fens there. In that area northeast of Peterborough. I think Moo is pretty close to him too. But I like that guess. I mean, that's what it looks like around here. Moo just a little more southwest, but both thinking it's sort of the flat area, and it's down in Suffolk.
Okay, 92 points. But that brings Radu to 4.5x multi, which is crazy.
Been
He
a
is-
couple really close rounds that have gone Radu's way. I would say the multis have been a bit unlucky for Moo.
Yeah, agreed. Round 11 now. Looks like we have
Yeah.
Poland.
It's time to play everybody's favorite game, guys.
Okay.
Let's region guess Poland together.
Yay! Everybody follow along at home. Where are you going in Poland?
This is quite significant as well because both players are on decently high multis, so if we see one in Łódź and one person commit, there could be some big damage to be had, maybe even the game.
Yeah. And we said it earlier in the broadcast, and we've said it for years, Poland is so hard to region guess. Yeah, Radu is kind of trying to look out past those houses and that little opening to see if he can see anything else in terms of landscape, but it's so hard. Moo finally opening the map and kind of going farther down south. Radu a little farther north than him.
There's a bit of a difference.
Okay. Wow, okay. Gonna be Moo just a bit closer. 3 times multi, 200 points, so Moo extends that lead, but this game is still so close.
What a game we have here. So even.
Oh, yeah. Round 12, we're on Russia. We have long antenna. I didn't see which type it was. Slightly hilly. I like where Moo's going.
Yeah, Abakan area is good. I thought maybe it could be around Cheetah as well. Was my other thought here.
Yeah, my main thought was around Cheetah, but it looks like both players going Abakan. And I would trust their opinions over mine in this country.
Yep. Radu doesn't look super sure though. He's looking at some other things. Moo, has to be said, excellent Russia player. They
Yeah.
both are, of course. But
Yeah.
they've both been known that way for a long time. But I think maybe Moo especially might have a slight edge on Russia in particular.
Yeah, he's unbelievable at Russia. He just knows every road. all the different niche bits of coverage.
Blue South and Kizzle here.
Thinking about
CB,
Kizzle. I don't think
whatever.
his pin is there, but he's really, really considering Kizzle. But he's gonna leave it, and I think they're in a similar area right now. Yep.
Wow, yeah, both just an Avacon. Works out there for Moo, deals close to 600 points of damage. This could be Moo's game. About 1,000-point lead right now. Multis are pretty similar. 4.5x for Radu, 4x for Moo. Round number 13.
Wow. Coastal Japan.
Looks like, yeah, we will be lining up the coast here potentially, guys. Just kind of a hard Japan to get, but Japan just has an infinite amount of coastline. It's going to be hard to scan it all in the minute that we got.
Yeah. It's going to be tough. Radu and Moo are both just opting to kind of take a look at these trees and the landscape that we are getting to then decide where to go. Now,
wow.
Radu thinking Toshima? Yakushima? Oh my god, where is he going?
Wow, my thought would not have been one of the southern islands, but I mean, I certainly can't count it out. He seems like he wants to go for this. Moo is not zoomed in. Moo, also a great Japan player, opted to go much more central.
Totally different parts of Japan. I mean, this is the game. It has to be. Let's see what ends up happening. Is Radu going to keep the Southern Islands? He does. He doesn't
know.
look too sure about it. It's Moo. He takes it there, and we're getting NMPZ. Let's go.
That is so huge for Moo, and for his mental in general. Getting a win in such a tight game after losing the moving game against Radu. And I think he'll have a lot of confidence heading into this no moving, panning, or zooming game. He knows how well he's playing. He's confident, and I think he definitely can take this.
Yes, and we saw an emphatic fist pump from Moo there.
Oh,
just helping bring up the morale, I think, with that win. Just a huge one. And NMPZ, always a fun time, guys. What are your predictions?
I don't know. I'm so scared.
I mean, my initial prediction was Radu, so I feel like I have to stick with that, but at the same time, maybe a little bit of momentum in Moo's favor. This, to me, is a total toss-up.
And what
Right,
round
I mean, you did have RC 2-1,
Yep.
I believe.
Yep.
So we'll see. Okay, both players going quite north here. I think the landscape does fit quite well. Looks like Moo's on Hokkaido.
Oh,
Radu. What?
what a guess.
Okay, that is an insane guess. And we were just talking about how Moo is such a crazy strong Japan player. But wow, Radu comes back there on the Japan and makes up for it. This is exactly how the moving ended and went into the no move. That's actually insane. But we reversed the roles.
Okay. Oh, okay. I got scared for
Yeah,
Moo there because I saw
it looked like Mexico. I was like, wait, I'm pretty sure this is Peru, right? Yeah.
Yeah, but it looks like he is pretty set on his Peru region guess right now. RC is still considering. I could see maybe a rogue Argentina here as well. But Peru is definitely most likely, I think, with this landscape.
I think so too. Makes a lot of sense. Radu should end up going Peru here, but again, has not opened the map. Now Moo's locked in, though, so the pressure's on. Radu's finally going to follow suit. He's going much farther south in Peru than Moo has guessed.
Radu's such a good Peru player, has been for such a long time. Now he's shifting a lot closer to where Moo is, actually.
Wow.
Oh my. I mean, that is just unreal. Crazy guess there from Radu. He was initially much farther south and then moved it up.
It was like a magnet, like, pulled him to the location or something.
Yeah.
He just kept on moving closer.
Crazy. And this is our location here for round 3.
Okay, I think we're in Mexico here, probably.
I think that lines up.
With a lot of prickly pear, it looks like. So yeah, considering Hidalgo, SLP maybe in the mountains potentially.
Let's see, 30 seconds left on the clock already. Moo yet to place a pin. He's in Puebla. No, he's now moved up. So they're actually pretty close by.
Yeah,
10 seconds now to go for Moo.
Ideas, but Moo, he's thinking he's not sure whether to go for Puebla or more north where Radu is, and he's going to stick with Puebla here.
He's stuck with Puebla. Let's see who has it. It's just in between them. but Moo is slightly closer. So finally, he will get a multiplier on the board. He's going to be at 1.5x now as we head into our next round. Round 4, what is that faux Taiwan
poll? Yeah. Are we back
What
in
is that
Peru
doing
here,
there?
or are we in Argentina?
We should be in Peru here
yeah.
again. Yeah. Maybe a bit more south here, one of those southern dry valleys, but it's really hard to tell between the northern ones like near Trujillo and stuff, and Nazca and that area near Arequipa. So, yeah, both players looking a bit more south of Lima.
Okay. Yeah, both like relatively close, but we're at it walks.
Line up a valley, look for a small town that fits. And they are both fairly south within the country.
Okay, let's see. Moo takes the full time, but yeah, they're so close to each other. But Radu is slightly closer. It's just barely. I mean, those are both very good guesses, but Radu just that little bit. With the multiplier, puts Moo on 2,600 health.
I mean, Peru is one of those countries, you see it against Radu, you're like, I'm just done for. Like,
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, my. Interesting. Flat Europe here. I mean, Europe is smaller in general, but the problem is it is not obvious what country we're in.
I think I agree with the Belgium-Netherlands sentiment here. It's very flat. We have a very thin road as well. Only other consideration would really be Po Valley, probably, but it definitely feels a bit more Dutch. So yeah, maybe Moo could be closer here, but it could also be Belgium right over the border, so we'll see which one it is. Oh, they've both moved into Belgium now.
Oh. Moo, I think, ended in Netherlands in the end there, and it is the Netherlands. But again, they're both pretty much equidistant. But yeah, Moo, the one on the right country, and just slightly closer. Gonna raise his multi, though it doesn't deal very much damage whatsoever.
And Radu, incredibly consistent so far in this game. I mean, he's lost 2 rounds, but he's only lost a total of 66 health. And he's been so precise.
Yeah, honestly insane.
What is this?
Yeah. Once again, we do have a bit of a tougher round here. Was thinking in that Poland, Czechia, Slovakia region. Looks like Moo's going Poland here. I think that makes a lot of sense. We have quote-unquote Polish tree rows lining both sides of the road, which are quite common there. And it is very flat.
Both of them just taking their time and taking it in, using the full minute.
Okay, finally Radu opening the map.
Settle on Poland too.
Poland as well. Alright, I mean, pretty similar guesses it looked like in the scheme of Poland. I mean, it's just pretty central. Radu kind of last second moves above Warsaw, actually. And it's south. So Moo gets up to 2.5x multiplier, deals 500 points of damage. Really Radu's first real tank of his health that we've seen so far. It's not a ton, but it's definitely something. And now the multipliers have evened out. And this looks like, what, Argentina, Uruguay?
Should be Argentina here.
We'll
Yeah.
Uruguay with this camera,
Yeah,
but
true.
Argentina works very well with the look of this town.
And I think Moo's considering Paraguay here, but it shouldn't be Truck Blur, so yeah, he's moved back into Argentina on this one.
I go BA on this.
Yeah, I mean, it's very hard to determine, especially in urban rounds like this. We know RC, of course, very good LATAM player, but he's soaking it all in right now.
Yeah, like BA or like Entre Rios, maybe. I think that might be where... Wait, where is Moo? I don't know where Moo is. See, Radu finally opens the map. He's on the border, Entre
He's
Rios.
listening.
BA. He's literally listening to me. Get him out of our Discord call.
Yeah, pretty
Let's see.
similar guesses from both players. Oh no, Moo's moved
No,
into
Moo's in
Cordoba.
Cordoba, actually.
Oh, wow.
A little
Okay.
bit different.
Represents
you
Entre
switched back.
Rios. And Moo did switch last second, but he was in Entre Rios the entire round until the
Yeah.
last 3-4 seconds.
Okay, we're in Turkey here. Immediate car zoom from Moo. I like it with these treeless hills. Oh, both of them are in there. And, might see another handshake here again, guys. It's crazy how pro players at this level, they just kind of think the same. They recognize the same things like this.
Yep. Really is fun to see when they do that. And even when they're wrong, you often see them guessing in the same place. And it's just like they see the same clues, they've heard the same things, they've learned the same stuff, and it's just like they just are led to the exact same spot.
Okay. Radu finally makes the guess. Shouldn't be too much here, though. Yeah, they're so close. Moo is closer, though. That's what he needs. He needs to catch up on multiplier. He now has. But he really needs to deal some more damage. That's still really what we're waiting for right now.
All it takes is one round. We saw it in Mexico in the moving game. Moo seemed to have a commanding lead and then lost it immediately.
Okay.
Could definitely see that again.
Yeah, I think we're in Thailand here, guys. I don't know if either player's particularly happy to see this round. Because once again, it is a bit of a harder Thailand. Don't have much landscape to guess off of.
Moo with an insanely specific zoom right here, and Plonk. He thinks it's a super specific little pocket here, sort of southeast of Bangkok. And Radu, we have no idea what he's thinking.
Yeah, very, very tough round, as Dai said. Radu just staring at it, hoping to get something. He is also going to go southeast of Bangkok. Pretty similar guesses in the end here.
That is just crazy.
It's amazing. Like you said, pros just think the same way. Even when it's not there.
Even when it's not right. I mean, that is just the absolute classic. Radu technically closer. It's good for him in the multi department. But wow, this is close. Let's keep going. Moo needs to come back if he wants to take this. Looking like the US on this one, and you don't want to see that against Radu.
Yeah, so we have a blue, like, cat eye there on the road. I'm not sure, like, it's on the outside of the line, which if it were yellow, that would mostly be a Georgia-Florida thing paired up, but this one, I'm not quite sure what that means.
Interesting. See what the players think of it. Moo zooms on the map kind of in the south, but not totally sure where he's gonna go.
This is RC's region of the worlds, I would assume. Probably Carolinas or Georgia in that area. He is looking in Georgia, and he's looking at Athens right now.
I mean, Moo's in Arkansas. This is huge, and we've seen Radu. He's made no mistakes on the US so far. He's been incredibly precise. So it's hard not to trust him on a round like this.
Okay, timer's up. It is Atlanta, and Radu with 3.5x takes it on that. Guys, this was an insane game. What in the world?
Everything we were hoping it would be. Radu takes it in NMPZ, but against such an incredibly even match in all of the games. Moo had the lead in moving and unfortunately lost it in that Mexico round. No move went down to the wire, as did NMPZ. Two of the best players in the world, and again, Radu is the reigning world champion, but we see Moo is just about at the same level as he is with how much he has practiced and how much he has learned. Moo definitely a force to be reckoned with going forward.
Oh, for sure. And it's back to what I was saying right as we went into this match. Moo seriously is one of those players whose possible skill ceiling is up there with the very best to ever do it. It's just sometimes that consistency, but we really saw such a sneak peek of that today. What an incredible match. And beautiful for Radu to win it on his home state. Very fun. Very, very fun. So, guys, looks like off cam, Ecal went 2-0 over Lo-Fi in the losers final. So the losers part of the Swiss bracket has concluded, and we have only one more game to go for today. That's going to be MK versus Orlando, our last winners final. Who is going to join Gingi and Radu, getting 4 points toward World Championship qualification and $800 each? That's the question. I'm hyped for this. MK Orlando should be pretty fun. I mean, we saw a very dominant, very impressive Orlando earlier today. Another player that has quite a high skill ceiling and isn't always filling it, Orlando. And we saw him getting pretty close to it today. So let's see how he does up against MK, an insane player. I mean, those are two household names. I keep saying that today because we have these new people and the old guard. And we're getting a little bit of an old guard matchup right now. It's going to be MK versus Orlando. I'm pretty hyped. Jake, what do you think?
Man, super exciting matchup. As you said, hard to say how this is going to go. It's kind of crazy to me that MK and Orlando are already old guard. It's crazy how quickly this game progresses, because it seems like just yesterday they were bursting onto the scene. But, I mean, we've seen great gameplay from both of them already today. But I don't know. I think I have to favor MK with how precise he was. We did see a really, really great match from Orlando last time, but I think maybe the American dominance today is going to continue. So I'm going to take MK. I'm going to say 2-0.
Di, what you thinking?
Yeah, I would tend to agree with Jake here. I think MK is a bit more polished on moving, I'd say, than Orlando. And I give him a slight edge in no move. So I think 2-0 is the most likely outcome for me as well.
Okay, 2-0. 2-0 that's a fun prediction. That's a fun prediction. I definitely could see it happening. I mean, MK is just so good at the game. I've argued before he's top 5 of all time. I think I still stand by that. So let's see how this goes. It's going to be MK versus Orlando. This will be a great final match of the day. I hope everybody's excited at home and locking in. It's time for the final one. Let's do this thing. MK, 36-second average guess time. So it's gotten a little shorter since we saw him earlier. But yeah, Orlando at 31. We'll see if we can get maybe a fast game on our hands. Let's see.
Yeah, we might. We saw both of these players guessing very quickly, especially Orlando. There were a couple of moving rounds where he just sent immediately, which is kind of what we've grown used to seeing from MK. But we could see a good amount of that play style coming out in this moving game.
Yeah, it could definitely look like a no move, but we'll see how it plays out. We're already in the round 1, and we're in Vietnam.
Yep, and is there... I didn't quite see it. Hoa Binh, that's a province name. Hoa Binh, it's a little southwest of Hanoi. You see the city name there, Hoa Binh. I don't think Orlando sees it, though. He's pretty close, but it's going to be a bit west of him here. It's far southeast within the province.
Interesting. Two pretty similar guesses.
But MK getting rewarded for knowing the province there. It's a slightly closer guess and gets that multiplier up.
Okay, round number 2. Looked like some Greek there on the sign.
Yep. Definitely be in Greece here. Players will look... Oh, Patra, okay. Patra and Olympia, yeah, so we're going to be in the Peloponnese. Patra is just Patras. Good for Orlando to just send that there. And Andravda Kilini, I think was the name of the town. See if he's able... Oh, Kilini is right there, yep. So MK is going to have the edge once again here. Although, no, he's moving. Oh, he didn't see it. Whoops.
Oh, wow.
It was there. Didn't quite spot Kilini, so Orlando is the one who ends up a little closer there with the Patras info. And we're back to even here.
Okay. Round number 3. This is a cool one. I mean,
so, Senegal, I imagine.
Yeah,
here.
it looks like Senegal, but it's much more green and forested, so probably south of the Gambia.
Yeah, I think surely south of the Gambia. Probably pretty coastal around Ziguinchor, Capskilling, that kind of area there. We'll see. Niagis. I've never heard of that town, but it probably is down here somewhere. See if he's able to locate it.
Orlando's just hit the main road now, it looks like, so MK getting to the info first.
Yeah, he's 5K'ing. He's found Niagis. And there goes Orlando, although I don't know if he actually has that info, so he doesn't know to click there, but he is very close. Will MK get full points here? Not quite.
Not quite, but that's a really good guess from MK. It goes to show he's clearly gotten much better at moving. He's still not necessarily a pinpointing goat or anything, but he has most definitely put in the work for moving. And I know in preparation for the last World Championship, he was very much in secret practicing a lot of moving to hopefully have a better moving performance than he had in the past. It seems like he's continued that at least a bit.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I did a series in preparation for the World Championship last year, and I played against MK in a pinpointing duel, and he beat me in a pinpointing duel, not a moving duel. So, like, he absolutely, when he wants to pinpoint, he can. Oh, yeah.
That's awesome to see. See if we can get a 5K out of him here in this final match of the day.
Ooh, finally an unblurred plate. So many blurred plates up to that point, but Tunja is a fairly large city in sort of northeastern-ish Colombia. There may be info on Orlando's sign, too. I can't quite see it.
Shouldn't entirely be Tunja, though. I feel like maybe east of the Andes, potentially, is what we're looking at, but he is just clicking Tunja here.
Yeah.
It's possible.
Although maybe there's info on Orlando's sign. See, actually, yeah, MK switching to the north here. And it is east.
It's just east of the Andes. That's insane. Put Diane. Sub him in.
Yeah, so maybe clicking on Tunja would have been a little more helpful.
Yeah, I wonder.
If it clearly wasn't there.
Wonder what made MK switch there, because he just didn't trust the van, I guess, that said Tunja.
Fatigue. Okay, that's a large town in Senegal. This time north of the Gambia, but Fatigue is quite knowable, northwest of Kaolack.
Yep.
Orlando's got it. And
MK's
MK
got
will
it
follow
as well.
suit.
And MK will use this time for the 5K, I think, because I don't think Orlando is on the exact 5K, most likely.
Right. Again, it kind of highlights the importance of being a little bit more precise when the multipliers are on the line.
Let's see. It didn't look like he actually lined it up. This actually might be a tie. It is for 996. They're going to both go to 2.5x.
Seems like a fair result on that round.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Onwards we go.
Into Brazil. Home territory for Orlando here. MK may have spotted an area code there. I didn't quite see it. Might have been like a 51 or 53.
Okay, they both have the same sign.
Names, and he knows. I mean, Gramado is there. He has that. He's looking for the other ones right now. Canela, whatever the first one is. Oh, it's Ottawa. That's who, yep. Orlando narrowing this down. 15 seconds. Will he be able to find here? Oh, is he got? He's just looking for an off-road that fits here. Got it.
He will be closer than MK, though. Maybe? Nope.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
It's a white road.
Hey, it's closer to 4999. We get a 5K. Pretty. Let's see if we can get that 1 point closer.
5-6 to 4-8-4-7. 7 rounds into the game. Just perfect gameplay. So few points dropped here.
All right, we're into Turkey here, it looks like. So we're looking for ability SE, potentially on a bin. Both players moving, looking a little stunned right now.
Shahir Alan is going to be the... Oh, Istanbul. It says Istanbul Büyükşehir SE, so we're in the province of Istanbul, and then Shahir Alan is probably the town.
Maybe MK didn't read Istanbul at the bottom. He's not...
No, I don't think he did. It also says Chevre there. Isn't Chevre also a town? I might be making that one up, though. Yeah, we should be in Istanbul province, but like you said, I don't think MK saw that. Looks a little bit turned around here. Orlando's much further south, though, so this is big for MK either way. Oh, what the heck?
What?
What?
That's insane.
Wow. I don't. Why did it say Istanbul municipality? What is that?
Although we did have a different bin that had a Bella DS on it at the end there, but I didn't read what it said.
Might have just been
Maybe that one was accurate?
The developer, maybe, of the apartment that they were building there is Istanbul, but I don't know why it would say Istanbul Bella DS on there.
Yeah. Crazy. So we had a town name there. I think it was like Stading or something, but somewhere in Austria. Probably not going to be easy to find. Both just kind of poking around, looking for any signage that they could get.
Yeah, but so little to go off of. Finally, MK comes across something. Let's see what it says here, if anything helpful. We both obviously know it's Austria. He's thinking near Vienna.
Yeah, I don't see info there.
Oh, he's found it, I think.
Might have found something.
Yeah.
Did Orlando get it?
He had Munskirchen on the sign, I think.
Yeah.
Wow.
Which is actually a lot smaller than Shading, which is the town name that I saw earlier, but he's very, very close. Puts him into the lead.
Impressive stuff there from Orlando. We go to round 9. We are deep in this game already. MK on 3.5x multi and Orlando on 3. Small sign there doesn't look too helpful. Orlando's just going to keep moving. Now MK finally comes out to a main road and has 2 signs. I can't read them, but obviously he can.
Yeah, he saw them. Oh, Helsinki and Turku.
Turku.
Okay, we can see that. So we're between Helsinki and Turku, so they'll put us in southwestern Finland. He's also got the 110, I think, there, which should be a findable white road.
So Orlando comes across signs, but these are probably very tiny little towns, so this is not nearly as helpful.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
I think MK is pretty close. He's got the 110 now.
Wow.
Orlando, he sees Helsinki Turku now, though. Just in time.
Wow.
He's going to save himself a little bit here.
Okay, but MK is going to be closer, 400 points. This game is crazy close, though. I mean, think about it. We're going into round 10 right now. MK 3,500, Orlando 4,200. It's only really been chip damage so far, overall.
Oh.
And we have a Kaliningrad
Whoa.
versus a Southern... Wait.
Wow.
I mean, that's just it.
I think what happened there, guys, is Orlando saw the big brake light and he just went for the send. But the architecture did look quite southern there, so a bit of an unfortunate insta-send from both players. But MK does get the win.
A little bit of a mental error there from Orlando again. Like you said, didn't quite look right with the coverage and the architecture and all, but MK making a nice region guess, just doing what he was doing the entire game, and he took his opportunity, waited for the mistake, and he takes the lead.
Wow, unbelievable. I just legitimately caster cursed them almost as hard as I ever have. I was talking about how even the game's been. The second I finished the thought, that happens. That was crazy. But really good point from you, Dai. I think that was a tunnel vision on a one particular meta type of moment, and just commit to that way too quickly. We're going to no move now, 1 360 panorama, no moving up and down the road. We're thinking Canada here for both of these two players.
Yep, and I'm assuming they both checked the car blur here. It looks like we got the double bump, I believe, which should put us in Canada. We do have some pretty big mountains behind these trees here, so both looking in BC. And it's Newfie.
Wow.
Yeah, I wasn't going to say it. I was like, man, we have a lot of balsam firs in this round, just like that round we had much earlier, but they're both going west, so I must be the one who's wrong, so I wasn't going to speak up, but crazy Newfoundland round there to get us started.
Yeah, that was nuts. We go to round 2 in South Africa. We did have a little blue sign there. I think it said their road number, but I couldn't read it.
Yeah, it was the R something. Not exactly sure which one it was.
There's just a couple of the R roads in South Africa, just a couple, so...
Just a few.
Whatever it is, they are scanning for it. 37 maybe? I don't know. Very, very hard to tell.
Was it 67 maybe?
I don't know. I couldn't tell.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, MK locks on 31, the R31.
Well, we will see if that is indeed what it says.
I don't think it's Limpopo, so I'm glad Orlando's moving a bit further down here.
Okay, who has it in the end? Neither player actually right on it, but MK just a little bit closer. Extend that very slight lead he gained from them guessing the same spot. Okay, round number 3, short stubby antenna. Ooh, I really like this guess actually from MK. Wow, I mean, what do you...
When he has that good of an idea, it's like so over. When he zooms in like that on a specific area, it's like he just knows. But
okay, but Orlando's right there too.
Orlando knows too.
Yeah, I really like the Acre shout on that one, but hard to doubt Orlando on Brazil as well, even if MK is that confident. And he actually ends up being closer there. Finally gets a multiplier on the board, and we're just going to move on to the round number 4.
Let's zoom into France. I like that. We have some wooden poles, maybe little pointy pole tops, perhaps. Point you towards France, and then the landscape looks very good as well.
Yeah, it's looking like it here, and MK just going for the label click. I think pretty standard on this one. Orlando pretty much following, and it is just the label.
Okay. Pretty even game still, overall. MK slight lead.
Back we go to India. Quick guess
Wow,
again.
insta-lock.
Going Assam works very well, I think, with these tall, skinny palm trees. Though Orlando thinking about Tripura. Assam it is.
Oh, wow. Still Assam.
Very, very close game so far. MK with a slight advantage in health and in multipliers. But so little to separate them as we go to rural Russia.
Oh, wow. This is quite pretty. I have some thoughts, but I might let Dai take this one.
Yeah, it really putting me on the spot here, Blue, it looks like. Yeah, I mean, we're on a pretty sizable river, so it should kind of be scannable here. Looks like MK is looking in the Ural Mountains, where Orlando is more towards Altai, in that area there.
It's a strange round. It almost feels like I would recognize this coverage from how distinctive it looks, but
yeah.
I don't. Like, I'm really not sure what I'm looking at here. MK now is further east towards Krasnoyarsk and Orlando, even thinking about Cheetah. This is a crazy round.
Yeah, let's see what ends up happening here. I'm honestly not too sure. Timer's gonna run out.
And it is the Urals. That's why it looks so strange. Wow.
But MK gets multis for that, guys.
Wow, yeah. MK, they're on top of each other basically, but MK is just very, very, very slightly closer. So he is on 3x multi now, and we go to round number 7.
Okay, we're into South Africa here once again. MK looks like he might recognize the ridge somehow here. Looking near Louis Tricart. And Orlando also in Limpopo, though.
Going a bit more towards the south of the province, MK. I think pretty far north right now. What a guess, Orlando.
And Orlando, almost in Kruger National Park. Orlando with a very good guess. Finally deals some decent. Gets 2.5x multi now. So guys, but also has the health advantage here as we go.
Okay, looking like Greece here. Oh, wait. Is it Bosnia then? Maybe.
Oh.
We might need a little bit of a copyright check here. Both places do have black car. I think Orlando might be looking for a copyright of some kind here. MK doesn't look too sure.
It does. I mean, Bosnia definitely would work with this landscape and car, but it is Greece for MK on the border with Bulgaria.
Oh, wow.
And this could be game. Might be enough distance between them. Oh, is that info? Is that the language rather?
Oh, yeah.
There was like a little sign, but it seemed a little hard to make out. It is Greece, though, and MK has it. 3x multi. That's almost 1,500 points of damage. MK takes the lead back from Orlando.
Back and forth game. MK with just a slight advantage here, but you never really know. And it looks like we may be back in Oman here.
Really comes down to Oman. Kind of reminds me of the Facade Road north of Salalah, like kind of pretty northwest in the country, but could be a lot of things here. And it was there.
Oh, he knows. Put him in.
Put him in, but MK even still is closer technically there, so deals about 1,000 more points of damage. And if MK can finish out this game, he'll finish out the entire match, taking it 2-0. So let's see now on Thailand what can be done.
Definitely doable to line this one up. I think we've got a large mountain range to the west and some sugarcane here. Give the players some clues as to where they are. Also, I mean, plenty of north-south mountain ranges within Thailand, but wouldn't shock me if somebody gets pretty close here.
MK in first. Orlando taking the full 15 seconds that he has.
Oh, I wouldn't think... Wow.
Ooh, wow.
It was a little closer before. I was going to say, I don't think it's that far north with the way the soil is and stuff, but hard to really be sure within Thailand.
Okay, Orlando almost under 1,000 health. We're in India. We have boxcar. It looks like some language there. Some Hindi on that one, I think. I like Rajasthan. It looks very dry, very rocky.
Is he reading it?
He might be, Jake.
Yeah, it looks like he's trying. Very fixated on that sign, whereas Orlando is just kind of looking around. Any sort of landscape clues he's able to get.
Very interesting round. We have very rocky stuff here. I am liking the Rajasthan guess, but it's about the region guess here. Both are pretty close to each other.
Wow.
But Orlando closer. Staying in it. Could have been really bad the other way. 700 points of damage would not have been good for Orlando. But MK takes 700 points there, but he still has a nice lead. 2,500 to 1,100. We're on round 12. MK has the multiplier advantage for sure. We shouldn't see too many points on this one.
What a match this has been, though. I mean, we saw the moving go to round 10 and now 12 on no move. So tightly contested.
For sure.
We are back in Oman again, though, and I think MK might like this round a bit more, being on higher health. But the multis are quite high for both players. Orlando looking quite far north here in the country.
Okay, MK locked. Pretty much just a hedge there. Now, where's Orlando going to go? Orlando's looking farther east of him.
It's quite east. And it's
But MK? But MK? I mean, what is that? That's the game.
Wow.
That is crazy. And I mean, that has to be said, it's probably a hedge guess from MK. The general area is a very safe bet, and Orlando committed to a much more specific decision. Did not end up working out for him, and MK goes up 2-0 on what was actually a very close match.
It's really that precision from MK, just that consistency. Round in, round out, he just keeps playing so well, gets so close. He just doesn't give up a lot of points, doesn't let his opponents rack up those multipliers. And Orlando played well, very well, it has to be said, but just a couple small mistakes, and that was all it took for MK to take the match 2-0.
2-0 in the end. What an insane final. All the matches in the winners finals were crazy. They were crazy. We can take a look now at the quick little overview of what happened in our round 4. We had the winners finals and we had the losers finals. Quick little recap there. We saw Gingi come out on top, Radu as well, and then MK finally, which we just witnessed. And then quickly looking at that losers final again, you can see a bunch of 2-0s, which is actually quite surprising there. Dai, when you take a look at this here, that winners finals and the losers, if you'd like to touch on it, how does it make you feel after the final end of the day? Expected outcomes, surprises? How you feeling?
Yeah, I think we are seeing a little bit of American dominance here, Bloom.
Oh yeah,
Nice little 3 wins in the winners finals for 3 of the Americans here. And Ecal also wrapped it up in the losers final with a 2-0 over Lo-Fi. So good day for the Americans overall. I think somewhat of an expected day in terms of results, I'd say. You could sub in a few players here or there in the winners or losers finals, like vice versa, but I think somewhat expected.
Yeah, I would agree. To be honest. I'm very happy to see Timmy up there in that winners final. Every other name that we're looking at is someone who has been here before in the World League or in past events. And Timmy, of course, as I mentioned earlier, was in the Open Major, but this is his first real appearance here in the pro scene. Happy to see him up there in the winners finals. Guys, with that said, we can now take a look over at the leaderboard and see how everything has shaken out. We have only those 3 players winning their winners final games, getting those 4 points, and getting $800 on the day. Super exciting stuff. And guys, of course, these points are going to work toward qualification for our World Championship, which will be in Berlin in September. 4-day event. It's going to be crazy. And the World League, of course, is all leading up to that. And guys, we also now get to speak with the winner of the last match. We get to talk to MK. Let's see how he's feeling.
I'm
What's
feeling
going
quite
on,
good.
MK? You feeling
Not
good?
much. Yeah. You know, I've already had like success, and then I had my flop era, which was like the end of World League last year, and
Okay.
kind of sucked.
I don't know.
Now
I
I
don't
got
know if I would say you sucked, but
No,
I
didn't say I sucked, but I said that era sucked. Like my flop era.
Okay.
Not that I played very
Yeah,
good
was it a good
today.
time? You did play very good today, so you're feeling proud of yourself?
The results, I think my gameplay could have used a lot of work.
Okay. Any particular areas you think you're going to focus on?
Move and no move.
Okay. Fair enough. Jake, any questions?
Well, I guess just to maybe a bigger picture question for you, just in terms of how the World League looked last season and the format and all the opponents versus how it looks this season. How are you feeling confidence-wise in comparison to last year?
I mean, playing just Americans, I feel pretty confident, especially if I could get 4 points with the gameplay I had today. I feel like I should do good. So I'm glad to
that
hear
makes
that.
sense.
Yeah.
Dai, what about you?
Yeah, I guess I'm gonna give him a more fun question. MK, what era of Beyonce do you think you're in right now, and what era of Beyonce would you like to be in moving forward?
Bro, I don't know. No one's gonna know what, even if I answer it, no one's gonna know what I'm talking about anyway.
MK is someone, and I'm very happy.
Bloom, do you know if I could say the thing?
I don't know.
Can I?
Oh, I think I might keep breezing. Sorry, guys. Let Jake and Dai take over.
I don't know what's going on a thing is. Does Bloom know what the thing is?
Yeah, I'm not aware, but MK, I think you looked quite good across all 3 modes today. I know you said you weren't satisfied. Job's not finished. I mean, you got 4 weeks left to go, so hopefully you get to a satisfactory level for yourself, because I know you are very hard on yourself as a player. And hopefully we get there eventually by week 4 or week 5. You'll be sitting comfortable moving into the World Championship if you do qualify for that.
Hopefully.
Cool. I think I'm back. I think I'm a little blurry, but I'm not lagging anymore. But
What do you think,
MK,
Bloom?
thank you.
Should I say it?
Dude, I don't. Say whatever you want, man. Don't swear. But
I wasn't gonna start, but abolish ICE and free Palestine.
all right,
So,
thank you
and
very much,
Nicki
MK.
Minaj tanked.
Nicki Minaj tanked.
That's all.
Okay,
That's all I have to say.
MK, we love you, man. Thank you very much for chatting with us. We're gonna close out the show.
problem.
You have a lovely rest of your day, and congrats on the
Same
4
to you.
points.
Thank you, MK.
All right, we're back. We're back. It's us, guys. America's is over. America's is done. Week 1 is done. I hope you all had a lovely time. I know I for sure did. Guys, today was insane. I want to give a quick shout out to Jake and Di. I think I'm lagging. I'm still here, I promise. Guys, it's been such a first, any closing thoughts, and then Di just take it straight away after him.
I mean, I'm just so glad to be back. It was so fun to bring this to you here, and it's such a privilege and a pleasure to be here again. Great slate of games on the first day, and we've got so much more to come, and it was such a pleasure to cast with both of you, Bloom and Di. So yeah, thanks for an awesome day.
Yep. Thank you guys so much for watching. That's going to wrap us up for America's this week. Looking forward to seeing you guys in 3 short weeks' time for another America's Week. And shout out to my co-casters here. They were incredible, helping me integrate a little bit into their normal flow. So I appreciate it, guys. And thanks for watching, everyone.
Yeah, thank you guys so much. I'm a couple pixels right now. Maybe you can hear me, maybe you. But thank you very much for watching, and we'll see you guys soon. It's been a pleasure.